It can't. How would it?
Actually, your senses make sense, and the globe is nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, but like, you know, the average person's just gonna look at this and be like, "What the fuck? Who cares?" But like, you gotta
Oh no, they
understand.
normally have meltdowns.
Really?
Oh yeah, mate. I'll tell you something now. Flat Earth, right, triggers people more than religion, more than politics, and more than someone saying something rude about your mum, all tied together. They flip their shit proper as. Absolutely mind blower, mate. You've got to see it to believe it.
This is crazy as fuck. It literally is fucking.
You guys send him the Kanagu long distance from France to Italy, I think, or Italy to France.
I was thinking about that. I'm not up on the details of that one though, so I can't
That's
really.
how far that shit was.
Yeah, man. It's further than it looks, right? It shows how powerful.
Yeah, it definitely looks further than it looks. It is further than it looks for sure.
Yeah. So I think about how far 10 miles is.
Dude, what in the actual fuck am I looking at right now? Has anybody given him?
Does anyone but me have the 90 megabyte super high res panorama of the Kanagu?
I mean, dude, you're telling me I'm looking at the first one, and then the second one, and then the third one.
Yeah, there's a bunch out there, but the main one of interest is platform habitat.
Habitat, yeah. You shouldn't even be able to see that shit though.
Well, actually, the bottom 30 foot of it should be hidden behind a 3.5 mile horizon, 3.46 mile horizon.
The habitat, yeah, you really should barely be able to like notice that at all. I mean, that's kind of just gone, really.
Well, there's other ones from this same location. There's actually an island called Ankappa, and it's 30 miles away, and we can see Ankappa Island as well in some of the observations. It should be hidden by 600 feet, or so there should be 600 feet of curvature over that distance. So yeah, it's...
What I posted for last, click on it, download it, and open it outside of Discord. Open it like an image in your computer, and then you can zoom in it, and you'll see this panoramic.
I mean, you can clearly see the base of this oil rig. I mean, there's no discrepanizing that. That is like right there in your face. I mean, you can see the fucking.
Dude, did you point out the reflection of the lights off the bottom yet?
He pointed that out.
Dude, oh, you did. So he brought that up. Yeah, man, you can see the law of reflection here is it's a globe killer, right? Because those lights on the surface are going at an upward angle to the observer's eye.
Yeah, definitely. You shouldn't even be able to see the reflection. What? It's just insane to even like talk about, but like, what the fuck? Just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, man. Like your friends and family members will think you're crazy, so you gotta keep it to yourself.
This doesn't make sense, bro. What am I looking at? Like, this is insane. You're telling me that's fucking 10 miles offshore, and you can literally see the base of that oil rig where they dock?
Yep.
No.
Dude, you're seeing the world without a globe filter inside your mind.
My God. I'm absorbing so much information right now. It's going to drive me insane.
Yeah. Let us know if you want to invite to the home server. We've got a ton of information over there.
Dude. I mean, I don't know if y'all can DM me that. I can't type in voice chat for 3 days, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'll send it to him.
Like, what the... I mean, like, the average person's probably going to look at this and take it with a grain of salt, but, I mean, like, it's there for the taking. I mean, this is, like, doesn't make any sense what we've been taught. If you know math, and you know, you're just, like, somewhat, like, a slightly above, you know, to your typical, test taker, you know, you're just... You know, you're a critical thinker at least, the bare minimum. I mean, you can honestly tell, like, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, basically, if you excelled at high school, you have a good chance of grasping this. That's how easy it is.
Well, I have a degree in physics, and this is like...
That's amazing, dude.
Yeah, this is just beating...
Like I'm serious. It's hard to get a physics degree. So many people drop out, like...
But, like,
I didn't
you
make it
gotta
through the
understand, this, like, kind of goes against everything I've been taught, which doesn't... It's kind of blowing my mind right now. So what the fuck is gravity? I mean, like, it really interacts with everything here.
Einstein or Newtonian?
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna be...
Yeah, it goes into that.
I'm literally going to be into this, like, really hard. This is gonna fuck me up, but... I wish I would have saw it. I was so much, like, I was happy being...
Well, if you want to defrag, mate, go and watch The Matrix, but this time it's not a movie, it's a documentary.
Thanks, bro.
Hey, if you want, we can tickle your brain elsewhere. Like, space is fake because you can't have a pressurized system adjacent to an ever-expanding infinity vacuum. So the air you're breathing shouldn't exist.
Thanks, I got the gist, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, like all the oceans of the world should have vaporized into the blackness of space.
Oh my god. Nothing makes sense.
Pretty simple. If the Earth was a globe in the vacuum of space, how are you breathing air?
Oh, fuck.
Right. But there has to be force and our cosmological mindset. So what is providing a physical boundary layer for the gravity, for the gas molecules to ricochet off of?
You were roboting for the first sentence. Can you start again?
Oh, shit.
You're good now.
I'm driving through Amish country. Hold on.
Oh, really? Jeez. Ask them about Flat Earth.
They know, dude.
Yeah, they definitely have to know.
I got 2 bars now.
God damn, dude, it's such a mind fuck, though. I mean, you get lost in it. You can get really lost in this shit. You gotta be careful, because, I mean, it makes sense, but, like, you gotta play your cards right with that one. I mean, that one's... That's gonna lead you down a rabbit
hole. How does gravity compress gas?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense now. Like, now I'm really thinking about it. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like pissing me off. Like, I can't stand that. Like, what is happening here?
Yeah. So the claim is, right, that gravity is compressing gas towards the Earth, but the surface of the Earth is warm and is heating it up.
Yes.
Where gravity's the strongest, the gas molecule should be the warmest. And yet that's where we have the most air pressure, is at the surface. It doesn't make any fucking sense, dude.
It literally makes zero sense, though. Like, that's what I'm saying.
With increased temperature, you increase pressure. What's so hard to understand about that one, dude?
I mean, that's not always true.
That literally follows the equation, retard.
Yeah. You increase the temperature of gas, it's going to start moving, right? The molecules are going to zoom off.
Yeah, whoever just called someone retard, right? Like, have some manners, or you're just going to get put on mute straight.
I mean, that's not always true, though.
Right. So yeah, you look at what evaporation does to freaking water molecules that have condensed on the leaves and the blades of grass in the morning. The sun comes up and boom, that all freaking evaporates against the force of gravity.
it all depends on the type of substance you have as well. I mean, a lot of these molecules can shapeshift into other things as well. But back to like the flat Earth and gravity. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense at this point. Like you're really just discrepanizing with a lot of bullshit here now. So you're juggling a lot of shit that's going to make you fall into a rabbit hole of fuck. You know what I mean? You got to really be careful with shit like this, man, because you're really just going to fall down this rabbit hole into this black hole of questioning everything. I mean, it really will tie into everything.
Well, at least your filters are expanding and you're not as gullible as before. At least you're not gonna fall for these type of scams.
It's not like falling into a black hole or an abyss, man.
This is the scam.
It's more like jumping off the merry-go-round. Stop the world, let me off. You get back to the foundation.
And whoever called me a retard, I would love to see your credentials. That'd be great.
Don't worry about that one, bro.
I would love to see your credentials. Anyway, but yeah, far from that. Damn, dude, this isn't like I can't even. I got to tell my brother about this when I see him tomorrow. What?
You know how people try to prove to us that gravity compresses gas? They fucking freeze it and turn it into a fluid, like a liquid.
Dude,
they present liquid fucking nitrogen and say, "There you go."
Dude, I took a screenshot already of the side chat, and I saved a couple of those YouTube videos. I'm gonna show my brother this, and he's probably gonna shit himself. But he's like not really, he'll entertain it, but he's pretty.
So
but he'll see this.
All your physics stuff, mate. How much of it are you now thinking back upon to question the lies and the methodologies and the affirming the consequent?
I wouldn't say it's, I wouldn't say it's, I wouldn't even say you guys are wrong at all, but I would say it's like you got to really be careful because you could find yourself, and I'm already kind of doing it, but you got to really watch how far deep you go into it because, I mean, dude, you can lead yourself down of connecting dots right down the pendulum of fucking bullshit about everything, right? And it probably very well is. You got to be careful with shit like this because, not because it's like touchy subject. You guys are probably right, and I actually do agree with it. It doesn't make any sense at all, but it will lead you down other bullshit that doesn't make sense, and you're just gonna be lost. So
you don't have to, mate. You stick to the basics. Stick to what you can verify, what you can validate. Anything outside of that is just dream time. Don't let it bother you.
But it's all based off curiosity, right?
Oh, yeah, everyone's curious about stuff. I'm not saying they're not. But if you stick to what you can verify, validate, test, then, yeah, it simplifies it, and you just let the other stuff just walk on by. And you watch your stress levels go down when you don't have to worry about all this other random crap.
I really wish I wouldn't have came into this chat tonight.
You'll be right.
Don't take that like the wrong way, but now I'm just like, what else are they fucking lying about?
Well, you feel like you can't go back.
Yes. If I've been lied to about one thing, what else have we been lied to about? Yep, everyone has that, mate.
Think about that before you tell your brother, then, because he might blame you for dragging him down the rabbit hole too.
He's just so fucked up.
Don't tell your dad because he disown you.
Hey, dude. I'll bring them all in here. We'll have a chat.
God damn, dude. So, like, clearly there's no mathematical basis off any curvature in what I've just saw, like, literally at all. Which is insane. But Like, that's actually crazy. Like, you gotta understand how fucking ridiculous that is.
The crazy
3
part is
miles
like
off the coast, you're technically supposed to see a little bit of curvature. That's the math behind it.
Right.
It's
That
right in
horizon
front.
line has to be there.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, sorry, Jamesy. Yeah, that horizon line is it's a physical property of the globe. It has to be at that set distance physically. Anything that goes beyond it technically must be obstructed behind physical Earth curvature.
Exactly. And there's not, from what I've seen. There's not.
Right.
I mean, it's as flat as it can be.
What the globe earthers will present is things that can easily be explained, right? So they'll show a boat and it looks like the bottom portion of the boat's missing, but then once you dig into it, you'll find, oh, okay, there's actually ocean swells involved, or there's an obvious miraging effect taking place.
Right.
Most often, it's just the ocean swells, right? Because the ship's moving away from you and decreasing in angular size due to perspective, but those ocean swells are still, at that close distance to your eyes. So as the boat keeps moving away, it's going to look like it's disappearing bottom up because of the ocean swells. But then when we look at footage when we don't have any swells, right, we can see the boat disappear and we can still see the horizon, but then we can pull out one of these nice cameras and we can zoom the boat back into view again.
Yeah, I mean, look, this guy in the side chat, I'm not allowed to type in the side chat, so I can't rebuttal this guy. But yeah, I mean, that equation's right. But you have to understand, like, when you get visibly off-putted from just an equation you've learned in a class, it kind of takes away from the fact that it doesn't make any sense. So, back to what I was saying is, like, the equation's right, Carmelin or
yeah, but the thought process is wrong behind it. Like, simple gas laws like Avogadro's law and Boyle's law are great demonstrations of the mass independent nature of gas pressure. It's all about the molar frequency, the number of moles per second, regardless of how dense, how massive the gas molecules are that register a pressure. And that is regulated by heat. So, like, if you were to take a gas and you were to count out like 1 million moles of it and put it in a box and heat it up, it's going to be the same pressure on all sides of the box. It's not like gravity's going to create a higher
it's an SI base. It's an SI base unit for the amount of substance. So it's representing a specific number of entities, like an atom or molecules. That's exactly what you're talking about. Like
pressure is not reliant on the weight. It's reliant on the.
Like you were saying about Avogadro's constant. I mean, it's approximately 6.22 times 23 or 10 to the 23 constant. You're right, but that doesn't make sense with what I'm seeing. Is what I'm trying to describe to you guys, and what I'm trying to. And it all depends on like gases and microscopic properties. But that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense, bro. It just doesn't. Okay, like that's what I'm saying. I'm well informed when it comes to physics, but I'm not disagreeing with Carmelo, and the fact that he called me a retard, I thought was kind of disparaging. But I came in here with the fact that I thought the Earth was, a slight curve, maybe it's even a fucking simulation, but clearly it's flat as hell. So, and I have a degree, by the way, in physics, Carmelo. I'm not a retard. That's what I said. 6. Yeah, that's what I said, brother. But yeah, I would like to see your credentials since you can unmute this guy, by the way. I would like to hear what he has to say.
Nah, that one's a known troublemaker. It can stay parked. The room's going really good. We don't need that kind of interruption in here.
You said.
Why'd you mute him?
Well, Matrix muted him. Matrix.
Yeah, 6.22. I didn't say the 0. Sorry, bro. Come on, bro. Pick up the puzzle here. It's really not that hard. You know what I meant. Like, what are you talking about? Is that really what you're going to argue with me about? Is because I missed the zero after the decimal? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what these people
argue
do.
about everything.
Is that literally
it doesn't
what
matter
you're
what
doing
you
now?
say, it'll use that as a point to argue.
I mean, he can use it all he wants. I'm not going to fall for rage bait here, but that's pretty fucking clueless.
Right. So they'll key on things like this and then try to use it to diminish your credibility with the audience so that they don't listen to everything you're saying.
That's fine. I'm not here to, like, you know.
Well, they do this to us. They follow us like a bunch of sorry loser stalkers, and this is what they do. They try to diminish our credibility, so we have to be very precise and careful with how we discuss these topics.
I mean, dude, this guy probably doesn't even know about statistical mechanics when it comes to moles. I mean, I'm not even going to engage in a guy like this.
Right, like the Boltzmann distribution, right?
Right, exactly. Like, I'm not going to engage in shit like that. If you're trying to discrepanize me and trying to discredit me based off me just leaving at a zero after a decimal, you're pretty fucking dumb. But, you know, you can unmute him. I would like to hear his argument. I'm not going to fucking, you know, get mad about it, but... Just unmute him, just for a little bit. Just unmute him for a little bit. Let's hear what he has to say.
All yours.
They can't fathom a different voice talking than somebody just bullshitting to them.
Would you say?
But at the end of the day, you want to bring out like ideal gas laws.
I mean,
those
of course.
Direct writings say the keyword of ideal gas. You understand that gas is also affected by a downward force, right?
I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah, which one?
I'm just asking. It's affected by a downward force, right? We can measure it.
No, I'd love to see this because in nature nobody witnesses gases interacting with what you think gravity is.
No. I'm just asking you. Just be an honest person for 3 seconds in your life. Is there a downward force drawing gas down?
Yeah,
absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. Gas is
okay. Why is there more gas down here than up? Why is there more gas down than up?
Hot air
because this is the source of gas production down here. Duh.
Okay,
but do you think gas comes in from outer fucking space? Do you think gas comes in from outer space?
You think that there's so much gas being developed on the surface that there's a 10
under the surface? They're fucking helium farms.
Hold on.
Fucking helium farms. They grab helium out of the surface, dude.
Let me ask you this real quick because this shows how like bad faith you might be. You think that there's so much gas being produced on the surface or underground that it's causing a 10-pound differential from where planes are?
I don't know. I don't know how much there is, but I can tell you that this is the source of gas production, geologic and biological production.
What type of gas are you talking about?
Sure, and gas is also being absorbed at the surface.
By the way,
where do you think gas comes from? Outer fucking space? I don't get it.
No, I'm just asking you. You think that there's so much gas being produced at any given time at the surface?
Yeah,
that it causes a 10-pound pressure difference? Yeah, it is.
Methane bubbles coming out of the ocean. We got hydrogen and helium farms all over.
I'm going to ask you this: is there so much gas being produced that it's able to maintain a constant pressure differential?
Wait, hold on. Just let him finish.
Yeah. So my question is: are you aware of the pressure differential from the Tsar Bomba that it causes in its shockwaves?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's a quick answer, and the answer is 5 pounds per square inch. Right?
But like, what kind of gas are you insinuating? By the way, because all gases act differently as well.
So whenever you're saying like this ludicrous claim that the reason why there's a constant pressure differential,
it's way colder up there. So it's way colder. You don't have gas moving around as much.
What's ludicrous about the statement is you think that there's so much gas being produced at any given time that it's capable of maintaining.
No, that's your claim put upon us. That's a straw man.
Dude,
no.
Now?
I asked them multiple times.
Isn't everything on the surface breathing and aspirating that's biological?
Why do you have to be one? Hold on.
It's because gas is being produced at the surface.
Do you think it comes from outer fucking space? That's
no, but I gotta ask him something real quick. There's 2 things that I have to that. Why? This is the first one. Why do you have to be so backhanded in your rebuttal? Which is, I think is pretty childish. 2,
Why do I have to be backhanded? It's because I hear something really dumb and I correct.
Well, and so, what did you hear that was dumb? Well, can you?
I heard somebody try and claim that the pressure differential was caused by gas being released at the surface.
I heard it's dumb that gravity affects gas molecules. I think that's pretty dumb.
Well, again, when I put gas into like my air tank before I go scuba diving, it weighs measurably heavier. So yeah, mass,
that's based off you going into the water.
Gas has weight. We understand that something is drawing gas
that's downward. Based off you going
like
into the water.
You would say that there's nothing drawing gas downward. That's just again really
not true, though.
You increase the density. You increase the density of the container.
So why would you put helium? It rises. With the medium. Why does helium rise? Why does helium rise?
Because there's
helium actually mixes.
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about.
All the gases mix homogeneously.
It's like you have literally no idea what you're talking about, bro.
Hold on.
If there's an effective gravity,
the current explanation is that the
gas, if you put it into an air tank, it makes it heavier. I'm talking, and this is where I would want to like kind of rebuttal you on that, is because all gases and different gases work differently. Some gases are heavier and more dense, and others are not. That's not hard to understand, dude. Some gases rise.
The problem with that, Stan, is they don't stratify.
Some gases rise and some don't. I mean, I don't understand what his point is here.
They mix homogeneously.
Man.
So listen, the same ratio of gas molecules exists like on Mount Everest at the peak as it does in Death Valley. You're not going to like start breathing helium and talking like a chipmunk because you climb Mount Everest. The ratio is the same.
Dude, he's basing his argument off scuba diving.
Yeah, I know. He's like taking a container, making it denser, and then dumping it underwater.
I put air into my scuba diving tank, and it gets heavier. Oh my god!
Yeah. So why do we have air
that's called oxygen, my guy. You ever had it?
There's no there's no metal tank around the globe.
Oh, it's called oxygen, dude. You ever fucking had it?
He's just claiming that you put gas into the container and it gets heavier, therefore gas is affected by the force of gravity, or not the force of gravity, just, gas particles are still accelerating downward at 9.81 meters per second squared for whatever reason we want to establish that.
That's a pretty good way of interpreting it as well. But I wasn't gonna let you kind of berate the guy, but back to flat Earth. Let's get out of the gases here. Damn, dude, y'all opened my eyes, and I kind of appreciate it. It's good to hear open ears, and I'm always open ears. I'm always open to hearing, everyone's, different way of thinking about things. But, damn, dude, I'm definitely gonna take this one a little bit differently. This one kind of hit hard for me. Can't lie.
Yeah, appreciate you letting us go through the observations.
Yeah, no problem, guys.
There's a ton more. Right, we've actually got a ton of laser tests as well, because I only showed you that one laser test, but there's actually some really, really high-level laser tests that have been done. We've had a team of field engineers called FE Core, Field Engineers Core, go out with a extremely high-powered laser. I think it was about $20,000-$30,000 laser. And they were doing different tests, right? Shooting the laser across the surface of the water over distances up to, I think, about 40 kilometers. And they have an hour-long documentary where they go over everything. And they have a 180-page PDF where they go over all of the technical details of the test as well. So there's a lot of stuff out there.
If you guys would like to, get me in y'all's Discord, I'll join that. But
I've already sent you a link, mate.
Okay, cool. I do have to get to work here pretty soon, but damn, dog, I appreciate you guys for hearing me out as well. I know I kind of entered the chat kind of bland, but y'all seasoned me quite well.
Yeah, appreciate you coming past, man. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. You guys have one.
Good to hear you, man.
Yes, sir. You guys too, man. I hope you guys don't run into any ill thinkers. I'll
come back later and challenge everything. Challenge stuff. Ask questions and bring new information if you have any.
Awesome. Yeah, I got you, man. I'll probably be back later today.
All right. Catch you later, man.
Awesome. Y'all have a great day.
You see, is it so difficult to be like Stan? I don't think it's that difficult.
We need that little stick figure memes. You should be like Stan.
This guy just opened his mind and called him a retard because he's talking to us and questioning the globe. Like, that's gotta be some type of demon possession or something. Maybe the brain.
It's pretty funny.
You just have to look at these people's tags, their roles. You can you'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, now it makes sense. The more degenerate someone is, the more Flat Earth triggers them.
Right? They hate the fact that we're saying things that are true that also lead to the conclusion of challenging the prevailing cosmological wisdom of the day. They hate the fact that what we're saying leads down that path, and they will obstruct by doing whatever they can think of in order to divert us away from that conversation. Like Indio says, they throw themselves on the gears, man.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be.
Well, since the morning shift is in and quite clearly active, I shall wish you all a good day, and I'm going to bow out. Peace, ladies and gentlemen.
Later, bro. Have a good one.
Stay blessed, man.
What happens if you fall into a wormhole and then you like end up in another part of the universe, like in another time?
Welcome.
What happened to the Scubasberg?
He got shut down by a newbie. I mean, a newbie on this topic, but experience on the physics side of things.
Let's listen on YouTube. Why does my tank get heavier when I put air in it?
That guy used to join this VC daily.
Yeah, I remember him. Dumb fuckery in here the last 3 days from the Globers.
It's like the intelligence agencies have been hiring, or the non-so-intelligence agencies. They got new workers working for free, maybe.
And they apparently love their job, too.
Josh was here yesterday. Coincidence.
Who, Hush? You said Hush? Oh, Joshua, yeah.
And coincidentally, he joined at the same time as this girl that jumped in the middle of the conversation, and she said that her brother is an aerospace engineer, and she was kind of talking down to us. She said, surveyors calculate the curvature. Create presented surveyors. Surveyors, like doing what was it, Minnesota, Kansas, Florida, and she didn't want to hear that. But Josh, I don't know, it was a little rough for her, but she was like talking down to everything we were saying, and Josh was kind of like white knighting for her. She said, "You guys should do better." He said, he told Creed, "Do better." Who the heck is this Josh guy?
I talked to him for a minute. I was cooking food, so I was talking to him about something, but I really couldn't get into deeper detail. He already made me burn my food as it is.
Yeah.
Because I was cooking on a grill, man. You got to pay attention to that shit. I was cooking zucchini. Turned them into potato chips because of him.
Zucchini? What are you, a vegan?
Nah, dude. Zucchini on a grill is bomb, man.
Just kidding.
Dude, I had chicken too. Yeah, vegan. What the hell? You'll never catch me being vegan. Are there any vegans? Is there any vegans in like Hispanic culture? I've never really heard of that.
Oh yeah, they're crazy. They're even crazier than the English-speaking ones.
Now that's hard to believe.
Oh yeah, definitely, they're crazier. If you go to Spain, they got these vegans. They'll make how do you call this in English? Is this not sausage? They will make this the tribe of the pork, They use the tripe and they fill it with stuff and
Yeah.
that thing.
I know what
But
it is. I don't know the name though.
They make it with their own blood.
Oh, what the? Ugh.
Yeah, they're crazy, dude. I'm telling you.
Okay, you win.
And they call it vegan. It's vegan because we're vegan, and since we have vegan blood, I mean, it's a vegan because they add it with rice and different things, whatever. It's a vegan.
That's not vegan. That's another word that starts with a V, though. It's called vampire.
Yeah. There's videos on YouTube about it. It's Spain people.
So I'm pretty sure, 80% sure, that Mage, who's the other guy? I can't remember. A couple of them, you know, the ones who've been coming in here just saying like nonsensical stuff.
Yeah.
It gets scalp all over the place.
Ice JJ Fish was the other one yesterday.
That's him.
Again.
And Maggot, whatever his name was.
The one that was earlier, Sorcerer. I'll call him Sorcerer because his name was Master Sorcerer or something like that. He was also many hours yesterday.
Yeah, I think they're applying what's called the Alice in Wonderland technique, the confusion technique. It's a two-person. I mean, it optimally is more than one person to apply it to people. It's create confusion. I'm almost positive they're doing that. You gave me so here's an example of what Mage did. He gave me a paper that you can find causes by inference, and then asked me the definition of causes. It was in the title of his paper. Like, don't you already know the definition? It's in your paper. You said it. This proves you can figure out cause and effect relationships through inference, so you must know what causes is. It's really funny what they're doing.
Sorcerer was saying he was posting links and making claims, but he said, he didn't read the links or open them. He was just sharing them. Then I trust the people. I trust the experts.
Well, the other dude was in here, one DJ just mentioned, lying straight for an hour and a half, saying satellites couldn't pick up a ground station because it was over the horizon. And the satellite he was talking about turned out to be a completely passive satellite with no equipment on it. It was basically a disco ball.
With reflectors, yeah.
Yeah, or
something.
Think about how long he was lying and all the stuff he said. Just absolutely insane.
He dropped out once you guys point that out. Amish pointed out and you brought it up and he just dropped out.
He came back. He came back last night. Unbelievably.
And then you called him on that and he dropped out again.
Oh, you're on last night? You heard all that shit?
I heard that, yeah. I heard God. When you guys called it out and then he dropped out and then he came back, you called him out on it and he dropped out again, yeah. Say, Inu is here, shit, bye.
So he's going to sneak in.
On this one.
So yeah, who can't remember who the last guy was, but
It was Sorcerer, Cumberland Sorcerer, because that's his second. Yeah, his second. He has the name has a part, and then the second part is Sorcerer. But I was telling him that his spells don't work on us.
They don't, man. He needs stronger magic.
He was giving you links, and he wasn't reading them. He was just. He did that earlier, and then you joined, and he was doing the same thing to you. He doesn't have to read it. He doesn't have to look at it. He trusts. And then the girl came out. The girl came in, and she was saying something similar, that she trusts the experts. Same thing.
Yeah, but like when the experts, that's fine. I mean, but that's not what you're actually trusting. You're trusting what you imagine the expert said in the link, right? I imagine that they said something that agrees with me, and that's what I trust.
Yeah, because you went through the link and you told him the link doesn't support what you're saying, and he was like, "Nah."
But I went. Nick sent me a clip from that girl. But then in the course of that, I heard him talking to the sorcerer guy talking to somebody else when he had just come in. And right off the bat, he was doing the nonsense. Like, right off the bat.
I'll tell you his name. Yeah, I know. That guy was...
So that means it was planned. It wasn't like, oh, I buried myself with my nonsense claims and I just want to save face. Mighty, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like just trying to save face. Like sometimes they get a little insane. But he was doing it before anything even happened. He started that way.
Yeah, Mighty Sorcerer. Kind of funny. It's like these spells that he's trying might work in other rooms, actually. The way he does it, I can see it working with other people. Hence his name.
Many of their tactics can work with others. But because we have experience, it doesn't work with us because we had many examples like those. So they think they are doing it for the first time, but no, it happened already with many other examples before them.
Yeah, they're like customer, 10,000. It isn't even.
Yeah.
No, it gets a little crazy when there's multiple of them doing it at the same time. That makes it, I guess, more effective.
Yes.
It adds to the confusion, but still ain't gonna work. Because what I think the idea is to just like yap, so the person can't keep up with what they're saying, and then I don't even know how many times they kept. Who was the dude that kept switching arguments? Yeah, there was a guy last night. He was like with the laser. He kept switching arguments. The thing is, I pay attention to what they're saying. I'm like a stenographer in my brain, dude. I'm writing that shit down, like word for word for word. I'm making a transcript, and like, if you're not paying attention or don't pay attention for a second, I can understand how that would work, right? You end up responding to something you half heard, or you think they meant something, but I just go by exactly what they said verbatim, and so that ain't never gonna work on me.
Yeah, it's a war of attrition. And you've got to be fit and have your grey matter, your brain that would be in tip-top condition to keep up with all their stupid shenanigans. Yeah, I know what you mean. Sounds like I missed something really good. That's the kind of games I like to play with them.
Oh my God.
Jin versus 2000. Jin versus 2000 Globers. It's a no-win for the Globers. You better get some body bags ready. Yeah.
That's funny because I was thinking about some of these guys deserve like Jin just going at them.
Exactly. They're lucky.
Word
They don't
them out.
understand what I am. They don't know they understand what I am. Jin, CBR1, trained to ignore weather, trained to ignore pain, expert with guns, knives, bare hands, can eat stuff that will make a billy goat puke. They don't understand. They don't even know they're alive. They're like children, as far as I'm concerned. Bring it on, boys. Bring it on.
Jin or Crit, like what happened yesterday. Do you remember that, Jamesy? When Crit unleashed on that.
Oh, there was this guy Elon Hawkins.
Right.
Yeah. That one was yeah. Crit just took him down. I think that we were charged with so much of this energy from these type of guys during the day. When the girl came in, I think that would have been a good opportunity for. I mean, I almost took over that conversation. Crit did as well, and I was charged already with high energy from the other guys. And the girl wasn't like being as honest as she could be. I think she was kind of like playing the same game they were playing, but she would have been like someone else could have done a better example, I think, than what I did, because I was already charged up, like I said, from the other guys.
Yeah, I noticed when she lied about that question that when she was confronted about swearing the oath of civil servant. Then she talked about the Alcohol Beverage Control, ABC, which is the liquor stores of North Carolina. They're run by the state of North Carolina. And then, so that's when I jumped in and said, the hiring practices of the state of North Carolina have nothing to do with it. And then she had an awkward pause for about 30 seconds when she realized that, I just said where I was. And then she continued on. And, because she... so it was clear that she didn't know what she was talking about.
She was like a female. She was a female version of the guys that were joining and using these tactics.
Oh yeah, because it wasn't interesting. Because she acted like, well, my brother. Oh no, my brother never did that. My brother never did that. My brother never did that. And then, you know what you're talking about, then, do you?
She said her brother is an aerospace engineer.
Oh,
and Josh was here at the same time white knighting for her. Josh was her brother. Engineer. That's what I said. Oh, this is Josh's sister, sounds like.
Yeah, they clearly bite off more than they can chew anyway, and they end up in quicksand very quickly. And it's that slow sink as their embarrassing situation just gets worse.
Honestly, I think for an example, a conversation with that girl, it could have gone better. My bad. I'm complaining because I think maybe one or two people just talking to her, but we were kind of like over talking each other way too much, and that's pretty annoying. And I don't do it all the time, but I do it sometimes.
Yeah, we're all fallible. It happens to the best of us. That's okay. At the end of the day, fact is though that they're not able to prove their case. They come in thinking they know the officer globe, but they end up realizing no, they don't know. They haven't been able to prove it, and they're just repeating what they've been told, which they haven't checked or confirmed. So there you are. Nice to hear your voice anyway, Barrington. Yeah, just want to quickly jump in there. Big shout out to you, man. I know you for a while. There you go.
That's it, man. Good to hear you, Jen, as well. But no, I think that you all did a good job with her last night. Don't be too hard on yourself, because the deal is it's kind of clear she was in like they were having a raid of some sort. They were all trying to come here. Maybe they were all at that conference he was mentioning. That's what I'm gathering is he was probably like, oh yeah, look, let's go talk to these stupid flat earthers. And, he He's talking about how he's whatever, but he's not. That guy, I looked up his history, or not his history, his credentials, and he's more studying like satellite policy, that sort of thing. He's studying that like at George Washington University or whatever. So he's not even really an engineer. He's just studying the policy and the laws. That was what I gathered. Maybe I did take a quick look at it, but if my memory's correct on that, he's a policy man. So he's somebody who's a second-hand knower of what happens. He's not actually have his hands in the launch bays or anything.
You know what he said? Gene and Indio, and Barrington, you know what he said? He said, I just came from dinner with one of the astronauts. He even said the name, but I forgot the name. He said he was on a dinner table.
Yeah, there's a conference right now of, about, so he's at a conference, and so the astronaut was probably the keynote speaker of the conference.
Yeah, and he said
he was probably one of 600 or 700 guys listening to that astronaut speech, and said he was having dinner with the astronaut. That's what I understood.
Yeah, he probably got signed autographs of his book, and then he was like, "Hey, want to go in the back for a minute? I want to, plate you."
Yeah.
I always wanted to suck off an astronaut.
Don't say that. He said, I'm married. I have children. He said that to CV. Because CV was kind of throwing, why are you defending the girl? She's not going to date you or something. He said, I'm married.
I said, what does that matter? It makes it even worse. It means he hasn't been laid in a long time.
Oh my gosh.
I
was Matrix video posted.
Why is the bride smiling? Because she knows she just gave her last blowjob.
Listen, I like the conversations with Josh when you guys speak to him about the technicalities of it, and kind of he's bringing the satellite stuff conversation. It's good for the for the VC.
Yeah,
because he's a discussion partner. He's a weasel.
He's honest. He is honest. He's surrounded by the power of belief. I understand that environment that he's in.
Okay, yeah, you do.
You think you're close to this stuff when you're really not. And that's a humbling experience coming into this discussion and realizing that fact.
I don't know. Last night he was using the word I a lot.
Yeah, I know what that means.
He just say we. Last night he was saying we have all these ground stations and we can't pick up a signal until, basically, he didn't say it explicitly, but basically until they come over the horizon.
Right.
Then I asked the same thing I asked the other guy. I was like, okay, what angle do you pick them up? 10 degrees. I couldn't get into it because I was burning my freaking barbecue. I turned my zucchinis into potato chips as it was.
The we is a product of the environmental conditioning that he's in. They really foster a collectivized mindset based off of trust.
Yeah, and then he invited us all. We're launching a Falcon 9 today. I'm going into work, and you guys are all invited to watch it.
I know.
Okay.
He needs to separate the I out of the we.
Yeah.
We need to help him do that. That's what helped me out of this.
He was like, we can only pick it up if we do this. So I'm like, have you ever tried to pick it up before? He's like, well, we can't. Well, how do you know that if you didn't try, right? You know what I mean? But because it started off, the satellite has an omnidirectional antenna. The ground station has a directional antenna. But he said that they're synced together so that the antenna doesn't aim until the satellite, quote unquote, comes over the horizon. I asked him, I said, he knew where I was going and he totally deflected away from it, which is anyway, because I was like, can you pick it up before? comes over the horizon? You know what I mean? Have you tried?
You
know what I mean?
He gets like a
if you're aiming the antenna. Well, hold on, Josie. If you're aiming the antenna where you think it is, right, and saying, "Hey, we can't pick it up until we aim it." Now, directional antenna, right? You can only pick up what you're aiming at. You ever just try to pick it up when it's like supposed to be under the horizon? Try to pick it up there? Of course, I've ever tried that, right?
Right. I mean, regardless of the topology, there's a diffraction zone. It's going to be limited by path loss.
Fresnel zone, and plus you're going the lower it is above the horizon, the greater the absorption, right?
Right.
So and it's like almost an exponential increase in absorption. If you look at some of the like the optical extinction coefficients, it's an exponential curve, right? I mean, even if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's stuff, if you apply the formula, as you get to like 88, 89, 90 degrees, the difference between those three values is like, it's like logarithmic, man. It's like an order.
Yeah, I know. Look at the Laplace theorem as applied to the extinction of the sun's luminosity.
Yeah.
Same thing. Yep. So yeah, it doesn't follow a curve that you have geometrically.
Yeah, it's not like a linear relationship, right? Where it just like falls off linearly. It's like, bro, like, I mean, all this shit's known. Like, I don't know why we're reinventing the wheel. Like, they figured this out with Bell Telephone, 100 years ago. That's why we have the decimal system, or not the decimal system, the decibel system, which is a logarithmic scale.
Yeah. Yeah, no. He's uncomfortable and he's intrigued. So he's going through a very, very precarious time right now with this topic. He can't believe people like us exist. I really think the focus needs to be on having him think about how he's seeing the data and what the data represents and how it was obtained. He needs to separate the I from the we.
Amish, but yesterday he was like on our faces telling, I was on dinner with the astronaut. He said it like 3 times. Like, we heard you already. I was at dinner with the astronaut.
Yeah.
That tells you a lot, man. He idolizes these people.
Yeah.
It's going to cloud his judgment, dude. It's like a groupie, goes to a rock concert. The rock star's an absolute degenerate. And, the girl sleeps with him anyway, just because she has a vision in her head of what this person really is, as opposed to he's just some dude.
Bingo. He's basking in a lot of the reflected glory of these achievements and claims around him. And he's got no direct access to make claims about what he's in the knowledge of.
He's also getting very well paid to stay in the belief too.
He's a business developer for a private company. I mean, his job is to walk around government offices looking for contract opportunities.
So he's making good money.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's PR. He's PR. He's moved away from engineering, which I believe him that he's actually done. And he's now working in business development. You don't get to do business development for something like this without real experience, because nobody will take you seriously. You won't have any credibility with the people you're talking to, you're trying to solicit business from.
Yeah.
So he's really done this, and he really has a belief about it. And so does everybody else around him. And everybody thinks that they're so close to what's going on. And they're really not. They're really orders of magnitude of separation away from the technology that's being employed. They don't want to think too critically about the data that they're shown and how it originated. They don't want to think about the geometric consequences of what they're dealing with. They don't want to think about the system. Talk about systems thinking. I mean, the whole thing with like satellite tech, the satellites don't know where they are, people. They don't have like internal mechanisms that say, okay, look, I'm looking down. I must be above Texas right now. It doesn't work that way. They are told where they are, where they think they should be by ground stations. If this technology even exists at all remotely in the way we think it does. You've got optical and radar tracking stations on the ground. They do altitude and azimuth tracking of these things. And they look at the timing. They analyze a signal. They all send all of their observations to central computer hub, which crunches the numbers, spits out the coordinates, space coordinates, which are built off of lat long coordinates. And the satellites say, okay, I'm here right now. And this has to be done all the time, because if they don't, there's going to be something called like the miss error, where they'll think a satellite is here, but it's going to be hundreds of miles off. So these calculations have to be continuously done. And you're even working off a 25-year-old epoch. They have to update like every 2 hours, because the tracking just requires a lot of care and feeding. So
here's something he said. I said, okay, you're saying something about, I can't remember exactly. I said, so what do you use for the satellite? Like, you're using the geoid? He was like, yeah, we use that. We use in the GRACE data, but it's then we use the WGS84 reference ellipsoid. And I'm like, well, I told him, like, you don't have to use that.
Correct.
Like, you actually only need the geoid model. Like, you could be freaking orbiting a point. And he's like, no, you got to use the WGS84. I was like, why? You don't need the elevation data. Like, you're not going to smash into the ground. You know what I mean? Once you have the gravitational model, right? That's all you need. You don't need the ground, because you're so high up, you're not going to hit anything.
It's true.
There ain't no like little flashing lights on the satellites, so they don't like hit another satellite. Hey, swerve out of the way. There's no satellite. Like, that's not happening. So he's arguing about the coordinate system, and then, like I said, I was cooking, so I'm like, dude's making me burn my freaking food. I was getting irritated about that.
Yeah.
So what's his name? McGill comes in, and he's like, here, I'm going to send you this. And, McGill, he comes in hot. He's coming in with the flaming sword. And he's like, look, this astronaut said they use a flat, non-rotating Earth. He's like, well, that's just the choice of coordinate systems. They didn't have to use that one. Jesus Christ, what were you just talking about 5 seconds ago?
That's exactly right. I mean, he needs to understand it. Look, this is done by convention.
He was just arguing. But Yoder, he was just arguing that they did have to use that 5 minutes before.
Yeah, he's in this precarious cogdis state. He's in cogdis right now. I don't think he's really intentionally being dishonest. He's in cogdis. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's another point. He's got to separate the I from the we, and he needs to think about the coordinate reference system and the circularity involved. Listen, like in the case of GPS, right, they're told where they are at beacon, so they tell everybody where they were told they are. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, of course.
These things don't know where they are. They're told where they are based off of where they were tracked, and then they tell everybody where they were told they are.
That's why, like, when I talked to some other satellite engineer in the old server, I don't know if it was the old server. The old server and the new server, I talked to this guy. We talked to him twice, so not in a while. He did the supposed Stardust satellite that smashed into a comet and brought back comet dust.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, so I asked him, like,
or something.
And he claimed he was who he said he was, right? He did all this stuff, right? I think he was a subcontractor, though. I think NASA him as
Testing.
Yeah, you're coming through.
Yeah, I think
Indio dropped out. Yeah.
You dropped, man. And I also have to get back, so I'll be listening. Sorry, can't chat right now.
Sorry, had a phone call.
Yeah, I gotta go right now. I'm listening, though.
All right. Peace. And I also forgot what I was going to say. Shit.
I was gonna ask you and Amish. Remember that that engineer from, I forgot the company. That he said he was a supervisor for other engineers at the ground station, and there was a lawsuit about it because he had to lie about the satellite and the software positions. How does everything adds up to that? Like you guys, every time you're talking about this stuff, it's gonna remind me of that court case that the guy.
Oh, yeah, the guy that was faking the satellite data.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't doing it. You notice they were doing it. His colleagues, I guess.
Because I remember in the video he spoke about the location, and this kind of like adds up to what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same. That court case. What was it? Raytheon. What Raytheon was supposed to. Yeah, what Raytheon was supposed to be doing was the exact same thing we're talking about: satellite tracking stations. Or something. I mean, it was partially classified, so you really couldn't get exactly what they were doing. But they're doing some sort of satellite tracking using supposedly, I think it was supposed to like improve GPS accuracy or something using other satellites or other satellite tracking. I think the idea was not only you get the GPS coordinates, but you see how what Archers are talking about. It's like like nobody knows where the satellite is. I think their deal was to, from the ground, somehow pick up the GPS satellite. Now you have like another coordinate reference, right? You have the ground station with a known coordinate. Now it knows its position relative to the satellite. And then, so now you have a more precise location of where the satellite is. You have another reference other than, ephemeris data or whatever. So now you have a better position. So that when the GPS receiver gets it, now you have like their coordinate relative to two other coordinates. So now you have like freaking, I guess it would be like almost like 5 points of coordinates. You need 4 GPS satellites. But it always comes down to the same thing. Satellite itself. How do you know where it is? How do you know which way it's pointed? Oh, when Josh comes back, just say free fall. Just say free fall to me, so I remember. I should have brought that shit up.
Free fall?
Yeah, dude. He said that. Dude, he said some bullshit, and it didn't click on me at the time. He said that they use accelerometers to determine which way the ground is, which is impossible because they're supposed to be in free fall. There's no acceleration down. Right? That's why astronauts float, remember? There is no. But he said they find plumb, and I started asking how they find plumb. He said, well, you got your orbital acceleration, and then you just take the resulting acceleration. No, that wouldn't work because they're in free fall. There's no net force. So So how do you know which way your satellite's pointed? You can't hang a plumb, like on Earth, right? We hang a plumb line. That's how we know our orientation of anything. If you're buried in an avalanche, you don't know what they say? Because a lot of times you don't know which way you're pointed. They say spit to figure out whether your feet are freaking up or your head is up, because you can't tell because you're locked into freaking snow. Right? Upside down, 2 feet under, basically buried alive in snow. How do you know which way is up, which way is down? They say spit, and the spit will go in the direction, of down, right? And you dig the other way. if you can. Because, you know, dudes be trying to dig to China and shit. They just people just automatically assume over their head is up. They don't realize they're upside down.
Can you really be upside down and not kind of tell?
Yeah, when you think you're gonna fucking die, when you've been buried alive and your adrenaline's pumping, you might
You're
like
freezing.
and you're completely locked into a position. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the snow is heavy, right? It's crushing you, so
yeah.
Like the normal things, like the blood rushing to your head, that ain't gonna happen because you don't have normal blood flow.
Yeah.
But the main problem is when the snow like stops, it like freezes into place, and that's why people kind of have a hard time getting out.
Almost digging through ice. So Josh was disappointed at us last night. He said we have to do better.
Oh boy.
He said it like 3 times.
Well, I mean, I'll put that in the same envelope of unsolicited advice from someone I couldn't give a shit about envelope. Same when I put Mighty's unsolicited advice when he started spurting out at the end of it. Right.
Hey, give me your 6 or 7 figure paycheck. I'll do better. I think people picking up avocados should be making more money than aerospace engineers. So I eat avocados every day.
What should be shocking to anyone listening is how little they know. I mean, about like what's actually going on where they work.
That's what Amish was kind of pointing out. Like they think they know everything of what they're doing, but they're kind of like layers below what's actually happening. It's like a chain of command or chain of door after doors behind doors. They're not at the last door.
Well, imagine it's like doing surgery, right? Each participant in the surgery is focused on their one task. And if they look at anybody else's task, then they're not going to perform their task as well. Right?
Right.
Like they have one person, their task is, when we're done, count all the shit. Make sure it's not inside their body, right? It's like, make sure we didn't sew up a pair of scissors into their chest.
You don't forget any gloves inside the organs. Charlie is like a higher version of what was it? What was his name? The other satellite engineer that joined. His satellite is like 30,000 miles from the Earth, kilometers. Charlie. We have Josh and we have Charlie. Charlie. You used to call him Charlene. Charlene. It's kind of funny.
Well, here's the funny thing. I've talked to, I think off the top of my head, Spocker. There was, who's the other guy? Big Gambino. There was Stewart guy. There's Josh. There's Charlie. There's, I know there's a couple more. I can't remember the names off my top of my head. The only one that actually sounded like they actually do what they said they're doing is Josh.
Josh, yeah.
All the other ones sound like crap. So I want to get Charlie and Josh in the room at the same time and watch the fireworks. I really do.
That's a good idea.
It's like the Spider-Man meme, right, where they're all pointing at each other. You're a fake satellite engineer. Dude, you're blowing my cover. I was in LARPing on them for 2 years. They really believed me I was a satellite engineer. No, Charlie, we never did.
That's why I brought up to Charlie about that thing that happened with the location of the satellites, whatever that case, and he never gave me a clear answer. I mean, because he was saying that he knew the location. And that's one of the first things I ever heard him saying. I was like, I wonder if he actually knows the location of it. And you guys have been talking about this. And that was Charlie's whole argument. I guess that's why he hasn't been here anymore, maybe. So you guys are kind of like closing in on his BS. How do you actually know? Charlie. $33,000 kilometers away. I asked him because 33,000. I mean, if he's at the other side of the world, yeah, sure. Maybe your antenna is connecting to a device that is at the other side of the world, 33,000 kilometers away. I asked him if could that be horizontal or that's just all vertical, like above. I think he answered yes, like away from the globe or like up 33,000. I was wondering if it's actually 33,000 across. It's just me thinking about it.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Yo, what's good, broke guys? What's good, broke people? Yo!
You can't.
You cannot?
No.
Okay, but then by that logic also...
What are you talking about? It's in a container. The ocean.
Because you said... No, but if I so an ocean is kind of like just like a big valley, right? Like just roughly. So like you can also have a valley, right, full of air, right? So are you saying that in that valley then air would have a pressure?
No, they don't have a pressure.
Isn't one of the limitations of thermodynamics, though, that it only applies to closed systems? So would the second law of thermodynamics apply here?
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics dictates the gas tries to reach.
But second law of thermodynamics is only true for a closed system, right? Air isn't a closed system.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify that the second law of thermodynamics has nothing to do with this. The second law of thermodynamics is about entropy. This is not. Yeah, I think you're thinking about maybe the first one.
Sorry, yeah. Either way, the laws of thermodynamics are bound to closed systems. They don't apply to open systems.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
They apply to all systems, open, closed, and isolated.
Yeah. Because otherwise you couldn't do thermodynamic, right? And we do thermodynamic. Like you do require equilibrium. That's usually true. Like you require equilibrium because otherwise, like it's the
doesn't equilibrium itself require a closed system?
In some cases it would be true. It kind of depends. But to be clear though, I don't think we have invoked any law of thermodynamics. Like we're just talking about the definition.
So you can have an open system that's in equilibrium.
An open system that is in equilibrium, I think so. Yeah. To be honest, I'm not sure about that. Let's see.
I don't think you can. That's why I phrased it the way that I did. Well, this would be a more accurate way to phrase it. I think that they're equivalent truth.
No, but my question is that the laws of thermodynamics are not involved in defining pressure for a fluid, right, a gas or a liquid. And so basically what I'm just legitimately curious about is like, why do you see a difference between the way there is pressure at the bottom of the sea and there is pressure at the bottom of the atmosphere, right? To me, those two things are just the same. And I do agree that gases work a little different than fluids. They're not the same thing, yes. But as far as pressure is concerned, to me, they work pretty much the same. So I don't understand that part.
Well, water falls down, gas does not fall down.
Well, yeah. For example, like have you ever?
So gases have a kinetic energy, and that kinetic energy dictates that they move in all directions. Now, these gases are not taking little parabolic arcs, and they're not. There is no. Hold on. There is no gravity in the kinetic theory of gases whatsoever. Does not exist. Because if it existed, that means that gravity would do work on a thermodynamic system and cause it to increase in temperature, pressure, or decrease in volume.
Have you ever lit a smoke bomb?
Yeah, also, just for the record, isn't the pressure at the bottom...
Like, when you light a smoke bomb, the gas falls down. Why does it do that?
Exactly.
It's smoke or particulates.
No. But yeah, smoke, you're right. Well, I mean, I'm not sure about right, because they kind of works...
Your carbon particulates, it's not carbon gas, dude. That would have to be 10,000 degrees.
Okay, but then, there's lakes in, like, Africa or so that are, like, full, basically there's a layer of CO2.
So with the water, dude.
No. But I'm a winemaker, and like when I make wine, basically like there's a layer of CO2 that forms right right on top of the wine as it's fermenting, and you can tell.
The CO2 is heavier than the air above it, right? So it falls to the bottom. Just like if you use like argon gas to preserve a wine, right? Exactly. That argon gas is heavier than the air, regular air around it. So it falls to the bottom and it prevents the wine from oxidizing.
Right.
Yeah, so if a gas takes up more mass or has more mass per space, like there's more volume and it's like the molecules are tighter, it's going to go lower. As the molecules spread out, they go higher. This is why when things are hot, they go up, and when things are cold, they go down. This works in fluid dynamics and aerodynamics as well. And then it separates in like solids, like molecular density is separated. So like at the bottom, it's like really tight. At the top, it's really loose. So like the higher you go in atmosphere, molecules become vacuous. There's more space between molecules, and molecules actually bond differently in higher atmospheres.
But why though? Why do they get more rarefied as you go up?
Well, because everything's separated by that dynamic frequency. So like it's just layering. I don't know exactly why it is. I guess it's like just the states of matter and how they're organized through whatever medium we're in.
But I think that the explanation is just that again they have so the lower layers, right, of the atmosphere are pressed upon by the upper ones, and so that's why they get pressed together, right?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think that's what's going on. I think whatever's going on, basically, I think, well, I believe in certain things about the periodic table. So before that's separated into whatever it is by however much energy was added to this system at one point in time. Now I think now that it's a complete system, like in Tesla Forces, once the self-assembling wires reach the negative, energy's firing through the system, and now the assembling wires will start degrading over time. So now that I think it's a closed system and the circuit's complete, now I think it's degrading over time, and everything is trying to get back to equilibrium and fade off into tohu wabohu. So basically all the dynamic frequency in the periodic table, which gives them their atomic number and construct and separation, is going to like basically fade off. So like basically, you know, the space-time fabric ripping stuff, I think that's going to happen. I think like molecular bond is going to fade eventually.
Okay, I'll be honest.
I don't endorse any of that.
I don't know how that connects with the rest that we were talking about.
Well, okay, yes, I'll get why everything's separated by its density. So everything's trying to reach a certain point. It's trying to organize itself so it can get back to equilibrium. Right now, the universe is in chaos. We're living beings. It's a living universe. It's in chaos and random disorder. It's trying to get back to nothingness, I think, okay, now. So I think we're tending towards that.
So this is just to clarify, right? So you would agree that the general, I guess, the consensus understanding, right, of physicists about that disagrees with you. I don't mean it in a derogatory manner. I just want to know if you think that you are telling me physics or you think you're telling me something.
I think some from the 80s might. I think most, if like we went to the 80s, would probably disagree with me. But in 2025, I think I could find at least 5 or 6 that would agree with me, probably.
Physicists, you mean?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, can you... I mean, I would be very curious if you could find one.
So would I. Like, I'm going to be honest, like... I would love to know what some would have to say about that.
Okay, I guess.
Wait, does everybody know that we're on a Flat Earth Discord? Like, I mow grass, just to let you know.
My last question would be then, so I think people think here generally that gravity does act on liquid molecules, but it doesn't on gas, or do you or are you saying that it doesn't act on either? Like that's just like
Wait, sorry, I missed that. Can you say that again?
Oh yeah.
It doesn't matter what we think. It only matters what experiment shows.
No, okay, but like, what do you think experiment showed? Right, that's my question.
No one can demonstrate that gravity pulls down gas, dude. In any experiment, so I can get that gravity can hold gas away from the vacuum, which is what you're claiming. Hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. So what people are claiming is that there's gas on Earth that's being held away from the vacuum by gravity. Okay, if that was true, then we could be able to do it. We should be able to do a small scale experiment where we can demonstrate this is true. But no one can do that experiment. No one can demonstrate it. Like, it's not possible. So there's no experimental validation of the idea. It's just an idea that people have.
No, I see what you're trying to say. Like, it's hard to create a source of gravity, right, that is large enough that you could see that. And I agree with you.
Well, you can do it on Earth, right?
I got one more source you can check.
Hold on, I could take a vacuum cylinder, right? That's in vacuum, and I can insert a little bit of gas in it and see if all the gas gets sunk to the bottom and pulled to the bottom by gravity.
Right, which it does.
You guys can
no, it does not.
Actually,
it does not. I have a closed container that's a vacuum. You insert gas, it'll reach thermodynamic equilibrium throughout the entire container.
No. But thermodynamic equilibrium is not a doesn't mean that the gas is spread out evenly. Because in fact, the gas will be more dense at the bottom. It's just that the amount by which
you're just saying that. You're just saying that, though. Show me.
But you're saying that it isn't, right? So I'm asking you to show me that it isn't.
We know that when we insert gas to the vacuum on the surface of the Earth from experiment, that it distributes evenly throughout the container.
I mean,
it'll reach the same temperature, right?
No,
same temperature, pressure, volume.
It's higher. It's higher temperature at the bottom. I mean, that's why. Okay. That's why the Earth.
Why are you saying that, though? Why are you? What is the basis? Are you saying that? Theory or experiment?
Both.
Both.
Because
okay.
Yeah.
Who did? When was this experiment done?
Oh wait, so you're saying that it was never done? That's a different claim. Because before you said that it was done, but it didn't show those results.
Dude, you can do this yourself, dude. You can literally just make a vacuum chamber.
Well, but then people must have done it.
You think so?
Well, I mean, you could do it, right? I mean, you're on the Flat Earth server, so you must have done it and checked.
Well, Radwin did some vacuum. When Radwin comes back, if you come here tomorrow morning, he's done a bunch of vacuum chamber tests. Steve Morrow did this too.
Okay. Huh.
I've just personally never done any vacuum chamber tests. I do know that gas in a vacuum typically distributes evenly.
Approximately, yes, because the Earth is a very weak source of gravity, but you can tell that there is a little bit more.
But we're going to do it on the surface of the Earth, right, where the gravity is the strongest.
Yeah, for sure. But but it's still very weak relative to the kinetic energy of the gas. So basically, the particles of gas, are going in all directions, and although they are slowed down a little bit, pulled down by the gravity, still the gravity is not doing enough work to slow them down a lot. So you will see a little bit of concentration at the bottom, but not as much.
That's a great idea, but we have the molecular kinetic theory of gases, and there is no gravity in any of the formulas.
No, I guarantee you that. I mean, I've studied that.
If you say it's in there, I'm going to call you a liar. Okay?
No. I mean, I'll show you.
I'll post the text. I'll post the textbook right now.
Sure.
There is no little g in any of the formulas.
Wait, but you have to be careful. Like physics, the way physics work, right, is that we simplify things. And so, for example, if I have to look at let's say a tank of gas, right?
You don't need to tell me about physics. I took physics in university, 2 classes of it, physics 1 and 2. You don't have to tell me about physics.
Well, I have a PhD in that, though.
You have a PhD in physics?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool story, bro.
Yeah. So if you take imagine Stony.
From where?
I shouldn't dox myself.
Okay. What was your dissertation on?
Dark matter, direct detection of dark matter, direct and indirect detection of dark matter particle.
Your PhD thesis was, or doctoral thesis was on direct detection of our dark matter with what instrumentation?
Well, so for the direct part, we proposed using a solid state detector, basically a salt. Made of thallium.
Gallium arsenide.
Thallium in that case, and basically we propose that if you detect it with electrons. If you consider the target, right, of the detection of the dark matter detection being the electrons rather than the nuclei of this thing, you will gain more visibility into a different area of the parameter space of the dark matter model. So that specifically models with lighter dark matter than the usually studied ones.
Okay.
And you should know better than to ask the PhD about their dissertation. They can go on forever. No, but it is interesting. Like
no, you have to ask because it's just like a shit test to see if they actually did. There's a lot of people that fake being a PhD. They don't even know what a doctoral dissertation even is.
Got it.
I get it. No problem. So, but yeah, I think that okay. Actually, maybe let's drop that topic specifically. But is the contention that basically because you cannot demonstrate gravity at the level of I guess gases and something like that, therefore the model that we use for gravity is not valid? Like I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how that bakes into the flat Earth. I guess that's the part that I'm trying to figure out.
Well, probably not going to like this. Is that outer space vacuum can't exist because all the air, since it can't be held by gravity, would fuck off into outer space, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, yes, if there wasn't gravity, that for sure that would happen.
But that's the thing in contention. Does gravity, whatever that is, little g in this case, does it make gas molecules take little parabolic arcs?
I think it does. And can't you tell from, the pressure differential in closed containers?
Right.
But the Earth is a dynamic system. It's not static. So you're always going to get a pressure differential. And our contention is that gas is created at the surface of the Earth, which shouldn't even be arguable because this is where we have gazillions of chemical reactions happening every second of every day.
That's the commercial.
And I could get into some obscure papers published on where they empirically measured this, but I'm not gonna. Probably wouldn't believe it because it comes out of China. So, and they publish. They're not. I wouldn't say they're as rigorous as the West in publishing shit.
So, if gravity doesn't act on, let's say, gases, but I guess what explains like why stuff falls down? Like how do you?
Nobody knows the reason for that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, like that's another thing. Like, what experiment could we do to demonstrate the cause of a falling object?
But so science doesn't usually.
No, it's not. This is a commercial, buddy.
Okay. Science doesn't necessarily bother itself with causes. Like usually, what the first thing you do in science is to recognize patterns, right? So basically, being able to make predictions and predictions.
Kinematic models.
Yeah, it can be a kinematic model. It can be a dynamic. It can be anything really that helps you make a prediction. Like if I see X, I will then observe Y. And so now I don't know if that's necessarily a cause, but what I can do is make a prediction, right? So the model of gravity, right? Even if you have, I guess, criticisms, right, about that, as long as it makes correct predictions, that's sort of a success, right? And of course, you will say that it doesn't make the correct prediction, so that's fine. But
I have no problem with the predictions of the model. Toby, you're hot mic'd. Hold on a second, Toby.
Oh shit! I am sorry, guys.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So the thing is, when you go into the realm of models, you could have multiple models for the same phenomenon that make the same predictions. How do you know which one is physically real in that case?
So in my that's a philosophy question. In my philosophy,
I know.
yeah. In my philosophy, they're equivalent, and so they're both equivalently real. It's just a different representation of the same, and I'm just going to end up using the one that is simpler to work with.
Okay, awesome. So you know Maxwell's equations, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So his equations actually are a mechanical model of an ether. A mechanical model with little tiny balls that roll against each other. They're originally 20 quaternion equations, but they were, by I think it's Tate and Heaviside, they were turned into a vector form.
Sure.
Anyway, it was originally it's technically a model of the ether, but nobody believes in the ether anymore.
Wait. So why do you say it's not ether though? Because
that's what it was. I mean, I can post screenshots from his book.
Well, sure, you can do that. I can read them, but I guess it would be easier if you just explain
he made a mechanical model, so he has diagrams of what the ether's doing, right? Little rotating balls that roll against each other, kind of like incompressible gas. But it was more like an incompressible fluid made up of rotating spheres. And when the spheres rotate in a particular way, that would make a current.
So to be
honest,
this
is how he modeled it, and it's accurate, right? It makes the accurate predictions, but is it physically real?
Well, so it's been too long for me when I looked into that last, but certainly, right? Okay, let's assume for a second that there is a way to formulate Maxwell's equation that goes through some medium called ether. But like it
was the way they're formulated. It's the way they are now.
Yeah, I'm saying. Let's assume that that's the case, right? But as you just said, there's also another.
We don't have to assume it, though. I don't like you saying that. We don't.
No,
have to
because I haven't checked it in a long time. That's what I'm saying. So I cannot confirm it myself.
It is the case.
Well, that's fine, but I cannot concern myself. That's what I'm saying. So but you do agree that there's another formulation that has electric and magnetic fields, right? With the right? Yeah.
Then that's how they use it in electrical engineering, which is also different, right?
Correct.
Which is using imaginary numbers like -J and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So we have multiple models, but Maxwell's model was the mechanical model. They can't possibly be equivalent. Can't possibly be.
But that's the part that I don't understand. Like, if the two things have been derived from one another, then they have to be equivalent. Otherwise, some mistake was made.
One is abstract, one is mechanical. It's a dynamic mechanical model. It's the same way that you make a machine with gears and pulleys and stuff. That's how he modeled it.
But again,
that's how they.
What I don't understand is that if that thing is equivalent to the one that we have nowadays, right? With
equivalent in what way, though? Equivalent in result,
equivalent
right?
Meaning that if you put the same inputs, you get the same outputs.
Yeah. But they're not. But that's the only part that's equivalent.
Oh, but to me, it's the
epicycles is equivalent to Kepler's model, which is equivalent to the Tycho Brahe model. But they all model something physically different.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think Tycho Brahe's model, for instance, had the sun and moon orbiting the Earth and the planets orbiting the sun?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
It's circular orbits.
No, I know. But the point is that, in fact, that's exactly why the phrase epicycle is used, right, in common language. We mean when you are saying the same thing, but just with more details. So if the two models predict the same position for the planet Neptune, whatever, right? I'm picking something at a certain amount of at a certain time. Then the two models are completely equivalent, and it's just that one of them is more complex and contrived than the other, and so probably we shouldn't use that one.
Okay, so when the only equivalence is from the perspective of a viewer on Earth, that's where it appears to be. But the way it is in Euclidean space, they're not in the same position in Euclidean space.
Yeah, in which case they're not equivalent. Yes, I agree.
So, but my point is that yes, we can make models that make predictions. That doesn't make the model, and what happens within the model, right? Whatever presupposition, hyperbolic geometry, spherical geometry, 30 fucking dimensions, whatever the case may be, doesn't make all that stuff physically real. Yes, there's an infinite number of models for freaking any arbitrary data set.
Yeah. But I mean, my philosophy there is that science is not in the business of what's physically real. Science is in the business of making predictions. And as long as all the predictions work, you keep the model. And the moment the predictions don't work, right, and we have a lot of examples in history, right, you have to get a better model.
It sounds purely utilitarian.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no problem with that. If you just because this is what Copernicus said. Mm-hmm. Is that they can never know the true causes. He wrote this in the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies that, as long as they can predict where the planets are going to be from principles of geometry, that was good enough. And that they can't actually make a hypothesis or know the true causes of their motions.
Yeah.
It's fine. They're dealt with, this is dealt with in a purely utilitarian way. So that's fine. But when people start running around making claims that X causes Y and Y causes Z, then that's where I object, because you have a model, and maybe within the model X causes Y, right? But when you start reifying the variables,
sure,
that's where we can run into the philosophical problem of now you're making claims about reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you, but I think the disagreement between flat Earth and globe Earth isn't just model, right? It's really a disagreement in terms of like the prediction and the observations, right?
Yeah, there's observations that are inconsistent with the Earth being a globe of 3,959 miles. So many, in fact, that for instance, there's a laser test that was done, where they took a laser, 1.92 meters. It is done like Isomere, which is in the Netherlands. Okay, so it's done like Isomere in the Netherlands. They took a laser, it's done 5 times, 3 times. One weekend, and then 3 weeks later they did it again 2 more times to verify the first through. Anyway, so they took a laser, they shined it across 40 kilometers of the lake, and they picked up the laser on the other side at 1.5 meters. The globe Earth predicts that the laser should have been 127 meters in the air. So this is off by 2 orders of magnitude. It's not even a close call. So what are we supposed to do with observations like this? Say some magic happened 2 weeks, 3 weeks apart?
Right. So that's why I usually don't like to kind of talk the physics of this, because like at the end of the day, right, and it's something that I think we already went over some other time, but at the end of the day, you need to, like, in order for that to be the case, you need to believe that basically people are in some type of, people call it conspiracy, whatever, but they're agreeing on hiding these facts. Right?
That's a sociological argument. It's irrelevant.
But that's what but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the scientific part is not really relevant and important. What's important is that you need to believe that there is a level of agreement.
No, I don't.
Well, but okay.
You don't need to believe anything about what people do.
Okay, but then, that's interesting, because then why would people have not then immediately said, oh my God.
They don't know. They're like you. They're like you, like everybody else in this chat. You don't. Okay, let me ask you. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Not you personally, not how you think somebody else knows you.
Yeah, well, mostly because I've dealt with a bunch of like different models where,
we already covered the model thing, and we dispensed with the models aren't real. So I'm going to ask you again. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
1 second. Being not real doesn't mean that they're not accurate, though, right? You know what I mean?
Who cares? We're trying to figure out what the Earth is, not what some prediction, some phenomenon. We don't care about that.
No, we disagree, because that's not what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out which model is correct, and the model with the globe is.
Well, that's what you're trying to do. That's not what we're trying to do.
I'm not sure that's true.
We're not trying to make a model. We're trying to just figure out what is, right? If you want to know, like, if a black swan exists, you go look for a black swan, and if you find one, it exists. If you don't find one, it don't. Right?
So why do you depict it as flat? Why do you dictate it as flat? That's a model.
No.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, right, 100%.
To some degree, in some respects, you could call that a model, because flat is an idealized.
In some respects, just factually, you can say yes or no. That is a model. Flat.
Okay, no, it's not a model.
Well, I would agree. I think I agree.
It's a descriptor.
Yeah, but I mean, you're
scientific models are for phenomenon. They don't deal with what is. In fact, the shape of the Earth isn't even a scientific question. It's a question of geometry.
Flat's not a shape either.
Yeah, it's not that either. So, this is really simple.
Wait, hold on. I'm actually curious about this meme. Can you explain?
But you still haven't answered how you know the Earth's a globe, because you think that there's a whole bunch of other scientists that know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
So, you're a scientist, so how do you know?
But to be clear,
because you're the type. Hold on a second. You're the type of person, you got a PhD in physics, that people appeal to, that they know the Earth's a globe. So I'm going to ask you, for everybody that relies on PhDs in physics to know that the fact that they know the Earth's a globe, how do you know it's a globe? You personally, not how you think somebody else knows.
I understand what you're asking. Trust me, I do. I'll make a very quick premise, and then I will directly address it, which is like, you could ask the question, how do I know that dark matter exists, right? And I did a thesis, right, on dark matter. And the answer I would give you is exactly the same for the two questions. And it is, that's what I learned. That's what all the models and all the books that I've learned agree and harmonize with each other. That's how everybody in the field has agreed. So it's a sociological.
No, let him finish. I would have said it's a necessary antecedent.
So check this out. All what you told me you know is about the scientific literature. You haven't told me anything about how you know the Earth's a globe.
That's fundamentally true. No. But you're right, and that's actually exactly why I was saying that the science is not that important. I think the sociological argument is way more important because
no, it's really not.
Here's why. Because we do know those things because of the agreement of the literature. Like, I have to trust. At the end of the day, I'm an idiot, right? I'm not going to be able to go and.
You're taking a long way to say I don't know the Earth's a globe.
No.
Yeah, I'm brainwashed.
I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm telling you that. Like, in order to know anything complicated, right, about the world, or we could talk about linguistics, right? Like, in order to
it's know not complicated.
You need to but that's the thing. It is very complicated, and you need
no,
to
it's not.
So you need to.
No, why would you think it's complicated? Why would you think curved versus flat is complicated? It's like third grade algebra. Third grade math, dude.
No, though, but it isn't.
No, yeah, it is. Look, it's real. Listen, is curved versus flat a dichotomy?
Well, it depends on how we define flat and curved.
In a traditional Euclidean sense.
No, but you mean flat as in a surface, a flat surface versus a curved surface?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Then yes.
Okay. So you can't have a ball that's flat. It has to be curved. Correct. So if you can figure out whether the surface of the Earth is flat versus curved, it's very simple. If it's flat, it's not a ball. If it's curved, it is a ball.
No, I understand, but
it's no more complicated than that. This is part of the problem is people trying to make something that's simple complex for no reason.
The question I have for you is how do you figure that? I know that it's not complicated to say it, but what I'm saying is that it's complicated to figure it out.
What's complicated about it? You can't trust your own eyes?
Because it's a very, very large sphere. Very large.
That's a very large sphere.
It's too biggie.
Wait, I don't get it.
How do you know it's a sphere?
No. If you assume the flat model versus the spherical model, they are hard to tell apart because the sphere can be made very large in order to kind of.
Oh, the globe predicts its flatness.
No. I don't get it.
We hear this all the time. To be all due respect, we hear this all the time. We hear this Earth too biggie. That's what we call it, Earth too biggie. So you can't tell the difference. Well, you know that the horizon's supposed to be 3 miles away for a 6-foot person at the beach, right?
No.
Okay, that's where it's supposed to be. So the horizon distance should be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Oh, well, I don't know that.
Yeah, so it's very close, right? And in 10 miles, the Earth is supposed to drop down. Its drop of the surface should be 66 feet of drop.
Yeah, but unfortunately...
That's what, 20 meters? 20 meters of drop in 10 miles? The Earth is way smaller than people think it is. What they say it is. 3,959-mile radius. This isn't our math. This is the globe math of what they say. The mean radius is 3,959 miles. So the 10-mile drop is 66 feet. Okay, the horizon is 1.22 miles times the square root of zero's height in feet. We have observations from 1 foot height with a camera of the horizon being 30 miles away when it should be 1 mile away. And these are not one-off. There's a guy with a YouTube channel that's been recording this constantly, 2 or 3 times a week from the exact same location, going on 2 years now.
But India, the problem, what I'm saying is that, right, it's the same as you said before, right, about the, what was it? I forgot what it was. The lake one. So...
the laser.
Yeah, the laser one. So the thing is, again, so in order for that, so I have no way right now, right, on my 2 feet to verify that. And in order to believe that that's the case, I would have to believe that, literally nobody who was there, who did the measurements, was like, hey, guys, by the way, this is happening this way. And then other people were like, oh, shit, really? So fundamentally, right, I have to believe
it's hard to confuse. It's hard to confuse 1.5 meters with 127 meters.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly.
It isn't a measurement error.
That's precisely my point. My point is that it cannot be a measurement error, so it has to be a conspiracy.
Conspiracy of what? The Earth? Who's in on the conspiracy? The Earth?
The people who did the measurements, right? They have to be somehow sworn to ignoring those results because it cannot be a measurement error, right?
Okay, I don't understand what you're meaning. Why would they need to conspire to ignore the measurement results? They measured what they measured.
Right. And so what a human would do, like in that case, is to say, "Hey, holy shit! The Earth is flat. We have it all wrong. Let's go. Let's publish this thing." Right? They would immediately go like that. But like, where?
I'll post the paper.
Okay.
It's more like a report than a paper. It wasn't like published in any journal or anything like that.
Does the paper say, and therefore the Earth is flat, or is it just the measurement?
Because it says your mom is fat. That's what it says.
No.
Because if it's just the measurements, then that's not what I'm talking about, right? What I'm talking about is like, did people go, "Fuck, the Earth is flat. Here's I publish it."
They just published the data.
But that's the part that that's the part that I'm not arguing, right? It's entirely possible that they saw data and they published it, but the problem is like, why didn't they conclude, "Fuck, the Earth is flat," and I want people to know?
They did.
Oh, okay. So post that, but it has to say that. It has to say that.
Well, they're literally a group called FE Core. They started like a nonprofit to go do a bunch of experimental tests. Like gyros and lasers. They actually did the laser test quite a few times. They went to Balaton. They went to another lake in Europe. So all these people are in Europe.
But so these people are not scientists?
Well, they have degrees. They're not professional scientists. I'd say they're engineers.
Oh, that's okay. But then see, the problem is that
why do they got to be scientists?
No.
Are they like some special group of people that have exclusive knowledge that nobody else has?
No, not at all. And I think everybody should be doing stuff like this. But that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, why didn't some scientists try to do that?
Why they need to be scientists?
No. You're not understanding the point I'm making. I'm not saying that they need to be scientists. What I'm saying is, imagine that actually, great example.
I just hold on. Can I say something real quick? Over and over again, you keep trying to make sociological arguments instead of addressing evidence. You must be the shit physicist. Because I'm pretty sure science is an empirical human endeavor, right? It's not based upon theory, logic, or anything. Ultimately, it's tested by experiment, right?
Wait, it's based on all of that. It's based on theory, logic, it's based on experiment.
Can you do science without empirical observation?
No. All of them are needed. All of them are needed.
They're not needed. All you need is the empirical observation. You don't need the other shit.
No, unfortunately, that's not true. So
can I conclude that things fall by just like picking something up and letting it go with my hand? Do I need models? Do I need anything like that?
Yeah, you need
science means a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Okay, that's what the definition of it is.
Yeah, but I mean, in practice, to do that, you need to have sociology, you need to have theory, you need to have logic, you need to have experiments. You have to have all of them.
Oh, you need logic. I agree.
But the meaning of science is not the true thing. It's like feminism is the same as science in these days.
Okay, that's great. That's great. We're not deflecting into that. So, really simply, measuring something is not science. We're simply measuring the Earth. That's it.
I mean, it's part of science. I'm confused.
But science uses measurement. But measurement alone isn't science.
No, but that's okay. So let's go with that. But what I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to discredit the work of these people that you have in mind, right? I'm not.
I mean, this is I just gave you one example. There's a whole bunch of people that have replicated these laser tests.
That's totally fine, but let me tell you where I'm going with this. What I would expect, like it does, for example, in archaeology, right? There's some dude with a metal detector, right? They found something, and this person is not a scientist, just like an amateur, right? And they found something, and then scientists come along and are like, "Holy shit, you find this? Let me publish." Right? So why didn't the same thing happen in this case, right? So why didn't the scientists say, "Holy fuck, that guy did an experiment with lakes. let's publish that. And to me,
why didn't you publish something? You know about it now. Maybe it can be you.
Well,
because the world is ruled by families, bro, and these families, they want everything.
Okay. So because
this is another senseless interjection or something.
Yeah. I just don't believe that it's going to be worth my time, to be very honest with you. Like, I think if
maybe all the other scientists thought the same thing you think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's
You're asking me to read minds of people and why they do and don't do things.
I understand. You
know how you can find out? Hold on. You know how you can find out? You know how you can find out? You can just go test it yourself. That's how you can find out.
But I
you
think
can just prove it to yourself, bro.
Yeah. I probably maybe I could, but like the thing is, like, you know, we're not getting younger, and I just have better stuff to do, to be honest. Like, I'm being honest here. Like, honestly, I just don't think it's a good way of investing my time, or anybody's, honestly.
It is a simple test that a fucking child could do.
But it's not that simple. It's going to take at least months, right?
To shine a laser?
Well, yeah, I mean,
you don't even need a laser. You only need a mirror, technically. Right? You can take a mirror, reflect the sunlight off some distance, right?
Uh-huh.
Pardon me?
Don't you have to put it sort of across a lake or something like that?
Yeah, you can cross the lake, cross the ocean, cross the bay.
Okay.
Cross salt flats. There's lots of things you can do.
So, okay, actually, can you help me? Let me think through the experiment you're proposing. So
here's one. I'll give you an example. Another one somebody did. They went to the Salton Sea, which is an ancient lake that's inbound in California. So they took 3 mirrors. So they made like a triangle.
Sure.
And each person shined a mirror, reflected the mirror to the other 2 people, right? 18 miles in each leg of the triangle. Now, each mirror should have been 128 feet under the horizon, but they all easily saw the mirror.
I'm not that fast. Sorry, I'm very slow. So they have 3 mirrors, and then
there are 3 mirrors like in a triangle, right?
Yes, like the triangle is what, equilateral? What type of triangle is that?
I think the longest leg was 18 miles. I think the shortest was 13.
Okay, gotcha. And then somebody shone a laser from where?
Well, this was mirrors. This was the 3 mirrors.
Oh, I see. So there was no laser in this case involved?
Not in this case. They just used mirrors.
Okay. Keep going.
And each like, so, you know, Vertex A shined a mirror at B and C, and B shined it at A and C, and C shined it at A and B. Each person saw the reflected light off the mirror. So, like I said, according to the curve calculation, even 10 miles is supposed to be 66 feet under the curve of the Earth. Put it this way: at 3 miles, right, someone is supposed to be. That's where the horizon is, but that's supposed to be 6 feet lower than you.
But in order, okay, hold on. I'm actually sorry. I'm really slow here.
You know, you can look all this stuff up on like calculators on the internet where you can just punch the numbers in.
That's fine. I'm rather being explained because I'm very, very slow. So, okay, there's 3 mirrors, and then basically
all we're doing is testing for curve. That's all we're doing, right? So, so I'll go from the beginning. Now, imagine you're on the top of the ball. Okay, you shine a light, and the light goes straight. The ball should curve away from that laser beam, light, whatever, right? Should curve down and away from it.
Yeah.
Right. It should not run parallel with the surface of the Earth if the Earth is curved.
Yeah, I mean a tiny bit, but it's not essentially not at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what we're testing: whether the laser gets farther away from the surface than at the starting point.
Okay, I guess the part that I don't get is why mirrors. Like, can't you just use objects? Like, if you have an object and you don't see it,
you want a bright light source.
Okay, sure. Okay, so then so then we can use some type of.
So you're not confused, and you're like, maybe that's the thing, maybe it's not the thing.
No, sure, not the
pretty.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, so basically, what we need is like a surface that is as approximate to, I guess, quote unquote, a sphere or flat, you know, which
we use water because water is number one. Most of the surface of the Earth is supposed to be water, right?
Yeah, right.
It's all connected. I mean, we call it 7 seas and the oceans, but it's just all connected water.
And so you're saying
flats also that only have a deviation of like less than 3 inches or something like that.
But we can do the math, right? So hold on. So okay, hold on.
Do you want to see demonstration to beat the math on that? Like, so we just skip the step of because we know
He's still he said he's a slow learner, so let's just baby step it with him.
Yeah. So all right. So what do we need to calculate here? We need to calculate, basically, given a certain height from the surface of the source of light, and then the receiver, we need to calculate basically how high above the surface do I have to go in order to be able to see from the other side. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So basically,
you're reinventing the wheel, dude. There's tons of these calculators on the internet.
No, I know, but I really love
with the formulas in it, so you can look at the formula.
I have a fetish for math. I'll tell you. I'll be honest. I do.
Okay.
That's why I got into this business.
Just keep your hands out of your pants.
Don't worry. I know it's a PG-13 server or something. So all right. So okay. So we got the two things. So we got the radius of the Earth. Okay, great. And then what I need to calculate is. Oh yes, I need to calculate the two sides such that that triangle is isosceles. Okay. I got it. So, the thing I also need to know is how far apart the two things are. So let's assume that the angle in between is okay. So let's say 1 kilometer of arc. Oh fuck. Okay, 1 kilometer of arc. And so if I do sine of theta, okay, hold on. Sine of theta times the radius of the Earth will tell me the length of the arc. So sine. Okay, so I need to do the arc sine then to find it out. All right, fine. Shit. So there is okay. So arc sine.
Still see 69 miles per degree. Just
great. 69 miles per degree. Okay, hold on. Of the arc or of the
arc.
The arc.
Arc distance.
Okay, great. So you said 69 miles?
Yeah, per degree.
Okay. Sweet. So okay, now what I need to calculate is the yes, the length of the hypotenuse. So the length of the hypotenuse would be the sine of theta half, not the sine. Is it the sine? Is it the tangent? It would be okay. It would be radius square. Okay, I got it, guys. Radius square plus radius times sine of theta over 2 squared also. Sine squared. Okay, sweet. And then that thing I need to multiply. I need to take the square root of that in order to get the hypotenuse. Okay. We got it. I'm almost there. I'm excited.
Check. Mic check.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very well.
So I hate to interrupt your process. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Maybe this will make it a little more simple. Yeah, we're actually, all we need, bottom line, is the drop over that length of distance.
No, I know, that's what I'm calculating. So, okay. And by the way, you can talk, like, while I go through the math, you can also talk about something else. I don't want to hold up the entire room because I'm kind of slow here. But radius.
Meanwhile,
okay, I gotta get up in a few hours, so
these
guys can talk to you. I gotta go. It was good talking to you, man. I appreciate it.
I'll finish the calculation next time. We're gonna talk again. Okay?
Yeah, I mean these guys are pretty knowledgeable too, so you can talk to them if you want.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, good talking.
All right, peace out. Good to see you, Sony. Elijah too.
Yeah. See you, Indio.
Peace out, Indio.
Peace. Take it easy on him, son. No, I'm kidding. Don't take it easy on him. Bust his balls. No.
Yeah, meanwhile, 2 hours later.
Sine squared, theta half, plus 1, minus 1. There you go. So that would be, okay, now I just need theta. Okay, should I do some like small degree approximation here? I mean, I guess. Okay, I need to yes, I did that. Okay, so this would be the delta R. Okay, sweet. Now, what if I... Good. Okay, so we said 69 miles for a degree. So, but 69 miles is kind of tough, right? So we're probably not going to be able to do 69 miles, right? Because let's do something a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad. Actually, let's use that number. That's fine. 69 miles. So that would be 1 degree. So I need to take the sine squared of half a degree. Okay, good. Let me do it. Sine of 0.5 degrees. Okay. I got that. Then I need to square it. And I need to add 1. And I need to take the square root. And then I need to subtract 1.
You can do 10 miles. There's demonstrations available for 10 miles and also 20 miles.
Okay, well, then in that case, okay, so if we got 10 miles, I need to do, hold on, give me a nanosecond, I will compute the angle for that. So.
There's also demonstrations for 21 miles, and which other ones you guys got, like 30 miles?
Oh, fuck, I was using kilometers now, shit. That's fine, 10 miles is good. Okay, so 10 miles would be equal to radius in miles times the sine of theta. So what is theta? It would have to be so sine of theta is equal to, oh fuck, oh my god, I'm getting PTSD from high school. Okay, so what's the, oh fuck, I'm so sad with myself. I forget the bisection formulas for the sine. Okay, bisection formulas, trigonometry. Man, getting all this is bad. All right, I got it. So
information is posted in the chat, so you can look at that as well.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'll use it to double check what I write.
Yeah, we could just check his work with any Earth curve chart that's available.
Mm-hmm.
So we know at 10 miles it should be 66.67 feet approximately of vertical drop.
Okay.
Yep. But as in the Black Swan, we have the oil rig habitat at 9.41 miles. We have a horizon at that point of at least 10 miles. But in the same shot that this video was taken at 1 foot above the ocean, we see the islands off to the right of the oil rigs. Those are at 29 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So you basically could figure for 30 miles easily, because those islands go out to the west. So the closest part would be 29 miles, but further out they go to 30 miles and further. So, basically what you're up against here is a horizon at 10 miles would make the Earth's radius 264,000 miles. That's a 500,000 mile diameter. And then the 30 miles would be magnitudes larger. That would make your Earth ball millions of miles in diameter versus 8,000 that it's supposed to be. So what is your tolerance for error in the globe in these simple observations that we have?
Yeah, we need to calculate that from the formulas. Sine theta. So let's see. Fuck, I don't remember trigonometry at all. This is so sad. Oh yeah, obviously. Oh, what a fucking idiot. Okay. So
you can also add the observer height.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's the most
from the observation.
Yeah, that's the most important part.
You can do 1 foot.
Well, I'm doing it slightly different. I will explain in a minute. But yeah. R times 1 minus cosine squared theta is equals to let's call it d, distance. Okay. Okay. So okay. So if I if I work out the cosine, it would be d squared over r squared equals 1 minus cosine squared. So cosine of theta is equal to 1 minus, oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Okay, square root of that, yeah, good. Now I'm gonna plug that into the formula. And what we get at the end is that the delta r is equal to r, open parenthesis, square root of 1 minus cosine of theta. So 1 minus square root of 1 minus d squared over r squared divided by 2 plus 1 and then minus 1. Okay, good. Okay, so now I have that formula as a function of what? As a function of the distance. Okay, great. So plug it into my Python notebook very quickly. Jupyter notebook. Come on, baby, don't let me down. And they let me down. Okay, no worries. I'm gonna restart it. I'm gonna go to some. Okay, I'm gonna load NumPy. Come on, NumPy. Okay, and then I'm gonna have this following format: def. Let's call it height of r, comma d. Yeah, that's it. Defined as return r times open parenthesis numpy dot square root of 1 minus again numpy dot square root of 1 minus d squared divided by r squared one minus that square root, okay, 1 minus that, and then divide by 2 the whole thing. Divide by 2, and then I took the square root of that, but before I close the square root, I have to do plus 1. And then, wait, am I done? My therapist is gonna be so mad at me. So mad at me for doing this instead of brushing my teeth or something. Okay, where the fuck did I put my calculations? Other. No, I didn't do that. Okay. So. Okay, so it's just literally plus 1 in there. Okay, so 1 minus square root, and this whole thing is divided by 2, and then it's added to 1, and then once there's another parenthesis, and then I do minus 1 before taking the other square root. Okay, this does not. Yeah, there's no way that works. I'm gonna do the parentheses right. Oh, yeah, stupid me. Okay. The square root closes before that. Okay, I think this works. All right, let's try. So here's the claim, and then I need to double check my math. But if the radius of the Earth is, okay, let's see. Radius Earth 3963 miles. Okay. And then the distance is, let's say, 20 miles or 10 miles, whatever it is. Okay, what the fuck did I do here? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so the claim is that if you are 10 miles apart along the arc of the supposedly spherical Earth, in order for two observers to be able to see each other across a lake, let's say, they cannot be lower than oh fuck, this is in miles. I need to convert to something. Okay, miles to feet, let's say. Oh, 5280. Okay. They cannot be more than about 17 foot tall. So if you are lower than 16.6 feet above the surface of the Earth, you are not going to be able to see the other observer on the other side. Again, maybe I made some mistakes, so I don't know for sure, but that's the way
16 feet, that would be for 5 miles, not 10 miles.
Oh, really? That's what you're saying? Wait, are you measuring?
It's really simple. Listen, the simplest thing to do is, like, based on the Earth radius, if you just do 8 inches times the miles squared. So let's say it's 5 miles, right? So if you take 5 miles, or, well, you were trying to do 10 miles. So if you just do 10 miles, you go 10 times 10 times 8 inches. So it's 10 times 10 is 100. Times 8 inches, that's 800 inches divided by 12 equals 66.67 feet for 10 miles. So that's the simplest way to do this, is to go...
Because you're thinking about the drop, but I'm not thinking in terms of the drop. That might be correct.
So that's kind of the problem, because all we're trying to determine is the drop.
No, but I think it's a bad framework, because it's much easier to say, hey, if I'm shorter than this much, I'm not going to be able to see the other person on the other side. I think that's
the same thing as drop.
Well, it's equivalent, but I think the drop is harder to think about, because, like, in order to... So, okay. Like, how would you measure the drop? You know what I mean? Like, if you do the experiment, how are you going to do it? Because the way I was thinking about doing the experiment is simply like you put two objects, whatever, laser, whatever it is, right? Two objects at the same height above the sea level or the lake level across the two, right? The two ends. And then you check how high do you have to go with these two objects in order for them to be able to see each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. So let me explain, like, a simple observation I've done many times near the water here. I live next to the ocean on the West Coast Pacific Ocean, and I can look from one beach across, like a bay of water, across water to another beach 5 miles away, and I can zoom in to the shoreline 5 miles away with 1 and 2 foot waves. So at 5 miles, those waves, the 1 and 2 foot waves in the harbor that I'm looking at, they should be 16.67 feet below my line of sight. I would never see 2 foot waves. Now, if I go to the ocean, which I've done that also, where you have 4 and 5 foot waves, at the most 5 foot, most of the time they're 3 to 4, but let's say they're 4 feet, and I look 5 or 6 miles across the ocean water to another beach, and I see the 4-foot waves breaking on the shore, those still should be 16 feet below my line of sight. So a 4-foot wave would never be, so you can use the wave height.
No, but the problem is that there are
your height.
Yeah, but there are two
so
issues.
the waves, 4-foot waves, I would never be able to observe 4-foot waves 5 miles away, standing at the beach, like let's say 6 feet above the water.
But the problem with that is that, so the reason that we picked a body of water is that we wanted it to be freaking flat, right, and still. So you cannot use something that has waves in it because, of course, it's going to be all ripply. So that doesn't work.
Yeah, it does work because we have the mean, low, you have the troughs of waves, and you have the peak of waves.
But you would have to, but brother, like come on, that's not a very that's entirely breaking with with what we wanted to do, right?
So what, listen, just because there's waves doesn't mean the 4-foot waves are breaking 18 feet tall.
Well, the problem,
you got to get real about that.
So you're saying in order for them to visible, it would have to be 16 tall? I don't think so, because like imagine that. So the problem is that when you have little waves, you also have bigger waves underneath, right? So like the sea surface is like entirely messy. It's just you can do it's too dirty of an experimental. It's too messy of an experimental setup. You really need to do it with the lake that is still.
Yeah. So the first one I told you about was 5 miles across the harbor. It's a sheltered area of water, and the waves breaking on the shore at 5 miles away are no bigger than 2 feet. They're like 1 to 2 feet.
So you're saying that
I can see those waves.
So you're saying that's...
Listen, I can actually see people dipping their feet into the water 5 miles away with a cheap binoculars. Yeah, I can see their legs in the water.
Yeah, but your height above the level is quite high, right?
My height above the water is like 6 feet.
Correct. And so how far?
So do the simple. So listen, do the simple calculation of 6 feet. Do the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What's the square root of 6?
Wait, 1 second. Sorry, you're saying that. So how far across is it? Sorry, the
5 miles.
5 miles, you said. Okay. So and 5 miles, you're saying that you shouldn't be able to see. Let's see, what do I get if I do 5 miles? My thingy.
So the square root of 6, my height above the water is 2.44 times 1.225. That would be the distance to the geometric horizon. Everything beyond that would need to be dropping away at approximately 8 inches with the miles squared.
So let me give you a much easier thing. So if that's your setup, right, you're 5 miles across, then a child that is 4 feet tall should not be able to see another child that is 4 feet tall. Or if you want to knee, if you want to take a knee, I guess that also works.
So listen, at 6 feet above the water, the geometric horizon, the limit where everything drops away is only 3 miles. So I'm looking at things, I'm looking at shorelines 5 and 6 miles away and watching 1 to 2 foot waves breaking on a shoreline with people dipping their feet, and I can see their legs in the water.
So that's the part that I don't...
There's no way getting around it. I can see the surface.
Exos, if you haven't figured it out, dude, these people are simple and they can't do trigonometry, which is why they have to simplify the math. That's why they're doing 8 inches per mile squared across the entire globe.
For the globe, you think you're intellectual. So you interrupt me, you'll get muted. So you think your so-called educational elitist syndrome that you have is going to conquer the actual observation of flat water? Good luck. I bet you didn't do anything at all to prove that your Earth is a globe. You just come to Flat Earth servers and spout out your big mouth with no proof of the globe, period.
Just concentrate on the other guy, Sonny.
Yeah, so, so I guess... Okay, so you're saying that basically you're standing above the surface of the harbor 6 feet. You're saying above it,
right.
And you're able to see something basically that is, I don't know, I guess 0 feet tall, right? Because they're dipping their toe in the.
Yeah, I can see the shoreline and these small waves because it's in a harbor, so they're small waves.
Right.
They're not.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of more complicated math. It's just like I wanted to keep it simple, just of the same height. Sorry?
Well, I think it's complicated because it proves that the water is flat and not curving, and it's supposed to be curving.
No, I know, but I just don't. Just to be honest with you, I just don't believe that that's the observation you did. Like either you were higher, you were underestimating your height and from the water, or yeah, that's what I'm thinking here.
Well, I can see the same thing from Coney Island. I'm looking at on the shore of New Jersey.
Right, but I mean, right, but I
know you're saying right, but your incredulity or believing that there must be something wrong that we've done is not necessary. If you're going to question it, go and do it yourself.
Yeah, but I think I have. So let's see. Because if you go to wait, what did I do here? 6 feet.
So I mean, let's just take it a step back then. So even if I'm 10 feet above the water surface, which I wasn't, the geometric horizon is still only at 3.87 miles. But I'm seeing waves breaking on the shore, 1 and 2 foot waves breaking on the shore, 5 and 6 miles away in the harbor.
Right. So yeah.
Not possible. Not possible on the globe.
Let's see. So hold on, I'm trying to find a body of water here that doesn't come to mind. Okay, Bay Area. There you go.
I mean, it gets worse. It gets worse for you as you go on and on, because I have a 30-mile observation where I can see oil rigs at 10 miles, and I see the shoreline of Catalina Island 30 miles away.
Right.
So that's supposed to be 486 feet below my line of sight, with a third of the island missing, but you can see lights along the shoreline.
Right. So this is what, 10 miles across?
At 1 foot observer?
No, my 30-mile observation, I was 6 feet above the ocean. I'll put it in the chat. I posted it before.
How do you measure distances on Google Map? Hold on.
You use the line tool.
I know you would know.
Location and line. You get a location fix on the location, then you draw a line from one location to the next.
Gotcha. Okay, so I did that. Okay, so it's approximately... so that's 2 miles, so it's like 2... perfect! Oh, that's actually perfect, because it's about 6 miles across. Okay, so I've been... I live around the Bay Area, okay, San Francisco Bay Area, and I have definitely observed... so basically, if you stand around East Palo Alto, if you look across, like towards New York, I don't think I've ever been able to see anyone, below basically head level. So I think my observations are consistent with the Earth being spherical. Actually, that's cool. I'll go back to that and take a picture and see what's going on. But yeah, I don't think I have.
Yeah, I don't know if you see the image at 5 minutes after that Ethergress A and G posted, 5 minutes after the hour. It shows the oil rigs, which we call the Black Swan. And in that observation, you can see the islands at 29 miles.
Those oil rigs, right? You're talking about?
That's at 1 foot above the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if I buy that we know exactly how tall they are, and like,
yeah, well, I can provide the original video has the camera setup, and you can view that yourself, and it's about at 3 minutes or 2 minutes 40 in that video. I'll post it.
Or do it yourself.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
That's
true. So I don't think I would do it with those oil rigs. I think it's much easier to just be across the Bay Area and set up an object of a certain height, and then do another one on this side.
However you want to do it, dude.
Yeah,
as long as you can verify what's been happening, then yeah.
Yeah, what have you done, Jedi?
Many observations like the Black Swan. I live in England, so I'm surrounded by water. I've made many observations of the northwestern coast of France from the southeast coast of England. Minimum distance 23 miles, maximum distance 35 miles. That's just across the English Channel to France. Done a couple of observations down the English Channel from Brighton to Worthing and beyond. Furthest distance I think I've seen is about 31 miles of an object. So loads.
You've seen 39 miles of an object?
31 miles of an object, which was a spit of land. Yeah, I think I managed to get it at about 31 miles from my location.
So you're saying that I see. So you're saying that you were able to see something 30 miles away?
Yeah.
And you shouldn't be able to see that. Oh, okay.
No, not at all. Not from my height. I give myself about 15 foot off the surface of the water. I should not have been able to see the object that was 31 miles away. So yeah, lots of observations. So like I said, you do it yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it, and so I'm probably gonna get arrested by the rangers if I go put something on the shoreline of the Bay Area. But you know what? It's gonna be worth it.
Probably not. Depends on where. Anyway, at 27 minutes after I have my observation of Catalina Island, map showing the distance, and my photograph at about 6 feet above the water. You see the water right there at my feet.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that's another oil thingy.
No. Well, there are oil rigs, but you see the island out beyond.
Ah, the island in the back.
Yeah, that island is 30 miles, 30.88 miles.
No, but wait, but wouldn't that... no, but the height of islands doesn't exist, right? Because it depends on the tide.
Oh my God! How big do you think these tides are? 486-foot tides?
Well, tides are like several feet usually, right?
Yeah, but they're not 486 feet high.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's the curvature that's missing in my photograph is 486 feet of missing curvature.
So
where'd you get that number from?
I got it from an Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, but
is that the hidden height?
That's the hidden height. Yep.
All right.
Wait. Okay. So I think I just need to get a better math here. But basically, you're saying you were on Mount Orizaba at some point, which is approximately 2,000 feet, and then you saw beach. I'm kind of confused because but you didn't see the beach, right? So I guess I'm confused. I don't see you seeing the beach in this picture. Am I correct?
This isn't the same picture. This isn't the same as I was talking about the harbor before. This is a separate one.
Yeah. So
yeah, the other one I was talking about was 5 miles across San Diego Harbor.
So what you're saying is that you should be able to see. You're saying you shouldn't even be able to see the island at all. You're seeing even the peak of the island.
I definitely shouldn't be able to see the water extending outward and upward in my visual range, along with the oil rigs that are going out to about 10 miles that you can see the lights of. And then further out and higher up in my visual range, you see boats near the shore. And if you zoom into that picture, you can actually see lights on the shoreline.
I don't know if I agree with that. Those look like very tall. Like there's one in the middle. There's some type of lights.
That's an oil rig.
Oh, okay. Wait, no. I see the big oil rig, but then there's some more lights on the.
Yeah, there's more. So you have the first oil rig that's off to the right of center. Yeah. Then you have other oil rigs, 2 more that are out to the left of center.
Yeah.
And then closer in to the island.
Correct.
You have a ship
that's
out there. It looks like about halfway in between.
Yeah, but between the
lights on the shoreline, if you zoom in to that image, you can see lights on the shoreline.
No, but you mean between the ship and the oil rig?
Between the last ship or the last oil rig on the far left to the shoreline.
The last oil rig on the far left and the shoreline.
Yeah, you see the big lights that are off to the far left? That's another oil rig. That one's at 9.95 miles.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't see... So the only lights that look like they're on the shore are after the 2 small oil rigs on the left, and then near the big one. Like there is a big oil rig in the middle, and to the left of that, I see some lights that look to me like they're on the shore.
That's another oil rig. You have the shore that's further out.
Okay.
But if you look at that, if you blow up the image on a large screen, you can see lights on the shore.
I mean, I have blown it out, but I literally see nothing. I'm sorry. Like I just see a vague haze.
Yeah. So if you look closely, there's a light haze close to the shoreline, and there are several little blips of lighter colors.
That's just noise. That's not. That's
yeah.
Just give him the black swan.
Yeah, there's lights there.
Give him the black swan.
Yeah, I think this
is another black swan. Yep.
It doesn't count.
It's another black swan.
No, I just think honestly,
he's hand waving everything.
Yeah, you're just saying, nah. So what's your excuse for 30 miles of shoreline of an island?
Wait, no. But the point is, like, you want to see lights, but there are no lights in this picture. So I think...
No, really? Okay. That's your excuse.
The oil rigs.
No. But the oil rigs are not what we're talking about. We're talking about being able to see the shoreline of the island, and it's not there. It's not there. I'm actually kind of surprised because this picture, thank you actually for doing this observation for us, but this picture is exactly telling you that you cannot see it, so it's consistent.
Okay, so is the water going out from my feet, going up higher in my visual range to the oil rigs, then up higher in my visual range as it goes out farther to the island? Is the surface of where the water is higher up at the shoreline of the island than the last oil rig? That's what I want to know from you.
Okay, so hold on. It's higher
in my visual range.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what that means? You don't know that the water right near my feet is lower, and as it goes out, it gets up higher in my visual range? So the first oil rig, the water level is higher in my visual range than the water right near my feet. As you go up further to the next oil rig, the level of the water is higher in my visual range.
Okay.
As you go out to the last oil rig, it gets higher in my visual range. And then when you go to the island, that is the highest in my visual range. Higher than the oil rigs before it.
But that would be the case if you were to claim that the highest level that the water achieves is at the shore, but we just concluded that that's not the shoreline. So
it doesn't matter. It's the level of that. Shoreline would be.
Listen,
hold on.
I just thought about something.
Hold on. No, you listen.
All right.
You take where the island meets the water. That's all you got to do. Is that line where the island meets the water higher up in your visual range than the oil rigs before it?
Well, yeah, but I don't understand why that's a problem.
Yeah, so that's impossible on a globe because the globe's supposed to be dropping away, not getting higher in your visual range as you look further out.
No. It has to be. So that's just a geometric fact. It has to go as high as possible, and then at some point it's going to drop, and you're not going to see anything.
Yeah, right? It's supposed to be dropping away at 6 foot above the water. It's supposed to drop away at 3 miles.
Okay, but that's
isn't it dropping away? Why isn't it dropping away at 3 miles?
Well, but you are claiming that that's not 3 miles, but I don't know that.
Really? So the island is. So the oil rigs are not 3, 5, and 9 miles out.
Okay, so that's a different question. I right now we were looking at the shoreline. Actually, sorry, I just thought about something that I think is very interesting. So actually, the proof that cannot be the shoreline is that that shoreline would be remarkably flat, which is strange because if you were on a flat surface, you would expect the shoreline to go back and forth in your field of vision. Like you would have to have, crevices and you know what I mean, like peaks and troughs. Like it would have to be curved. Instead, it's a completely linear thing, right? It's not deviating from that. So that proves you that what you're seeing is not the shoreline, but it's the top level of the curve of the sea, after which you don't see it.
Where's the curve? Tell me, where in that picture does the curve start?
No. So
yeah.
So you don't see the curve, right, because you're looking directly into it. But what I'm saying is, after the maximum level, right, that the water reaches in your field of view, it will start dropping off and then eventually meet the island, right, the shoreline of the island.
Where is it dropping off in the photo?
Hold on, Sonny. Hold on. You're mistaken, and here's why.
Okay.
Because the curvature is quote unquote the horizon, and that's a tangent to the tangent point. You were just doing the math. And so the horizon is supposed to be a specific distance based on your height. There is no horizon in front of those oil rigs.
That's fine, but that's not what we're talking about. That's fine.
There's no horizon.
Hold on, Maxos. Let him finish.
So if you understand that the globe is cooked. I don't know. I mean, I know you're going to keep talking and coping. So I don't know. Whatever.
No, but listen. I understand the point, right? So the point hinges on the position of the oil rigs, right? But that's not what I was addressing right now. So what I was addressing is that you see in the picture the proof of the curve, because if you didn't have a curve, and if it was flat, and that line that you see on the the water line in the distance was the shoreline, you would see something that goes up and down, up and down, up and down, because the island is not a line, right? It's not flat. So instead, because you see something completely linear, that's what proves you that line is the top of the curve of the curving of the surface of the water, and it's not the shoreline.
Damn, dude, get completely fucked. Also, whoever banned me, bro, good luck, dude. I have infinite accounts. I'm fucking in here every day shaming y'all for being morons, dude. I promise. You cannot ban me.
That's so funny, bro. The silence.
Yeah, but I can mute your dumbass.
I'm sorry, but there's better arguments for flat Earth than whatever y'all are talking about. I'm not a flat earther, but man.
Yeah, so how would you know then?
Because I've heard it. I want to hear the more intricate science.
Where's your proof? Okay, so how do you know Earth is a globe?
I don't know. I'm not a flat earther or a globe. But
sure.
I think
sure. So you have no dog in the race? That's why you come in here and tell us that?
Why are you getting defensive? Yeah. I just think it's interesting.
Yeah, you gave up your hand. Yeah, you showed your hand.
Gave up my hand. No, bro, I'm just listening because it's interesting.
I don't have deuces and threes.
Yeah, you're right. It's completely impossible that people going completely against the scientific consensus aren't interesting.
You come in here saying, I
totally wouldn't listen to a bunch of people saying something that's completely abstract and different.
All right, bye. So you can come in here and say, I got a full house. But then you show your hand and you got twos and threes. That's you, bro. Thanks. No dog in the race? You just gave it up.
Yeah, he goes, I'm going to come and shame you guys, but I don't know either way myself.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we don't see through that. You're going to have to bring your A game in here, because we're not falling for that anymore. Maybe in 2015, 2016, we might have fallen for that. But not anymore. Sorry. It ain't going to work.
Boy, Terrence, I'm going to shame you about what car you drive, but I ride the bicycle.
I know, right? Exactly, man. So, I don't know what other excuses. So, Maxos. So, obviously, you're a physics major or PhD or whatever, but you don't understand simple perspective. So at 40 minutes after, I'm going to enlighten you. It shows you how perspective works on a flat plane. It shows the horizon flat in the background and the railroad tracks going up. You notice I said upward in your visual range to the vanishing point, exactly like my photo is showing of Catalina Island. Do you know what your perspective would look like on a globe Earth? Do you have any idea?
Sorry, I'm a little confused. So
that's a yes or no question. Do you know how perspective would work on a globe Earth?
No, I don't know what.
No, have you ever had an art class?
No, I'm terrible at that.
No, so you don't understand how perspective works.
That's why I went to.
Listen,
I can tell you something.
Hold on, I'm still talking. I'll be done in a second. I won't take long, I promise. So, do you know the reason why artists use perspective in artwork of, like, let's say, nature? What's the reason they use that?
Because it makes things look, cool and realistic.
Because it makes it look like reality.
Well,
because if you had perspective on a curved ball, you would never see water rising up in your visual range as it went out further.
Yeah, but
because at 6 feet above, at 3 miles, it would be dropping away, not rising up. So you would see more sky.
How the hell does that happen?
I'm a little confused. So perspective only, it doesn't depend on the flat or round Earth. It's going to be just dependent on how light works, which works the same.
No,
I'm a little confused. What do you mean? Okay, so
wrong.
So
at 6 feet above the water, your geometric horizon has to be no further than 3 miles. That means everything beyond 3 miles is going to be dropping away below your line of sight. That means blocked by a hump of water at 3 miles. Everything else is dropping away.
No, I understand the part. So it's the oil rig argument. Yeah.
No, it's not the oil rig. See, you're missing the whole point. It has nothing to do with the oil rigs. It has to do with the surface of the water. As it goes out farther beyond you, it goes up higher in your visual range, just like the image that I posted.
It doesn't do that, Max, Sonny. It doesn't do that at all.
No, but one second.
He doesn't know that. You don't know what
perspective of the horizon basically doesn't demonstrate that the horizon rises. It actually demonstrates that it goes over the edge.
No, perspective shows.
Otherwise, you'd see forever.
This is annoying. Perspective shows that those things below your eye line, in this case, the surface rises up to the midpoint of your eye level. That's what he's trying to demonstrate. This is perspective why things that are above your eye line appear to go downwards towards your eye level. That's all he's pointing out.
Yep. It's exactly the way reality works.
Which is absolutely not a description of reality. It's just a description of your interpretation of what you see.
Retarded people think like that.
That's a description of how we see.
Do you know how many times your brain fools you in your description?
Oh my God, there's too many fucking people talking shit.
Oh, well, there are too many. You can't focus.
Who's this wanker?
Yo,
also, he's trying to point out is a description of how an observer, an optic, sees. It is called perspective. There are many parts of perspective. In this instance, we're talking about an optical horizon, which is the limitation of an observer's view across a horizontal surface due to the angular reduction with distance. So far, it'll get so small that your eye won't be able to resolve it. We call that the horizon.
No, the horizon is when
you can demonstrate this.
Well, okay, I don't get to talk. I understand that. See you guys.
Well, no, that's just because you're wrong. You can demonstrate this. I don't understand.
No, it's because you're rude and talk over people. See you later.
World. Okay, bye. I mean, bye. Don't be so fucking hepped up, dude. You want to die on this hill? Die on it. But trying to straw man Sonny's position isn't going to help anybody in this argument. If you don't agree with how you see, you might want to leave.
Yeah, so I wish someone ought to post the perspective image. I think it's from our main server. What perspective on a ball looks like compared to what perspective looks like in reality on a flat plane. Or above a flat plane. I mean, these are simple things. How perspective works. And it couldn't be answered like plainly and simply why artists use perspective, because it matches reality as we see it in nature. That's why they use it. Otherwise, it would look really weird. You would have curved horizons, and after 3 miles at 6 foot above the water, you would see everything drop off. So you would have less than 50% of your visual range would be the shore or the water, and more than 50% would be the sky if you were looking over water.
So
curved horizon.
Okay, so one second. So, so you confirm that this has nothing to do with the rigs? Is that right?
The rigs are only there for distance demarcation.
No, but that's okay. But then in that case, it has to do with the rigs, and then it's very important. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because
it's to do with the horizon. We use the oil rigs as distance markers.
No, but I understand, but that's the entire thing. Because if the argument is hinging on what the distance and the height of the rigs are, then
it's not the height of the rigs.
No, it's not about the rigs or the height of the rigs.
Okay, let me finish.
It's not about the height of the rigs. It's not about the height of the rigs. It has nothing to do with the argument.
Sure.
Sorry, Sonny, to interrupt. What are we trying to measure a distance to?
What?
In the Black Swan, what are we interested in?
I'm sorry, are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't know what the question.
In the Black Swan argument, are we? If the Earth is a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, and every horizon distance will be 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the Black Swan argument is interested in the distance to the horizon. Now we use the oil rigs as distance demarcation, so we can estimate a distance to the horizon. For example, the horizon could be in front of the oil rigs, it could be between the oil rigs, or it could be beyond the oil rigs. So we're trying to estimate a distance to the horizon.
I get you. Good. Okay. So no, that would work, right? That makes sense. Like if you're saying, hey, look, the water is approximately still, I can see that oil rig, then the point where the oil rig meets the water, you would be able to tell what the distance is. And of course, if this distance is larger than the maximum one that you should be able to see, then of course that would work. Yes.
Yeah. So the distances to oil rigs, I think the furthest one is like about 9.6 miles away. Closest one's like a few miles shorter, so let's just say it's about 6. So if we're on a sphere and we have an eye height of 8 foot, or 1 foot in this case, then the horizon should be at 1.225 miles from the observer, i.e. in front of the oil rigs. But we can clearly see the horizon beyond the oil rigs. So we can estimate a distance of at least 10 miles, could be further, around that. But ultimately it's like 9 miles further away than it should be.
Yeah.
Which is a problem if we're on a sphere, right?
I mean, yes, but that argument would hinge on verifying the data that you said about the oil rigs, which might be correct. But the problem is that there is a stronger argument with the island that I made before that unfortunately is kind of like the death nail here. So I don't think.
What island? Are we talking about the island beyond the oil rigs that's at about 29 miles away?
Yeah. So we are.
Yeah, we speak about that a lot. But the only reason why we don't is because the image of the island is pretty blurry. We're more interested in just getting the estimated distances. It's not where it should be. It's 10 miles. We've got like hundreds of these types of observations that show horizons. 10, 15, 20 could be further.
But this one is just proving it wrong, because like if that were the case, you would also not be able to resolve all the little peaks and stuff in the island. And so because you can see it, you know that the flatness of the appearing shoreline of the island demonstrates that that's not the shoreline. So because the shoreline is hidden, it's just proving that this is Earth. The Earth is round. So yeah, okay.
Sorry, if the shoreline is quote unquote hidden, then the horizon should be at 1.2 miles away in front of the oil rigs. The oil rig should also be hiding a little bit behind the horizon. So if we're to use,
it's round.
Sorry, you understand, right, that the horizon moves depending on the optic that you use? For example, if you use a high-power telescope, right, the horizon could appear further away than it does just with your eyes.
No, not
because it's optical.
No. But because you're giving a definition of horizon that's not accurate. So by horizon.
Sorry, what was the definition of horizon?
No, but so do you? Okay, are you saying that the line of the highest line the water reaches is the horizon?
Wait, the highest line where the water appears to meet the sky.
Yeah. Do you think
that's what the horizon's defined as.
Right, but that's the problem, right? Because under the round Earth model, that's not what that is, right? Would be
under the globe Earth model. That's where the apparent juncture of the surface and sky meet at a distance of 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Correct. Exactly. So, but that would have nothing to do with the resolution, right? So that line would simply be determined by the geometry of the curve.
If the curve was there, yeah.
Correct. So that's why, I don't think I follow your.
Bro, you just said it. You just said it. Stop. You just said it. That line would be dictated by the geometry of the Earth. If that's true, then the Earth must be changing size because there's numerous observations where that line isn't where it's supposed to be.
Well, then you should.
Some of what you were already given.
Yeah, but then that's what you should believe. You should believe that the Earth, for whatever reason, is round, but it changes in size. I guess I don't know God. I guess I don't know what.
Really, we should believe that the Earth changes size is what you're claiming.
I mean, if you go because if you go with your observations, I mean, that's what you should believe.
No. What we believe, by assuming that what we're looking at is actually accurately reflecting reality, is that the horizon is not caused by what you say it's caused by. It's just an optical effect.
No, because it wouldn't.
Because it's more rational that it's an optical effect rather than that the Earth is changing size all the time. For goodness sake.
It doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work because it wouldn't be that flat. Sorry.
What do you mean it wouldn't be?
Yeah.
Hold on. It wouldn't be that flat? If the surface is lying horizontally? What do you mean?
I mean the shoreline would not look that flat.
What shoreline? Are we talking about the distant island again? We're really not interested. We're probably going to need a better optic or maybe a better why.
One sec, he might be referring to Sonny's personal observation that he posted.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I do apologise then.
So I think that observation is pretty clear to me. Actually, that's funny. But yeah, I'll go out and do my own.
Yeah, man. Do you live by like a body of water or anything?
Yeah.
All right. So you're back to where you started from, dude. If that cutoff of that shoreline is the horizon, which you said is caused by the curve of the Earth,
okay,
then that means that the horizon is 30 times greater than it should be.
Yeah, maybe the Earth is just different size, but it's still a globe.
No, it changes size all of the time depending on the optic that you use.
Okay.
So that means, listen to what you're saying. That means the size of the Earth is increasing and decreasing over time. That means the distances between places are increasing and decreasing. We're also getting closer and further away from the sun and the stars.
No. So the distance between
because we're increasing in size and then decreasing in size.
I'm sorry, you said what?
Well, hold on, brother. Hold on. He's only a PhD in physics, not rational thought. So take it easy on him.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm a very simple-minded person. So yeah, I think if I believe my own eyes and just like the proof, the evidence, the observations that you guys have brought to me, I think the most rational thing to believe at that point would be, I guess the Earth changes inside. Man, it's weird, but on the other hand, I mean, if you're willing to believe it's flat, I guess willing to believe that.
No. This is if you have the idea that the Earth is a sphere and you have to shoehorn it into your observations. If you just go by what you see, you might notice that when the horizon changes distance, you have changed an optic or the weather conditions have changed. That's the thing that changes the distance to the observer's horizon, the technology that they use and what the weather's like.
But then what
that's what you would logically come to conclude because those are things that you are either in control of or observe.
Right, but then what you just proved is that it's round and it doesn't change in size.
No, what I've just proved is the horizon changes distance depending on the optic that I use and the weather conditions of the day, which are the two variables.
I don't know. So far, I'm underwhelmed by these things, but I will promise.
Wow. Okay. I should go make coffee, dude. Sorry.
Really a PhD again. These things. So, prove that you have hands, and then touching him is not a demonstration. And then you have Earth is getting bigger and small. It's changing size. Like dead ass. Because every time we show them, they're either like it doesn't matter if it's that woman with wakey. They always begin with, yeah, but there must be something you must have done wrong, right? So they like comb through it with the fine-tooth comb, and then they go, well, yeah, you know what? Forget your argument. Let me tell you what a stronger argument would be that would convince me. Like, what is wrong with these people?
Okay. So apart from that,
well, it follows logically. If you say to yourself first that your premise that's already true is that the only way that you can get a horizon line or something to be cut off from the bottom is because of the geometry of the Earth, and then that scenario happens at different locations, then you must conclude, like he said, therefore the Earth is changing size all the time. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but
it's something only a PhD. It's something only a PhD could believe makes sense.
Right, but if you notice, Jedi actually helped me out with that because he was saying, wait a second, you can still believe it, it's round. You just need to add some like atmospheric effects and so on. So I think he did it. Thank you so much.
No, I didn't say that.
I think it's like just round and normal size, but there are some atmospheric events that can make things look a little different.
I guess he's delusional. Jedi is on record for everything he said, and I didn't hear him say that. Did anyone else?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I fucking said it.
I think
so. That's a common ploy. Somebody that's having cognitive dissonance, they'll start making shit up, and they hear things that people didn't say.
Oh, I said it. I said if it's constantly in different locations, then it's not a geometry, it's an optical effect. That's what I think it can be.
Constantly in different locations. So what you're saying is that the same exact, let's say island, the same picture basically, right? If you take it like, across the day, it's going to change. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, dude, what I'm telling you is the horizon is not where the globe claims it's supposed to be. Okay? And neither is the appearance or disappearance of things from the bottom up, etc. All of these phenomena that people claim are globe geometry effects are always happening at different distances from the viewer. So therefore, it can only be optical. It cannot be a physical geometry that's doing it there. It's that simple.
No, you don't know. You don't know how to distinguish it. It could be physical and optical.
No. I do know how. It's very simple. Okay. If the bridge down the street is cemented into the ground, when they built it, it's not going to be 5 miles further tomorrow and 2 miles closer the next day.
I mean, if you believe the gases don't have pressure unless they're in a container, you can believe that.
Wait, what attack is this?
I'm saying that
deflection. What gaslighting deflection tactic is this?
Yeah,
we're talking about what we see now. You're bringing gases into it.
What I'm saying is that I don't think that that's a particularly outrageous thing to believe. The one that AI Overlord just proposed.
Oh, so gas pressure laws are false things to believe? Really?
He wants to get away from the fact. He wants to get away from the fact that, first of all, Sun showed him 2 observations where he's looking horizontally across the surface, and where there should be like more than a small couple buildings stacked on top of each other gone. You're just looking at in the harbor. Don't say that again. Wait again. It's just ridiculous. This is what they do. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, a 48-story building.
Have some decorum, sir. You're a PhD. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
So
I
you
want
said
to
that
I want to ask Matt so one more question if I could. Were you done, Elijah? Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, we got a PhD here who's like, well, like, they always like start with, well, I don't want to look at the observations, or maybe you did something wrong, or maybe the math is wrong.
Yeah,
And
but it looks like it's a risk.
point, then they keeps talking when we try to make something clear. And then we get to Sonny just going, no, everything is on the up and up. And he just gets to the point where he's like, well, then, and AI is like, either the globe is changing in size, or what you thought was the leading edge of a sphere is actually just an optical effect. And he said, well, maybe it's changing size then. Son, you're a PhD. Chill out. You wildin'.
No, Eli, you're wrong. He didn't say maybe it's changing size. He says it would be most rational to conclude it's changing size.
I mean, for you guys, not for me.
Oh.
We're not the ones thinking it's changing. We're not the ones thinking it's changing size here, bro.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You should be thinking.
No, we know it's an optical effect. So that's what's happening out there. That in our observations, it's impossible to be a globe. But I want to ask you one more question, if I may. So I'm going to go back to the 1500s. Do you think ships disappear from bottom up are because of curved edge?
Am I convinced that ships disappear? Can you repeat that?
Okay. Are ships disappearing bottom up because of a curved edge of the sphere?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So what about when I'm watching a ship with my naked eye and it disappears from bottom up with my naked eye, right?
Okay.
Is that, so you're claiming that ship is disappearing bottom up because of the curved edge of the sphere, right? I just want to make sure I got it correct. Is that right?
I mean, just because water is underneath, so water being below, of course it has to disappear from the bottom up first because there's water in between you and the object.
Yeah, but is it disappearing because of the curved edge? It's dropping below. Is it dropping below a curved edge?
In that case, it doesn't matter. Like, it's simply the water being there, whether it's from a sphere or because there's a wave or whatever it is. It has to disappear from the bottom up.
Listen, I'm talking about disappearing in the distance.
No, I understand.
3 feet away because the wave, and I'm a surfer, and the wave covers up the boat. No, I'm talking about at a distance.
No, but I'm saying it doesn't. No, it's not the reason. The sphericity of the Earth is not the reason. The reason is simply that water is underneath. That's it.
Yeah, water is underneath. So what? So is the ship disappearing because of the edge of the curve?
No, it's because water is below. That's it.
Really?
Yeah.
So ships are disappearing completely bottom up because the water is below the ship. I thought the water is below the ship, not above the ship.
No. What I mean is that water rests below the air. If water was floating up the air, then they would disappear top down. You know what I mean?
Okay, so why is the ship disappearing bottom up first? Explain it to me, please.
I don't know, brother.
Because the water is pooling in the down direction, right? So therefore, if you the part of the ship that you do not see will be closer to the bottom than to the top.
Correct.
Okay, so you're not claiming then that a ship is disappearing bottom up first because of the curved edge of a sphere. So welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth then. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, why?
Yeah, because you're making a Flat Earth claim.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're saying that it's not disappearing because of a curve edge. You just said that.
Yeah, but that's not...
it's because the water is beneath the ship. Yeah, we know the water's beneath the ship. Yeah, that's right. That's why they're floating. Buoyancy, that old thing. So the ship disappearing bottom up is because of perspective. You just made a flat Earth claim. You denied the fact that it's just hold on, I was almost done. You denied the fact, or you denied in your statement that the boat is disappearing bottom up because of a curve edge. You denied that, right?
You deny the statement. Yeah, the ship disappears bottom up because water is in that location. That's it.
So not because water's there. Not because of a curve edge of the ball.
No.
Okay, yeah, welcome to Flat Earth, yeah.
But it's not a flat Earth, it's compatible with...
So I thought the reason why the boat couldn't be seen was because it had gone over the horizon, the curvature of the Earth, but you've just agreed that it's not that then, so welcome to Flat Earth?
No, you don't understand. The statement that the reason is... because you phrase it in this awkward way, I had to answer that way, right? So your phrasing should have been, if...
it's a choice how you answered.
When we don't see a ship in the distance, right? Is the curvature of the Earth in between the ship and us? And I would have said yes in that case.
Okay, so yes. Okay, great. So we finally get to the truth here. Okay, so the ship is disappearing bottom up because of the curve edge. Thank you very much. So now when it disappears from my naked eye and I'm on the shore and it disappears completely from my naked eye, it's disappearing because of the curved edge of a ball.
Nothing
else.
What
happens when I pull out my zoom camera and I zoom back in and I see the entire ship? Now the question is this: is the zoom camera zooming in around a curve edge and can see something that is already beyond the curve edge? In other words, on the other side of a curve?
No.
Is that how zoom cameras work?
No, that stuff I have actually done, and that doesn't happen.
Do zoom cameras zoom in around curve edges?
I've done that.
0 resolution.
I have myself done that observation, and that does not happen.
Yeah. Okay. So that means if I take my finger and I have my eye up to the top of a basketball or a beach ball, and I have my finger on top where I can see it, my eye is at the eye level of the top of the ball, and I put my finger around to the other side. Now I can't see my finger anymore because it's on the other side of the beach ball. You're saying I could keep my eye in the same place, pull out a zoom camera, and my zoom camera will zoom in around onto the other side of the beach ball. Is that what you're saying?
To be honest, I have no idea what you just said.
It doesn't make sense. You're right. Welcome to Flat Earth. So zoom cameras don't zoom in around curved edges. Ships that are disappearing bottom up first, that disappear completely from the naked eye, you can zoom in back to the whole ship with a camera or a binocular. They didn't go over a curved edge because zoom cameras don't zoom in around curved edges. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I have done that observation myself, and you don't see the bottom of the ship.
Yeah, you got cooked. Yeah, you're done.
What?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
No, but because I actually have done that observation.
Yeah.
You can make things disappear from the bottom up on flat surfaces, though. This is the problem that maybe needs to be addressed. You can repeat the observation by moving an object along a flat surface when the optic is very low to that surface. At a distance, the bottom of the object will start to disappear from the bottom up. Yeah, what?
Yeah, but it would look different. It would look different, right? Because it would look...
How would it... Sorry. How would it look different?
Yeah, I was about to say it. Because you would be... So, on a flat surface, right, you would be more sensitive to the little ripples and waves, right? Because at that point, there is no big... and in fact, that's entirely the argument of the island that I was making before, right? Like on a flat surface, you would be really sensitive to all these like tiny little details. You would see a lot of like blue, like up and down, like.
What the fuck you on about, dude? You can just make things disappear from the bottom up on known flat surfaces. That's what I'm trying to point out. What you on about?
On a flat surface, you need to hide it behind some object, right? That you are not.
No. The object that is straight in front of you will start to disappear from the bottom up when that object has gone beyond the optical horizon. Because you obviously know, right? If you get your eyes down to, say, the floor, you're not going to be able to optically resolve the entire length of that floor that's beneath the level of your eye. Let's say it's about an inch above the surface.
No, that's not
Eventually, with distance, the angle of the floor is going to be too small for your eye to resolve. Right, it's an optical horizon. We tried to point this out to you earlier. Do you deny that this observation exists, or do you think that you can see the entirety of a horizontal floor when your eye is down to, say, an inch above that surface?
You see the entirety. It's just that you don't see the details of it. Those are hard to see.
No, you don't see the entirety of it, dude. The angle is too small because obviously perspective exists. With distance, the angle of an object reduces until eventually it becomes too small for the eye to resolve. The angle being 0.02 of a degree.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
What forms an optical horizon? Because let's say if you've got a mile-long horizontal surface and your eye is 1 inch above that surface, you're not going to be able to see the entire 1 mile length of that surface angularly resolvable to your eye.
Take a breath. Okay, one second.
So, don't fucking tell me to take a breath, mate. I'm trying to help you. If you're going to condescend me, then I'll just disengage from the conversation.
No, because I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and you're
No, you condescended me enough. That's the second time that you've done that. I'm not going to waste my time.
Oh, okay.
I can take over.
Hi, Larry.
I won't be long. So you do get there's only so many degrees between, the center of your vision and what you can see with the ground at your eye. Like, it's very, very little information, right? Especially the further you get out. Does that make sense?
No, sorry.
The information that's the water or the surface of a flat concrete floor, a perfectly flat concrete floor, right?
Sure.
Let's say this concrete goes on for a mile. You're not going to be able to resolve all of the concrete, right?
Yeah, but
the further it gets out, there's the Rayleigh criterion, right?
Yeah, but let's clarify what we mean by resolve, right? So by resolve, you mean you're not going to be able to see the details of this surface, correct?
It'll disappear like a brick.
No. That's a bait and switch. Just say yes or no.
I'm not baiting and switching.
That's just say yes or no to what I'm saying. Like by resolve, do you mean like
it will literally disappear? It will literally blink in and out. Listen. We literally, I mean, you can say no, that's so. We got videos that
now you're going in different
directions, in and out of existence that clearly isn't blocked by anything.
Okay.
So get out of here.
I'm trying to figure out what the meaning of resolve here. Okay. If by resolve you mean you're not going to be able to see.
All Larry is trying to tell you something simple, and you just keep on having some type of weird rebuttal to. What do you mean if by what you mean by you can't see is the details are too small to resolve? Fam, can't see is can't see.
No, I don't think you. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. So, if by resolve you mean that you cannot see, I don't know, let's say that it's a floor, right? It's a floor like a mosaic or something, right? And you cannot see, you cannot tell, the pictures on the mosaic, I will agree. But if you're saying that literally the object is not there anymore, you don't see it, no, that's of course not true.
No one's saying
criterion.
That. It's the weirdest straw man bollocks I've ever heard. No one's saying that. It's like you're not listening, dude, which is why I disengaged and why I've jumped in again. I don't know.
Why are you back?
No one's mad, dude. We pity your foolishness.
No, I didn't say mad. I say, wait, are you talking to me?
Do you know what I mean when I say Rayleigh criterion? Do you know what that is?
To be honest, I used to know it. I took an exam, but I hate waves and.
Well, I tried to explain it to you, and you cut me off. So
no, but I don't
remember it or look it up.
No, but that's fine. But it's too complicated. I'm just asking a very simple question. By cannot resolve, do you mean that you don't see the details on the surface?
You have to look up the Rayleigh criterion to understand
you have
that things converge. Right? Okay. All that information.
Bad boys. That's a code.
Access.
What?
Give you the answer.
I think he's willfully ignorant right now. I'm done too.
I think so too.
Yeah, he just wants to make excuses for things that we can show empirically that they work, such as the little GIF at 16 minutes after the hour shows exactly what we're talking about. This is a candle moving away from the camera on a flat surface, disappearing, bottom up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, but it was weird for him to ask, Hank for the detail of, do you mean by it's too small to resolve? Because if we're talking about something disappearing on a flat surface and you're like, well, what you mean is it's too small to resolve, then you're admitting that even in a flat surface, there doesn't have to be something in between for you not to see the details, hence not see it.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yep.
You for real?
We need to make up something for P.
Bro, y'all are so cringe, dude.
Perspectively.
Hey, right back to the shame for y'all, dude. They tried logic and it didn't work. It's right back to the shame. Y'all just need tons of shame. Tons of shame, dude. That's all y'all need. You really
brought up
need it.
logic. Would you like to hear some logic? Do you know what a logical syllogism is? Would you like to hear one?
Yeah, I want to hear one.
Okay. You know what a logical syllogism is, right? Two premises that are true, and when added together, you reach a logical conclusion, right?
Yeah, I think I've heard of that before. It's like P1, I have sex. P2, your mom. Conclusion, I have sex with your mom. Isn't that?
Yeah, we can kind of go along with that if that's the way that you're going to go. But yeah, P1, 70% of the surface we are told of the Earth is water. Right? Do we agree to this truth? It might be 71, it might be 72, but it's more than 2/3 of the surface of the Earth we are told is surface water, right? Yes?
Yeah, he left. Definitely a virgin.
I won't waste my time then if he's gone.
So you guys won't believe this, but I just got done watching a full-length 2024, The Final Experiment. What are your thoughts on this?
It wasn't an experiment at all.
Are you aware of this experiment where they flew to Antarctica, they observed it in real time?
We know more about it than you do. It's not an experiment. And they watch the sun. They watch the sun 24 hours above the horizontal plane. Yeah, flat Earth. Thanks for mentioning it.
So 24 hours sun in Antarctica is now possible?
It's always been observed and possible. No. It's always been observed. Dude, I'll try and answer. It's always been observed and possible since like the 1800s, I believe, when people started going down there. We've seen this. We've actually measured this, right, for about 200, 300 years. The reason why people say that this is impossible is because of a straw man of a map. That map is where the circumference of a circle is Antarctica and the center of the map is polar north. Now, this is an obvious reification of a globe map, and it's also a projection of a globe map. This isn't a flat Earth claimed map, though. So, this map isn't reality. That's the reason why we think that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is an impossible observation, because on this map, it would be.
Well, that depends on your assumptions about what the sun is doing, because the sun itself isn't on that map.
Yeah, so we don't claim that, like, that 24-hour sun or that map. So, but let me break it down real quickly if I could. It was reductio, right? Is that what we're talking to?
Yeah, hi. Also, I don't have permissions to type in the text chat. It's been like 4 days now. Can someone fix that?
Okay, that's okay. I want to break something down to you real quick. Take less than 3 minutes. So look. So they went to this place in the south. Let's just keep it general. They took a camera and they put it on a rotating tripod, right?
Yeah, they had like 5 cameras, drones, etc. People were accusing them of green screening it.
We're just going to go with, hold on. Don't just spout off at the mouth. We're just going to stick with one camera because that's the observation you're talking about. So they have the camera on this rotating tripod. They raise the camera lens up to the elevation angle where the sun is, correct? Yeah. Then they turn on the motor to the rotating tripod and they move the camera around in 360 degrees to follow the sun. Why is the camera the thing that's moving and not the Earth?
Because the sun is low on the horizon when you're that far south, and they tracked it all the way around?
No, this is high on the horizon. This is high somewhere in the north.
The entire time as well.
No, this is high. This is high on the horizon in the summer in the south. Right, it's periodically over the last 6 weeks gone up from the horizon to its highest point, and then it goes back down. They observed it around its highest point, so it's not low down on the horizon, dude. It's about 23 degrees above the horizon, I think.
Yeah, so my point is that the automatic rotating camera tripod is the thing that's in motion. If the camera was rotating by an automatic system, rotating with a motor, and the Earth was spinning also, that's ridiculous. So the tripod standing on,
you weren't there, you don't know how much
the tripod standing on the Earth that is not in motion. That's why the camera has to rotate to follow the sun. Otherwise, the camera would not be following the sun. Flat Earth proof.
Those were a lot of words, I guess.
Yeah, follow the logic. So the camera's sitting stationary on the ground, and it has a motor that rotates it 360 degrees. At, like Jedi said, at approximately 23 degrees above the horizon. And the motor is rotating the camera around, not the Earth rotating around the camera.
Yeah. All right, we heard that. So give him a chance to reply.
So if you have a sunflower and the sun whatever state you live in, if you live in the States, the sunflower will actually face the sun and change position through the day. It will reorient itself east to west as the sun sets. And so are you suggesting that like something sketchy is going on there with the sunflower? Like, oh no, there's like the sunflowers are scamming us. Like this camera followed 360 degrees all the way
It's
around.
the same thing. It's the same thing. What is the sunflower? Hold on. What is the sunflower growing out of? The ground. Yeah. And the sun is moving around, and the flower is following the position of the sun. The Earth isn't the thing that's spinning. The sunflower is changing its position based on the position of the sun. Another flat Earth proof. Thank you.
So the fact that you can see a 24-hour darkness in the Arctic and simultaneous 24-hour sunlight in the Antarctic is somehow not proof of the globe, and somehow it's also proof of the flat Earth at the same time, right? Like that. You see the goalpost shifting.
Sorry, dude. Sorry.
Run through 2023 when all the flat earthers said, all we need is to go to the South Pole.
Not real flat earthers, dude.
24-hour daylight. Now your positions are all
flat earthers. Right, dude. Not real flat earthers. Right. No one from 24/7 has been saying this for years, dude. Right, this is just propaganda bullshit.
I'll get there.
Sorry?
2135? Oh man, hold on, I got a dollar.
Are you trying to talk through me or what?
Heck yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
AI, you're hot. AI, you're
No
hot.
true Scotsman fallacy, by the way, bro. Get a better argument. Please continue, Jedi.
Yeah. Everything that you're going to do to measure the observations in the sky, i.e. the sun or even the stars, when you mention like darkness, we'll see the stars. Everything that you're going to measure is going to be measured from a horizontal plane because that'll be elevation angles. We understand that people have problems with, well, you saw a 24-hour sun in the south, and that should be impossible for a flat Earth. But that flat Earth is a propaganda piece. It's a straw man that got burnt down when they went to Antarctica, and only stupid people are kind of falling for it. This has never been our claim of the Earth in the first place.
Okay, so just to clarify, even if you went to Antarctica and observed 24-hour sunlight, you wouldn't be convinced because you would say this is consistent with your idea of flat Earth.
Yeah, I would be measuring elevation angles to the sun. Yeah.
Okay.
That requires a horizontal plane to do so.
Okay, how would you disprove, like what could we do that would disprove the globe in your idea, or the flat Earth in your idea?
Measure the surface of the Earth, because that's the question, isn't it? How do we describe and measure the surface of the Earth? it should be curved if it was a sphere, right? So that would be the number one piece of information we would require.
That's very hard to do, factoring in how refraction changes day to day.
So you can't survey the world.
Do you think that you can see the other side of the hill? Is that what you think? Huh? Hello?
I'm just wondering, are there any phenomena other than like just the weird optical, the weird optical stuff, like
I'm not talking about weird optics. Bro, you're the one that brought up refraction. And now you're claiming us bringing up weird optics, which is weird. But you're saying that you can see
Is that the only way? That's what I'm wondering.
Bro, can I
the only way that you could disprove flat Earth?
Hey, is there an other side of the hill in the Black Swan image? Can you see the other side of the water hill caused by curvature? When the horizon's like way too far back behind there? Do you think you can see the other side of the water hill? Is that what you think you could see right before?
Are we going to do Black Swan? We do that every day. Like, I've been in here.
Sometimes. I'm just asking you a simple question. Do you believe that you can see the other side of the hill?
Yeah, I don't know. I can hear Heretic winding up, ready to freak out at me if I start talking about Black Swan again. So
we're not talking about that. So why do you diffuse? Answer the question.
Can you see the other side of the hill because of refraction? Is that what you believe?
Well, I mean, light can bend. Yeah.
Okay, you can see the other side of the hill. Next question: is your house moving? Like right now, your house moving?
In relation to what?
Is your house stationary, absolutely, or absolutely moving?
I guess it depends what you mean. We're all moving through space.
Okay, so how would you know if you had psychosis or not? If you believe that your house is moving and you believe that you can see on the other side of the hill, you might have psychosis. You might need to see a doctor. I'm not a professional.
What is this weird rhetoric? Can we get back to the point where I'm just wondering?
That is the point. For example, so you're just distracted because you don't want to answer the question.
For example, we have surely there's some phenomena other than just the Black Swan thing, which we can do.
About the Black Swan. Yeah, about many other things apart from the Black Swan. That's just Sonny.
Stop, dude. Stop cutting people off before they even get a chance to say 4 words.
Fucking hell, man. The microphone's terrible, AI.
Thank you. So, for example, there's the stars orienting in different ways in the sky at different times, different locations on the planet. There's the 24-hour sun or 24-hour night. That what else can we do?
Can I try? Can I try this? I'll be real quick. Reductio. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat.
By that logic, if the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat surface.
Yeah. Like if the Earth is flat, there's going to be phenomena which you can observe, and I understand the Black Swan is an attempt at that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying whatever you're seeing in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth because there's no measurable curvature.
I don't know what that means. I mean, we have all kinds of phenomena that are consistent with globe Earth, including the Black Swan. So
I understand, but if there's no measurable curvature, then whatever is happening in the sky only is happening over a flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, if flat Earth were true, flat Earth would be true?
No. If there's no measurable curvature, do you agree that there's only 2 types of lines that you can draw on anything? It is a straight line or a curved line, right?
Sure.
So if the line is not curving, it must be
straight.
If the surface of anything is not curving, it must be
flat.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, it must be.
Yeah, I mean, like all your conditionals check out. Like if the Earth is flat, then there would be no curvature. I understand that. Yeah,
You can say this phenomena in the sky looks and appears like it could be happening over a globe because it doesn't line up with what I think should be happening on a flat Earth. But if you can't measure any curvature on Earth, then whatever phenomenon, as crazy as it looks, whatever phenomenon is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth because you have never measured curvature ever in your entire life. Nobody has.
Well, I mean, like, I think on both sides of this argument. So, on the one side, we could have the Bedford experiment. We could say, okay, well, why was the second pole higher than the last one? Okay, well, maybe it's a curve or maybe it's refraction.
Well, the water's level.
And when we have, well, yeah, optically, yeah, optically. But
just optically, huh?
But the thing is, like,
means empirically. Don't do double speaking.
Both of us are going to scream refraction as soon as something, must be controlled to account for our worldview, right?
Rayleigh criterion's not refraction.
Oh my God, the way you're just...
When it comes to the Bedford Hill experiment, which supposedly was supposed to disprove flat Earth, or the sorry,
you're broken.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, this thing, this experiment 200 years ago or whatever.
If you have refraction happening all the time, then you still never have measured the curve.
Right, and so in the same sense, you haven't actually measured flatness, right? Because we got to factor in
a lack of curvature. I can demonstrate bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. I've never seen anybody demonstrate an object being propped up over a curve did a refraction.
Well, what you're describing is simply what I'm describing, which is, on the opposite side of the argument. Like, okay, optically, there's going to be phenomena. It's going to disappear from your field of where it's observed, and if you zoom in, you can see further. It's like you could zoom in with binoculars and see stars that your plain eye can't see, right?
But did you hear what I said? There's no demonstration ever done where you're looking over a curve like a hill, or I guess it would be a hill because you can't make water bend. So if you're looking over a hill, you can't demonstrate in any observation lifting, like if you planted a flag in the ground, you can't demonstrate lifting that flag up in the air in your field of view using any kind of refractive circumstances and putting a horizon behind that flag. And if you can, I'd like to see the observation, because I can give you about 100 or so observations where on a flat surface, it is demonstrated that there is bottom-up obstruction with any object using natural atmospheric conditions, not looking through air and then using water to lift something up. Because I'm not looking through water to see a boat lifting up, or looking through water to see the oil rigs popping up and the horizons behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, no, Sheepdog, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. And by the way, just to be clear, I mean, ships can disappear bottom up or even top down. It's more rare to see them disappear top down, but refractively they can, right? With
I've never seen a boat disappear top down.
Oh, it is possible.
I have.
This is just an optical phenomenon that happens, right?
If that's happened, that's happened. I've never seen it before. But
the point being, this doesn't prove
on a flat surface. I can demonstrate on a flat surface,
flat or globe, right?
I can demonstrate on a flat surface bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface using natural conditions.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, a glober is going to scream refraction to that, and then when we have
that's very desperate when they scream.
Exactly what's happening when there's bottom-up obstruction, refraction.
Yeah, if this is all science to you guys, why are they screaming? Right.
Point being, right, like a glober is going to scream. Right. Bedford level experimentation, right? Like the follow-up.
The Bedford level is a flat body of water. Okay, what's your best evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I mean, number one. I was here yesterday. There's the Athens, South Africa experiment we could do, where we both look at the same constellation in Athens.
Okay, dude, you're looking up into the sky. We're talking about the ground being a globe, not looking in the sky and telling stories to each other.
Yeah, but we could make inferences based on
They're
very useful.
Define very useful.
I made an inference. Do you remember the Do you remember the inference I made, Reduxio? Do you think you can repeat what I said about if the surface of the Earth is not curving?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then it's not curving, and so it's flat. Okay, but that's not exactly.
And then what did I say? Right? And then what did I say about the sky?
I mean, like, there's something about angles or something. I don't necessarily remember.
No, I said if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
Am I supposed to slow clap, or I don't understand?
I just want you to comprehend it.
No, just say right.
Where is the surface not curving? I'm confused.
No, if is a logical deduction, right? Using the law of identity. If a surface isn't curving, then dichotomically it's flat. That's what he's saying. The other argument point is the things up in the sky. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving and is flat, then the things that are happening in the sky are happening above a flat surface.
So, are we just moving on from that? Like the claim that the surface isn't curving? We're just moving on.
No, we don't have to. We can address it if you want.
Well, yeah, I mean, you should.
That's literally the end of the story. Like, if you can prove the curvature of the Earth, then let's talk about where the curvature of the Earth is happening and make sure it lines up with 3959.
I got one last question. So you believe that your house is moving, and the next question is, do you believe in lumps of gas in a vacuum, like Jupiter? Doesn't really have anything enclosing it in. So do you think there's like a lump of gas in a vacuum?
I think that's the atmosphere.
Sorry, what?
The atmosphere, right? Does Jupiter have an atmosphere? Pretty sure it does. Pretty sure it's like most.
It's a gas giant. I'm pretty sure it's all atmosphere in your model.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's spinning. It's got gravity.
So you believe that it's a lump of gas with a vacuum like right next to it, and that gas isn't, expanding to fill the available volume?
Yeah. So you got gravity and centrifugal force. I mean, do you believe in gravity?
Well, are you talking about gravitation?
Centrifugal force.
The larger a body, the larger the force of gravity.
Well, hold on. Sorry. Centrifugal force is going to throw stuff away. You think that it's going to start pulling the stuff away. It's opposite to physics. It's not that, dude. That's not going to keep stuff attached to an object when you spin it. Now you can go to the gravity thing.
Yeah. So, anyways, gravity. Right? Do you believe in gravity or not?
Well, I dropped my cell phone, right? It falls down. Why does it go down? That's gravitation.
Yeah,
what's causing gravity? So, yeah, I believe that my cell phone goes down because it weighs more than the atmosphere, so it's going to go down. The atmosphere can't keep it up. There's not enough buoyant force. So what do you think causes gravity?
Fuck, I don't know. In modern physics, it's
modern physics causes
might be carried by gravitons.
Can you show me some
all matter? All matter has gravitons. Yeah, let's pull up hold on, let me find a microscopic image of gravitons. Hold on.
An image or a photograph?
Yeah, like a photograph. See if we can.
Gravitons. They're just holding things down like tiny little fairies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's particle physics.
Sounds like a Topps baseball card or like a Fleer or.
How do they work, man? Do they like travel out, grab things, and bring them back, or do they call ahead to the other dudes and say, "Hey, increase your push so you can get here quicker"? They have like a corporate calling plan to communicate with each other.
Radio? What's going on? I can't hear him.
Yeah,
Sounds like he's yelling from across the room.
It's on the content, not the quality of the voice.
I can't hear what he's saying. That's what I'm saying. I have no idea what this guy's saying.
How do they
Sounds
work?
like he's speaking through a fucking CB radio.
How do gravitrons work? Gravitons, excuse me.
What?
Okay.
I was going to say they must work 7 days a week with no breaks. Poor man.
9 to 5, I thought.
No, so you believe in
I mean, like, what's your theory on gravity? How about this? What's your theory on gravity? Because I'm curious.
Don't have one.
You believe in gravity, right?
No, gravity
you don't believe in gravity?
is an ad hoc mathematical conception that, to coin a phrase, makes the world go round. Right? It's the mathematics associated with a ball.
What's your counter theory then? Like, that's my
the
question.
Earth measured flat. What phenomenon are we trying to answer?
So what's your counter theory here?
Why do you,
like
why
We're not making a counter theory. Our claim is the surface of the Earth is measured flat.
Right. So I mean, like, that's the best hypothesis we really have. I mean, if you can't, like, if you see consistently that every object you measure has like a stronger gravitational pull by measuring with like astronomy, the pull of like
every object you measure.
Yeah, comets and meteors and stuff like that.
No, just stop on that point, dude. Please. Right, every object you measure, when we measure the Earth, it measures to lay.
It what?
Measures to lay flat, horizontal. The Earth measures flat. You said every object we measure. What, the Earth?
Well, no,
that measures
it doesn't.
flat.
No, because you use more advanced tools and.
Like what?
Like you said, at the horizon, you see ships disappear over the horizon.
Like what tools? What tools?
What are we doing?
You see ships disappear over the horizon and things like that.
No, you're talking about in the sky, something in the sky. You said we measure those things. What did you measure it with? What tools?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't measure it. We have astronomers, though.
Really?
So measuring other things, not the Earth.
Yeah, I mean,
measurement
we're talking about gravity. I thought we were talking about gravity just now.
You people have been led astray.
Are you talking about gravity still, or have we changed topic?
I mean, we can talk about gravity if you want, but we're not going to believe
what we were just talking about.
What?
I mean, like, that's just the common rhetoric about why objects fall, right? No matter where you stand on the Earth, it's going to fall down.
Has that common rhetoric been proven scientifically?
It's been observed to be true by measuring larger bodies.
Is this you conceding no, that it hasn't been proven scientifically? I would probably prefer a straighter answer. I'll ask it again. Has gravity, whichever one you're talking about, been proven scientifically? That would mean, has there been a hypothesis that's been tested through experimentation to prove the thing you're talking about?
Okay, so it's passed every test, but it hasn't been completely proven. I mean, what's your theory? Do you have an alternative theory as to why things fall?
Dude. There's many theories of gravity. I use the term theory loosely. There's Newtonian physics. There's Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time. To name but a few, right? You agree to this?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And none of them have been proven scientifically. That's why people keep coming up with lots of ideas. So do we believe in this thing called gravity? Not until it's been demonstrated to be true.
Rationally agnostic. I think it's pretty, plausible, though, because it's passed a lot of scientific tests. However, what was this? What did this have to do with the conversation again? I'm sorry, I forgot why we started talking about gravity.
If we believe in gravity, are you lost?
Because you brought it up. Forgot why we were talking about it.
Yeah, no, I'm ADHD. Okay, so
the whole thing about
just bring me
gravity
back.
is that things fall down, right? The question is why, right? Why do things fall down? So you ask us if we believe in gravity is like asking us, do we believe in weight?
Oh, that's right. You were talking about the gas giant. Okay, so what did you bring up the gas giant for?
Because I'm just demonstrating to you that you said that you believe you can see on the other side of the hill. Your house is moving, and gas will lump up in a vacuum and not expand. That's what you.
No, I don't believe I can see on the other side of a hill. I think that it's been tested and proven that we can see just a slightly larger distance than the geometric horizon through atmospheric refraction. And like Reductio said, it depends on the day as well. There's definitely different atmospheric conditions that change that amount of refraction.
So that absolutely means that you're able to see on the other side of a ball, a hill.
No, not clearly on the other side, but a little bit past the
a little past is still beyond your optical limit. So you're seeing.
Yeah, but it's not like the clear 180 phase degree fucking.
Doesn't have to be. If a ball is blocking your view, then you're not going to see around it.
Oh, hold on.
Period.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to unlock my phone and write a report.
I got a theory.
Last 10 minutes of work.
Great detail.
No, I'm at work. I have to write a security report. My phone's not unlocking.
I got a theory. Because there is gravity, the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
How does that theory work?
Well, we see things fall down when we lift them up. And then because the Earth measures a lack of curvature, the Earth is flat. So because the Earth is flat, things fall down.
Yep. So you just proved by gravity, you just proved Earth is flat.
That's consistent with the globe as well. So it's not evidence either way, right?
No, the Earth doesn't. The Earth measures flat, measures no curvature in any direction at any time by any method or means or technology. Curvature has never been measured by anyone.
Yeah, there's no up and down on a globe.
Or left or right, or north or south, or east or west.
But we do have those in reality.
Yeah. Cardinal directions only occur above a flat plane.
So when the guy said vertical, he said down. That's in reference to a horizontal. You have the horizontal and then you have the vertical. So horizontal, the level, flat plane, and then the vertical. So up and down, and then horizontal. You have those two. You cannot have those on a globe. We have those in reality. Therefore, no globe.
I'm interested to hear though. Why don't people believe that you can see the ships disappear over the horizon? What's going on with that?
That you have a preconception that the only reason that you see ships disappearing over the distance is because globe, but you're dismissing or ignoring or hand waving all the other variables that this phenomena can happen on a flat surface. Well, you have conditions. You know, when the lady in the TV says visibility today is 2 miles or 1 mile or 3 miles, you see, you have weather conditions, you have angular resolution, you have the boat, 1/3 of the boat being in the water, you have waves between you, the observer, and the boat. You see,
that doesn't explain why they.
But you have all of these all of these verifiable conditions, but you're skipping all that and saying the only reason the boat is disappearing because globe.
No, the only reason.
Yes.
Listen, that doesn't explain why a boat would disappear bottom up over the horizon. Because if it was just visibility, then the whole boat would disappear and nothing about the amount.
On a globe of 3,100, on a globe, on the globe of the specific radius that you're claiming, the boat will have to disappear at a specific distance. But this doesn't happen.
But yeah, because there's different amounts of visibility and atmospheric refraction.
So the Earth changes sizes. The boat disappears.
No,
different
the atmospheric refraction changes the amount.
Oh, not the curvature of the Earth. We agree. Not the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, the curvature of the Earth does not change.
You're saying that refraction is a phenomenon that causes balls to look flat.
No, no, it's not a phenomenon that causes balls to look flat. No, that's not what I'm arguing.
Well, you're observing a flat surface, and you're saying
nope, that's a straw man. 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 Are you listening? Okay. That's a straw man. You know why it's a straw man? Because I did not claim that atmospheric refraction causes balls to look flat. I claimed multiple times now in this call that it allows you to view a little bit past the geometric horizon.
A little bit? Define a little bit.
Okay, let's pull up the exact scientific measurements. Hold on.
No, when you said a little bit, what do you mean? What's the limit?
I don't know, but I know that it allows you to look a little bit past.
And why did you say it?
But I don't need to know every single exact measurement about a scientific theory in order to
you're the one that
theory is true.
Multiple studies. You're making claims.
I'm not.
And you don't know what the
No, this is not how debate works. No, I'm not running my mouth, dude.
Okay, you said a little bit beyond the geometric. You said a little. No. You said a little bit beyond the geometric horizon. So how define a little bit?
Do you know how to make a cake? Do you know how to make a cake?
Indeed, I do.
Cake making.
What ingredients need to make a cake?
Yeah,
if I needed to make a cake 50,000 times normal, 50,000 times the size of a normal cake.
Hold on. Obfuscation to cake making doesn't make your claim valid. So
no, I'm going to draw a parallel, right? Are you ready?
No, you're not.
Listen, buddy. Cake making doesn't work.
They're getting mad because they can't actually repeat.
No, you're a smart ass. You're freaking out because I asked you to define a little bit. Your own words.
All right, hold on. I'll pull up the.
He said
what did you mean by it?
That doesn't work on a globe.
What did you mean by saying a little bit beyond the geometric horizon? What does that mean to you?
Let me give you an example, right?
No, what does it mean to you,
I'm explaining it. I'm explaining it. Are you going to listen? Dude, listen. The Earth is 24,000 miles in diameter, right? So a little bit. Say, if I can see 10, 15
miles in diameter, no.
All right, listen. I'm explaining.
Shut up, you little brat.
I'm explaining.
You have no manners.
So mad.
I'm explaining, and you're not letting me. This is how you defend your worldview, bro.
Ooh, can you feel
You're all talking over me.
Yeah.
Are you actually going to listen to my?
What is
it? Trying to give you
if we wanted explanations, we can go to any village idiot and ask for explanations.
Listen, wow, bro, you guys are actually not going to let me give my answer.
Between diameter and circumference.
Yeah. You're not going to let me give my answer, though?
You made a statement.
You started incorrectly when you said the diameter of the Earth was 24,000 miles.
All right, whatever. Circumference. Okay, anyways.
Good. So forgive us for jumping in when you start off incorrectly.
That wasn't even that. That was everybody just talking over me.
That's why I jumped in. Now, what do you mean by a little bit? Are you going to give that in a ratio or a percentage? What do you mean?
I mean, just an estimation. Probably like the circumference of the Earth being 24,000 miles. If you can see about, I don't know what exactly.
We see.
15, if you can see about 15, 20 miles out. I'm not going to continue talking. Like,
I just want you to.
This is literally just ad hominem, bro.
Okay, no, we're gonna have one guy talking to you, Jera. It looks like Jera wants to talk to you. Go ahead, speak to Jera, guys. Just give Jera a break to bring this point to a logical conclusion. Go ahead, you and Jera.
I just want you to be specific with what you're claiming, dude. I don't want you to be ambiguous.
Yeah, so maybe 1 to 2 miles. Like I said, I don't know the exact measurements, but I do know that you could see a little bit past the horizon based on atmospheric refraction.
Okay, so basically what you're not going to be able to demonstrate this claim to us. This is just something that you believe, right?
Well, how would I demonstrate like precise scientific measurements with words in a study that I don't understand?
Dude, the conversation goes really fast with me. Right, so
how would I demonstrate?
My God. I would ask you pointed questions about what you're claiming. Like, at what distance? At what height of an observer? What technology are you even using? Is this with your own eyes or is it a camera, high-powered zoom telescope? What the atmosphere? These questions, mate, you're not going to be able to answer, are you?
I can answer them. Go ahead. What's the question?
Can you? Okay, so what with optic? with what optic would a horizon appear? Sorry, at what distance would a horizon appear to say a P900?
Sorry, what? To say what?
Yeah,
900?
exactly. What I mean, pointed questions about the optic. Angular resolution of optics changes depending on the optic that you use. It's comparable to the human eye or a pair of binoculars. Depending on the optic, the observation is going to be different, isn't it?
All right, hold on a second.
So you're not going to be able to answer these questions. You've already said you don't know. This is just what you believe.
Wait, Jenna, you're going too fast.
Well, I don't have to pull it up immediately. I don't have to like know it by heart, dude. It's not my study, but I've definitely read.
Yeah, I know. We know it's not your study, dude. Please don't defend yourself like that. If we start asking you things, you're not going to be able to answer them, are we? Well,
normal
do you know
people
what?
don't
Someone
sit
else
for
can talk to you.
16.
Don't understand why you keep talking through me when I'm talking directly to you and you're questioning. Trying to point something out to you. You're going to have to go and research this stuff.
Hey, so you gain a few hundred meters.
Questions, like when you're making a prediction about how far you should be able to see something like a boat, are you going to be using the angular resolution limit of optics? Do you think that this would have to be used when you're making observations of things? Do you think perspective would have to be taken into account? If so, what math? Yeah, you haven't got a clue, have you?
Did he go?
No, he's still here.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's putting that cake together.
Yeah, because a little bit beyond the curve edge is the same thing as a little bit beyond a hill. So you think you can see on the other side of a hill. Face it. Why don't you just be honest about that? That's
what about in front of the hill?
Well, that would be the first 1.2 miles. But all the water that you can see from after that 1.2 miles, he thinks that he's seeing that water on the other side of the Earth curve.
Yeah.
Okay. But what about the first part, before the hill, before the apex? Should anything disappear from the bottom up on that side of the hill? Or does it only happen on the other side of the hill?
Yeah, he doesn't know.
So what would the horizon be for a 6-inch observer? It'd be 0.87 miles, approximately 4,500 feet. So at a 6-inch observation height, the horizon is 4,500 feet away. That's just when things would start to disappear. Because obviously, if it's not yet reached the apex, you'd still be able to see the entirety of it, according to the globe ideas, until it went over that. Then you'd start to see some of it disappear as it went further and further and further away. So it'd have to get much greater, at least, a significant amount greater than 4,500 feet before the entire thing disappeared, right?
Yeah, so
that means if you see anything disappear from a 6-inch observer height, then it can't possibly be the horizon obstructing it, could it?
Yeah, thus the RC boats.
6-inch observers, short. Even for a leprechaun, that's short.
Yeah, but we have things disappearing from bottom up and on a 1,000-foot lake.
Correct, and I've done that myself. Gone to a 1,000-foot lake. It's actually 1,092, 333 meters from the lifeguard station to the pier on the other side. on the short side of the lake. And there's a yellow boat attached to that pier, and I can lower myself in the water, and that boat will disappear from the bottom up some days from the top down, some days sideways. But the interesting one is from the bottom up, because the globe guy will claim that this can only happen if it's past the horizon and the horizon's cutting it off. But this is well in front of the horizon, 4 times in front of the horizon. So if his claim is that it can only happen after the horizon, then I've debunked his claim.
Where are the the incidents of that happening? Like, what's the what do you call it? The proof of that? Say you've seen or you have documentation that an object disappeared beyond the horizon, like way further than it's supposed to.
No. I never said it disappeared beyond the horizon. I said it disappeared. And I never said it disappeared way further. I just said it disappeared way closer.
Way closer. Well, yeah, there's probably larger tide or something like that.
No, there's no tide, dude. It's a lake. It's a lake, dude.
Oh, it's a lake? Okay, I mean, you have to pull up all the weather conditions, everything like that about that specific incident.
Why would I? We're talking about whether it's Earth curve or not. It's either
you
Earth
could determine what the actual cause was.
Yeah. Well, I know it's not Earth curve. I know it's not Earth curve, although all of the radius. I mean, it's not Earth curve.
You could determine what the actual cause was. Maybe it's visibility or something like that. I mean, I wasn't there.
I know what the cause is. The cause is optical effect. That's the cause. I know that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So Terrestrial is asking for all these, you need to have all the weather conditions and all that, like the Globers always do, right?
But I also need to provide all the stats and every single measurement about the refraction of the horizon. What's the difference?
So who, where, and when has any Glober ever provided all of that information for their little?
Have you provided all the information about what you just said?
I don't need to. All the information. Listen, it's very simple.
It's not a decent argument. It's not.
It's a rock solid. It's a rock solid argument. If you let me explain without talking. Thanks.
All right, sure. Go ahead.
The claim is that the horizon's at a certain distance, physically, geometrically. That has a rate and a distance to it that can be known from your observation point. So the horizon is 4 times greater than my observation. Okay? So it can't possibly be the horizon, and that's all I'm attempting to prove. And so I've proved it. The end.
Okay, all right. So can you fill me in? I had to go for a second, turn in some keys and shit like that. What does this have to do with like boats disappearing bottom up from the horizon?
Yeah, perfect. I'll explain again. So the horizon for a 6-inch observer, based on the geometry of a globe of 3959 miles, would make the horizon at 0.87 miles. That's 4,500 feet. That's the horizon. That's the beginning of where things would start to be being cut off from the bottom. Obviously, they'd have to go further than that to be completely cut off and disappear. So since the horizon itself isn't even happening till 4,500 feet, and this lake is only 1,092 feet wide, then that means that from my 6-inch observer, I'm not even capable of seeing the horizon on the surface of the lake. That means it's not possible that the horizon is obstructing anything, yet the boat still disappears from the bottom and disappears in totality. So it's not the horizon doing it, period, end of story.
But you saw this with your eyes? What about like other measuring tools? Did you use like a camera or anything?
You don't use your eyes for that?
Oh, yeah, I use a camera.
No.
Yes, I do use a camera. I've done it multiple times.
Okay.
In fact, some days it disappears top down, and some days it disappears sideways.
Top down is interesting. Sideways is interesting.
In fact, the other day I mentioned that I have that observation, it disappears sideways. It spawned Elijah to go back to to an evidence that somebody had posted not 5 minutes before. He watched it again as the boat was going out to the right. He saw that effect, that it was kind of disappearing sideways.
Interesting.
So the idea that boats going to the horizon result in a boat getting cut off the bottom up observation is false. It does happen, but not all the time. And that it's exclusive to globe geometry is also false. So all that you've really done is just proven, as I have as well, that what's going on is an optical effect. It's not any curvature of any Earth.
I mean, like, at the end of the day, this is just anecdote. Like, I have no reason to trust you. So, like, I'd prefer to, like, look at actual, I don't know, studies.
And that observation cost
$5 is there anybody, like,
for 6 p.m., but after 6 p.m., I don't have to pay to get into the lake. It's free. Cost me nothing.
Is there any like peer-reviewed studies or anything like that? People like see this.
Man, shut up with peer review. Just ask for a video.
My friend, Mr.
I'm sorry that I want more evidence than Joe Schmo on Discord.
Drive yourself to a lake.
Is that not valid? Like, I don't know this guy. Why would
No,
I
it's not
trust him?
valid. You asked for a demonstration of his observation.
Why the hell are you
asked for
talking
a
to
peer
us?
review study.
I just want something like beyond just like I go to the lake and record the boat.
You want us to hold your
You know what I
hand?
mean? Like I don't know. No, I want like more than that. It's crazy.
That's a
How do you
fair
guys think it's crazy? I want more evidence.
No,
Yeah,
it's not
so-
crazy at all.
Like, why? I just want more evidence.
So you want an appeal to authority fallacy to bolster your claim of the globe?
No, I don't want an appeal to. No, it's not authority.
That's what you just said.
Can I be heard? Time out just for.
I didn't say anything about authority.
Hello?
I don't care about authority.
Hello. Okay, so the difference between us and NASA is you don't have to go halfway to the moon, turn around and look at the Earth to see the shape of it, right? Because of refraction, that's what you're limited to when it comes to NASA. As far as we are going outside and making observations ourselves, we're not telling you to trust us. We're telling you to go outside and see how far you can see. And when you can see too far and it looks flat, that's why you're going to realize, that's when you're going to realize that's why you need to say refraction over and over again, because it looks flat. That's empirical, bro. You don't have to trust anybody. Go to the ocean yourself and find out for yourself.
If he's asking for examples, there might be examples in the text chat, laser tests, and long distance observations that has been done. You can also do this yourself, so you can repeat these observations yourself. There's many laser test examples that can be posted in the text if that's what you're looking for.
I think he's looking specifically for a demonstration, like a video of what AI was saying.
What AI was saying?
Yeah, he's talking about something like I
No, this guy's just looking for an excuse for him not. He's looking for any excuse for him not to have to think about this whole corner
was
he's
that
painting
percentage?
himself into.
Oh, it makes you think that. I'm just like literally asking questions.
Everything about you.
in a lake that's short, too small to have even the horizon. So I think he was asking for a demonstration of that. He just misspoke and said, like,
doesn't even have a
peer-reviewed study, which is just a dumb thing to say.
So you're going to speak for this guy?
I'll still man him if I know what
I
he
was
means.
asking,
Yeah.
and percentage was giving me an answer. Come on, guys.
I gotta fix my earbuds. They're fucking dead. Oh, well, they're both dead. Guess I'll use speakerphone. Fuck it.
But yeah, I would be interested in watching a video too where it's like it obstructs sideways and top to bottom. That sounds like that's crazy to me. I'd love to see that.
Terrestrial.
What?
So.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, are you arguing that the surface of the Earth is curving to the specific measurements that will require for the globe to be, right? Of certain measurements like the radius and the circumference. You're saying that the Earth is actually dropping like 8 inches per mile square.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact measurements, but
Do you have any proof to that?
yeah, hold on, let me find some. I mean, I have to explain it by words. I'm not a scientist. I don't have all this
Yo,
memorized.
someone unfucking mute me in the chat.
So I'm just saying, there's many observations that probably have been posted in the text chat that you're gonna see that that's not the case. That there is such curvature that will be required.
Yeah, buddy. Can you unmute me in chat so I can talk in it?
Bro, you're gonna get muted.
You cannot
in
talk
DC.
in the chat. You have to text in the chat, Saucy. You can talk here, Saucy, but not in the chat, not in the voice, in the text chat. The text chat is for text.
You can't no more, Gemsy.
Yeah, what fucking me, buddy? How do I text in it? I can't type. It says done reading. Check U.S. politics.
It might be a good thing then that you cannot access that, because earlier you were interrupting, so that's probably why you're suppressed.
No, I wasn't. I was simply making my own conversation.
Yeah, but you were starting your sentence on other people's.
I don't give a fuck. Shut up.
We can tell.
How do I use this chat?
You're not going to be here much longer.
Wait, AI, what lake are you talking about? What lake is this guy talking about? Is it like one of the Great Lakes? Or is it just some random lake?
Bro, you said it's only like
it's 1,000 feet wide.
1,000. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's a little more than that. Google Maps says it's 333 meters from the tower and the beach to the pier on the other side, on that side of the lake. The other side of the lake is wider. But I don't do my observation there because I want it to be a short range observation on purpose. Because I want to duplicate the effect well before the alleged horizon would be cutting things off, and demonstrate that the horizon, which is claimed to be the thing that cuts things off, can't possibly be cutting off the thing that I'm witnessing with my own two eyeballs being cut off.
Right. Are you sure it's not like atmospheric distortion or?
Ay.
That's the whole point, dude. The whole point is it's not Earth curvature doing it.
He's slow. How slow?
Yeah, I mean, but that, like, so
you're slow, dude.
My point is, okay, how about instead of like insulting people, you just like.
Well, how about you learn to listen? You were asking me if it was a Great Lake. You don't listen.
He doesn't exist. I mean, I don't want to hear people insult. Bro, this guy, all he does is insult me. I'm not going to listen to it.
I know that's fine, but now we have to hear him insult you while you talk through him.
That's great. He can stop insulting me then.
I'm not insulting
you. Or he can just ban me from the chat. Either way, like, I don't want to listen to that.
Listen.
It fucks with my mental health, you know? People insulting each other. I try not to be around dickheads, you know? So I'll like talk. You guys can talk like normal people, but if you're gonna insult me like you're a toddler, I don't want to. Like,
ask your doctor if a grow-a-pair is right for you.
I mean, it's normal, right? If you have people like calling names and shit,
do I need to ban everyone? My friend, do I need to ban everyone and put up padded walls so that we can have a nice combo?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you probably should like moderate people that interrupt like that. It's not a real debate if people are just talking over each other, being assholes.
That's fine. Old Hoss is looking introspectively at his wily ways while he gives you birth to ask your question to me. Go ahead.
Sorry, who are you talking to?
Love. You should be listening. You should know that he said a small lake, so there's no way it's a Great Lake. You should be listening. That being said, it's okay to clarify and ask questions and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. This just seems really disorganized. It's kind of tiring me out. I'll let someone else talk.
Fair enough. I think that these safe spaces is like the opposite of what the doctor ordered, because any like psychologist that's worth his weight, he
Wait, who's that?
tells you.
Okay, I'm gonna mute him too. Larry.
Jesus, dude.
Why are you muting everyone, bro? What's wrong with you?
I just don't want to hear like smug comments. It's obnoxious.
The psychologist would say, expose yourself slowly, right? So if you need to take a break, take a break. But it's barroom banter, bro. I mean, dudes, they work like this. Like, you ever worked with Mexicans? Like, the shit that they say to each other and us is the most horrible, true shit. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just the real world. Like, people say shit.
Yeah, that's cool. Can we allow AI come to AI bring his point to a logical conclusion
Yes,
with that guy?
Go ahead.
My conclusion is that my conclusion is that I demonstrated that I get the effect that's claimed to happen after the horizon, well before the horizon, proving it's not the horizon, which is allegedly the apex or top of an Earth curve blocking anything that's causing this effect. The replies that I got from the people who were asking about it were, well, then how did you rule out it's not an optical effect? Which was the point, is that it only can be an optical effect. If there's nothing in between me and the object and it's disappearing in my vision as I'm looking at it, that's something optical going on. It has nothing to do with any obstruction, and certainly not any obstruction of the horizon, which is 4 times further down the line. I rest my case.
Do you hear that, terrestrial?
Yeah, I had a counterpoint. So, proof that like different things can obstruct the vision of an object besides the horizon isn't proof that the horizon can't obstruct an object.
What?
Dude, you're the one talking
about
that
the horizon can't obstruct objects. Also, does that make sense?
The horizon would be obstructing it if it was the horizon. Okay, well, I mean, I guess, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So, like, just because something's obstructing it there doesn't mean that the horizon doesn't also obstruct it.
The question is, how can you differentiate between the horizon obstructing something or something else obstructing something?
Well, let's see. There's probably data on that somewhere.
No, man. Because it could always be.
What do you mean? No, have you looked at the data yourself?
No, hold up. Because for a
you
fact,
haven't looked at the data yourself. Then why are you saying no?
Listen. For a fact, what AI is presenting cannot be the Earth, like the globe, right? So
you're saying you're treating it like a reductio, but it's not.
No, hold up. We have absolute evidence, like I mean, if he was to present it hypothetically, but we'd have absolute evidence that it cannot be the globe that's causing the obstruction. So we have obstruction caused by other than the globe. For you to claim that now the globe is also obstructing it, I know, I'm with you. It's possible that the globe is also obstructing it, but you have to bring evidence. We have zero evidence for that, right? You have to bring a way to differentiate between whatever's causing his obstruction, this optical effect or what have you, versus the obstruction that you claim with the globe. You have no way of differentiation either.
Yeah, terrestrial said it was an optical blockage as well.
I know, but he's saying it's still possible for the Earth to...
But he stated it as if it was a win for the globe.
It's bizarre.
Right, so
his point,
it's okay.
His point is that it could still have Earth globe at longer distances as well as this thing.
Yes.
But he hasn't proven that whatsoever.
That's correct, because it's okay for him to say a possible reason that I can't see the bottom of that object at distance is because the Earth may be a globe, right? And there's curvature on the surface obstructing my view with distance of a distant object, right? But it's not okay to say because I can't see the bottom of that object at distance, the Earth is a globe.
Well, T-Dub, this was an example of a short.
Right, so here we go.
Hold on, though. This was an example of a thousand. He's got me muted. This little punk.
Which is the distance. It consistently.
No, this was an example that was in a 100-foot wide pond.
It's not going to work.
Who start talking first?
Oh, okay, never mind. All right, well, I'm not going to listen to those people talk, and I'm not going to unmute them either. Like, so I'm just not going to.
Well, but he may want to
Maybe you
speak
should turn them down
to
so you can see
something
the
that
names
somebody
later.
else says, because you're not the only person in this chat. So if somebody else, if he wants to respond to something somebody else has said, and then you don't hear him, you're going to talk over the top of him, causing audio chaos.
Yeah.
So just turn him down if that's the case, so you can see his name light up.
Yeah, he was actually being very nice and cordial and respectful. You should give him a second chance.
Old Hoss?
Who was being nice? Somebody was insulting me, and I muted them.
I was on my best behavior there.
They're being really smug about it. Talking about
No, I
safe
wasn't
spaces and
being
shit like
really
that. It's
smug
like, well,
about
dude,
it. You're
I have
being
manic depression,
smug.
so like I've literally attempted suicide, and I'm just not trying to hear that shit. You know what I mean? I'm here to
take a
debate
walk,
about an
then.
actual topic, not get fucking insulted by some old fat fucking.
I guarantee I'm skinnier than you are, big boy.
No, he was saying that you might be like a fat fucking guy, and maybe you.
Oh, he
you know,
was saying,
like,
look,
you like
like,
fat
Yeah, dude, I'm not
ladies.
trying to get insulted. I muted them both.
You like
so I can
fat
get their
ladies or something?
You're not trying to get insulted. Dude.
Yeah.
Not trying to get
He put away, look, he put away his insults. He put away
I'm
his
not trying to
insults
sit here for
20
an hour and
minutes,
listen to
right?
people like
Trying.
at me, bro.
Not trying.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I have a fucking dialect and accent, bro.
No, your apology not accepted. Dude, the
No,
point
Hoss,
was...
you're showing your age when you make fun of someone saying I'm not trying to do something.
Not trying.
Yeah, that's
He's not trying. He's doing it. He's successfully doing it. Come on.
Yeah, bro, I'm sorry. I'm from inner city fucking Columbus, Ohio, dude. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Oh my
I have a
god.
different
That's
dialect,
cool, bro.
bro.
Get a
No, listen,
life,
bro.
dude.
Listen,
You're the
bro.
one fucking making fun of my dialect.
No, I'm not making fun of anything. It's your verb conjugation.
Not trying. What's that then? Can you tell me?
Trying.
Old Hoss.
What does that
when
mean?
it comes,
Why are you
when it
saying
comes
that?
to the
Is it just
point
a
of the
verbal string?
conversation,
Well, you're trying to ignore. Yeah, dude, you're just trying to. Go ahead, Jim Z. I know you're trying to talk.
No, I'm just saying that if we can bring it back to some of the points and just concentrate on that, because he's engaging and I'm pretty sure he can figure things out. It's just I guess it has to be.
Well, T-Dub just got here, and he liked the way T-Dub was talking to him. So I was trying to.
Yeah, I like normal conversation, not
Okay,
you fucking little
fine.
brat, you squirt, kill yourself, libtard. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
those are all things that I did not say.
Someone called me a brat and a fucking little shit and was like, spit was flying out of their mouth. Yeah, whatever, dude. Now he's gaslighting, bro. I'm just not trying to hear it, bro. Is that hard to fucking
But you did hear it. It's too late.
Yeah,
dude,
exactly.
Right, can we stop? Can we stop talking about it? Thank
I was
you.
just getting server muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to move on. So, dude, this was a small lake, a small little pond. Have you ever gone to in the inner city? They don't have these little ponds in the park.
Oh no, I live in West Washington now, and I've been all over the country. I've literally like hopped trains around the country.
Bye. All right, hobo.
I literally was a hobo, but okay.
Yo, Old Hoss, I think you need to mute, man.
What?
You're putting in some weird energy, bro.
I was trying to say to him, listen, I was just trying to say to him, he had that insta excuse about the small little fountain pond. No, that could be, it's like, dude, these are things you can go do for yourself, terrestrial.
I mean, yeah, but the issue with that is that you're treating it like a reductio, saying like, I can see it disappear in a way that's not via the horizon, therefore it can't be
No, it's via the Earth curve because it's too small of a scale for the Earth curve to be a factor. Do you not get that? I'm trying to explain that to you.
Maybe in that instance, yeah, but that doesn't.
Okay, that's what we're. So focus on that instance. Try and do that.
That doesn't completely. That's not a reductio. It doesn't remove fucking the curvature of the Earth.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to, dude. It doesn't have to. It just proves that phenomenon is not exclusive to the globe claim.
Yeah, I get it. I get your argument. It's kind of a little distorting logic, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
What? It's not
The other observation
does. Logically airtight, brother.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Okay. Basically, you think I'm positing that objects disappear over the horizon, therefore it must be the curvature. but you are observing that other things can cause it to disappear over the horizon. Therefore, my argument's not valid. Yes, I get it.
Confirming the
No,
consequence.
it's not that your argument's not valid. It's that your argument could be true. It's just not substantiated to be true. My argument, according to your parameters of the globe you claim, is substantiated that it's not possible that the globe you claim is the cause. So mine's substantiated and yours isn't. Now yours could be true, could be.
And if it was substantiated, if both were substantiated, then we'd also have to have a way to differentiate between the two.
So yeah,
we do have other observations.
Yeah, you would do that by measuring it. They've done measurements. There's measurements out there where they see it disappear at approximately the same distance every time, in the same way.
Just because it does at the same, just because it's bottom up proportionally, it could still be the same optical effect that AI is seeing, or a different optical effect or something. You have to find a way somehow to prove that it's the globe.
Or into the black swan. We could show them. Have you seen those observations? They're observations where, based on the height of the observer and the claimed geometry of the Earth, we see a horizon distance well in excess of the claimed geometry. So it must be of a necessity like that the horizon be at a specific distance based on the geometry and the observer's height. Right? If we see in excess of that, that claim is falsified.
So basically, it's the exact opposite of AI's observation. That one was obstruction short of the globe claim. This is, lack of obstruction, in excess of the globe claim.
So I'm reading that the black swan works both ways.
Wow. Who wrote this? Because you guys are all reading this now. Who wrote that to you?
Yeah, hold on.
I'm just trying to get answers. Because within the last 2 weeks, it's been dozens of you who've said that.
They probably just ChatGPT. What's the black swan in terms of...
Is that what it is? ChatGPT is... They've sharpened up their answer, huh? So strange. And remember, Terrestrial, you already limited yourself. You said, well, certain refraction conditions can... Remember when I tried to pin you down on what a little bit meant? And you said 1 or 2 miles? So you're not going to like these oil rig observations.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about that is basically, like...
So who wrote it? I'm asking, who was giving you this information?
I'm just Googling it.
You're just... So
I'm trying to see the validity of it. I'm looking up black swan.
So what is it? So Sonny was right. So it is ChatGPT or percentage.
I'm Googling it.
Okay, and who wrote it? What's the website that's giving you this? They say that it works. You said they say the black swan works on both. Who's they and who? Yeah, just who are they?
Well, hold on. I haven't read the full thing.
Oh, okay.
Some website and some .org website.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to actually read through this and understand it and see what kind of arguments can be made against it or for it to make an actual claim.
LG, take your time, bro.
Well, what's the argument being made?
He's trying to debunk.
No. In the oil rig image, in the black swan, quote unquote, what is the argument being made?
Fair.
Terrestrial.
What?
What is the argument being made? Why did T-Dub bring up the black swan?
Because so they're 10 miles away, and because the Earth had curvature, the bottom of the rig should be hidden, but we can see. They're too visible.
Wrong answer. Yes, you got half of it right. The second rig is about 10 miles away. What is visible beyond that second rig?
I mean, I looked at the picture earlier and I couldn't see anything. I mean, I just saw.
You just saw what?
Like straight up, like horizon.
Okay, so the horizon is beyond 10 miles then.
Yeah. I mean, I guess in that instance, yeah.
From a 1 foot observer's height, that's a big issue for the globe.
No, because with refraction, I mean, like in like.
No, but you said earlier that refraction will get you 1 to 2 miles, maybe.
Like on average, but like in.
Okay, well, this is blowing your average out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, in certain examples, you can see pretty far.
Oh, okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't think that's Flat Earth. I mean, I'm not going to believe Flat Earth.
Is it 3959? What do you don't have to believe it.
I don't believe
All you have to do is rip your brain from the vice that the outer space mythology has on you.
I don't believe it's a globe necessarily either.
Scientific stance.
You just need some time to deprogram. That's it.
No, this guy's just.
I'm not going to believe either way. I'm not going to sit here and posit that I know something I can't actually prove either way, because it seems like both the arguments are just kind of chaotic.
Why are you positing? I mean, you are doing that though. You're positing it's refraction that's giving you these anomalous distances, the distance observation.
So
I'm just here to debate.
You don't know that.
Yeah, your presupposition is globe to begin with.
Well, you failed at that.
You were dishonest about that.
No, I'm actually. So my presupposition, what
you're doing is talking out of both sides of your mouth and your ass.
Okay. Not helpful, old Haas.
No, I don't. Maybe you just don't believe me, but I don't actually believe either way. You know what I mean? But I'm just
wrong. Then why are you bringing up refraction?
Because it seems plausible.
Really, that's a globe Earth claim.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't just because I'm arguing that doesn't mean I fucking.
Yeah. So, do you even know what the formula? Do you know what the formula? What type of refraction?
He's done.
Do you know what the formula is for the refraction that you're claiming, which is terrestrial refraction? Do you know what the formula is? You don't know? 7 over 6 R. What do you think the R stands for?
Probably radius.
Yeah. So is that not a presupposition of the claimed radius? That's what's in contention. That's baked into the formula of refraction, the one you're trying to use, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah. That's a decent point. Hold on a second. So the point you're making basically is that because the theory of refraction is based on the presupposition that you calculate it using the Earth's radius, right? Terrestrial refraction. Then, therefore, it's a flawed scientific method.
It's not scientific, and we know what refraction is.
Well, how did they get?
Well, I don't know what it is. Hold on, brother. He's about to ask a very salient question. Ask your question again.
What?
You're asking
how did they get the radius
so somebody. There you go. How did they get the radius?
Yeah, how are they using it? 7 over 6 times R, right?
Well,
good luck.
That's why we're here, and that's why we're flat earthers, because we looked for that answer. And for over 10 years, we haven't found anybody that could give us the answer of how they obtained that.
Well, specifically, are you asking why they're using 7 over 6R, or are you asking why they're using the radius in that form, in their formula?
We had a physicist today, and he said he read it on the books. That's where he got it from.
Because essentially, an observation you make, right? If you're claiming that the horizon is a geometric location, right? That would be a consequence of the geometry of the size of the Earth that you say that it is, like the radius value. Then if you drew a tangent line of sight from your eyeballs to where it touches the sphere, right? The straight line. That's your apex, the sagittal, right? That would dictate that it's at a specific distance. And if you make an observation where it's beyond that distance, right, then you need to account for that somehow. You need to say, well, I want to still believe I'm on a ball, but I need to explain why I'm seeing the top of the ball, that I'm supposed to be looking at, which is supposed to be the geometric horizon, further away. So therefore, you can just create a formula which essentially increases the radius of the Earth. So it's incorporating the idea that light is behaving in a way through the air which allows you to see the horizon at a location that is beyond the geometric possibility, right? But just by simply stating that the Earth is of a larger size, not really incorporating any optical effects into the formula.
Hold on a second. So yeah, I'm looking up how they got the calculations. Let's see. For the circumference, you get circumference divided by 2 pi equals radius, right? So, let's see, where equals sig cast shit.
They made it up.
Yep. So we want to know how they, not
I'm
how
not
they
willing to believe that.
how they measured it.
Yeah, I'm not willing to believe that they've made it up. I'm just going to look for evidence
That's
of
so
how they.
crazy. He was looking for
calculated
radius.
the
He
circumference.
I don't know what's going on anymore. There needs to be a light that lights up for you when you're pretending not to be a glober and when you're just globing.
No, I'm just actually like a skeptic. I don't like.
Time out. What are you skeptic about when it comes to the heliocentric model?
Not refraction.
Everything, yeah, not refraction. Well, I mean, now I'm skeptical of refraction, but I won't be once I figure out how they got the circumference. So I'll look into that, and then also, I'm skeptical of pretty much anything that I haven't looked into. That's just like logic.
Can you be skeptical about the physics of water on the globe, water on the outside of a sphere with gas pressure in a vacuum?
Yeah, I'm skeptical about everything. But again, if I'm going to be skeptical of flat earther arguments as well.
Okay, have you ever seen water doing anything but laying flat?
I mean,
they have a big pool down there at Ohio State. Have you ever seen what?
According to the globe perspective, it does.
No, I'm asking you, have you seen that? My God, man, open your ears. Have you witnessed it with your 2 eyes? Water doing anything but laying flat?
I mean, yeah, like waves and shit.
Oh my Lord. Yeah, those are undulations. So what? Okay, you've been to the beach, right?
Yeah, I mean, I live next to the beach.
You've seen someone digs a hole and then the tide goes out and you have that hole of water, full of water.
I mean, yeah,
right? That the waves are no longer reaching.
Yep.
Tell me about the surface of that little pool of water.
I mean, yeah, it sits still other than like obvious things like the wind.
And its surface is what?
Like generally flat, yeah.
Okay, so other than waves and tides and birds splashing around and fish, the water is flat.
Oh, fuck, my phone's up 1%. I gotta go inside.
Yeah, it is effed up, isn't it?
Hold on a second. I gotta go in my house.
All right, man.
Hold on.
Don't forget the bears that are chasing after the fish.
Yeah, I just don't think you're being, I don't know. God bless you, but
No, I'm trying to be like
You
actually
found
honest.
yourself in this weird corner, and I don't even think. I think you were reading the writing on the wall, and then you go, "Well, I don't believe in either the globe or flat." I mean, dude, that's bull.
No, I don't believe it. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You go ahead and spend like a few years drifting around on the street and see the fucking
been there, done
in the
there.
world.
Yeah, I was
exactly,
doing that
so-
when you were in a diaper in central Columbus.
How old are you? Like 40?
Yeah, like 40.
Yeah, so I was probably about 13 or something.
Yeah, wearing a diaper. So,
come on now,
dude. I know. Well, yeah, listen,
I'm still wearing a diaper, right, bro?
Okay. Hey, it's not bragging if you're telling the truth.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're talking about being skeptical and all this shit. Well, just keep it simple. Water in a pool, it's flat. Water in the ocean, other than waves, it's flat. And like you said, yeah, from the global perspective, it's curved. Yeah, that's what they keep telling us.
Oh my
in reality,
God.
in reality, the best people have are tides and waves.
Water and spheres will debunk the globe claim, because when you add those two together, water doesn't attach to the outside of a sphere, and that's what they're claiming. Especially when they claim it's in a vacuum. Nobody can demonstrate that, because water in a vacuum evaporates. Let alone attach itself on the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum. Oof. So many impossibilities.
Give me a minute. I gotta try and figure out why the internet's not on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The globe claim doesn't pass the water test nor the smell test. Because you wouldn't be able to smell anything on a globe in a vacuum.
Finn Gracie's here. Is that a
right percentage? If you're in a vacuum and the gas is being pulled outside of your lungs, how are you gonna smell anything?
You got a point.
So the globe vacuum religion doesn't pass the smell test, obviously. It's like a scam. The scam, when you know it's a scam, you know it doesn't pass the smell test. Just like the globe scam.
Yeah, the globe, the fact, and it's not his fault. He's just Googling it. But that's a new thing where you're saying, well, it turns out I'm reading here that it looks like the black swan it's good to go on the globe and flat. Gee. It doesn't that, I guess they needed some sort of substantiation for all their refraction chanting. And they got this article that they're all, I read today that it works. What is this?
But did they tell you that you're claiming that if you believe this, you can see the other side of the hill? Did they say that in the article, or they wouldn't want to put it in plain?
They didn't go that far yet.
Oh, maybe they should put it in English so that people understand what they're saying when they say that, it looks flat because of refraction.
Super happy about this. I gotta use my fucking hotspot. God damn it, dude. Landlord's supposed to pay the bills. I give her all this fucking money.
No need the damn God over the landlord.
Grumble. Now you're sounding like the boomer, grumbling.
It's not my job to fucking pay the bill, so it's not getting paid when I'm giving the money. I paid my rent 2 weeks in advance, bro. Come on.
I thought boomers were like 80 years old. Yeah, God gets damned for a lot of things that are like, so it's like, I
don't believe in God.
I pulled my cell phone plug out of the wall. God damn it.
Wait a minute. So you don't believe in God, so you believe that all the organisms here on Earth sprang up out of the rocks and elements without any kind of direction whatsoever?
No.
So there was a crater then?
No, I just don't. I don't believe that there is or isn't. I don't know. That's what I say. I don't fucking know. Who knows? Could be anything.
No, couldn't.
It's not really my concern. I'm focused. So my perspective is like I don't really spend much time thinking about that. I'm just agnostic.
Hey, terrestrial, if you see something that has been programmed and there's a code for that program, will you say this program wrote itself? There was no coder behind it.
What the fuck? Sorry, not you. Nothing's letting me connect to the internet. I'm gonna have to restart my computer.
You are connected, bro.
No, I'm on my computer. I'm on my phone right now. No, so I don't think that's like saying like we live in a world where we can observe human will, and I can observe that like humans constantly code things, right? And so if I see something that's coded, I'm gonna say, well, someone probably coded that. It's like that makes sense. But like I said, it's possible, but I also don't believe it. You know what I mean? It could just be like literal billions of years of like.
So listen, if you allow a billion years, or you have a billion years, and you put all the pieces of a watch, a Swiss watch, in a box, and then you let it sit down for a billion years, without anyone's intervention, will all the pieces be put together just because time will put all the pieces together and make the Swiss watch work?
Well, no, because that's not how a watch like functions. The pieces of a watch aren't going to be randomly assembled.
It needs a watchmaker, right?
Yeah, or some kind of like machine to put it together.
Yeah, and the machine is a designer.
Why don't you just put it in a tumbler? Just shake up the box for a long time. Think that'd work?
I mean, yeah, if say there were indestructible pieces and you just shook it constantly for like a couple billion years, they might assemble themselves.
Oh, but clip it.
Hey, I mean, that makes sense, bro.
Oh my goodness. It makes
no sense. It doesn't make sense.
That nonsense makes no sense.
You're telling me if you put indestructible watch pieces in a box, right, and you literally shook it for like 10 billion years, there's absolutely zero chance that they could end up put together in the right place. That's
correct. Yeah.
No.
How do you get all the pieces in the box in the first place without someone putting it there?
I mean, this is just a like hypothetical. You know what I mean? Now you're like getting meta with the conversation that has nothing to do with the initial like hypothetical.
I mean, yeah, it's all good. It's all good, bro.
Okay, how about this? There's nothingness. All right, nothingness. At what point do you have something?
I don't know if there was nothingness before this.
Well, what existed before?
From the decades before, and watching it being played out in other countries, so that we react and then play it out here, and then they react. It's all a game. Oh, there he is. Shui, are you there? Can you hear us, Shui?
Yes, I can.
Oh, thank you very much, bro. Listen, would you mind very much turning off your camera? It's kind of room policy that we don't use cams in here, dude.
I don't know why I'm allowed to turn it on, though.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you can turn it on, but we ask people to turn it off. And in requirement of the rules, it's actually in our rules that we don't cam up. And it also limits the room to a certain number of people as well. Not that they're all trying to get in, but it's just policy, bro. It's not.
I'm trying to be an influencer, man. So
you're just trying to be an influencer. Sorry.
Yeah.
By being on camera.
Yeah, because I'm the only one who can turn his camera on. So.
Well, no, we can all turn our cameras on, bro, but we don't because it's room policy.
Can you though? Let's see who can turn their camera on right now.
Well, bro, look, anywho, if you're going to be like that, I'm a moderator in here, mate, and, I could kick you out. We're asking you nicely, dude. If you want to make something out of it, it's not a problem.
I don't care if I get kicked out or not.
Well, we care, bro. We would rather have a conversation with you, so could you please turn your camera off?
No.
We're trying to have a conversation, laddie.
Aye. What's the matter with you, man?
Shui, turn your camera off.
Who's the assassin that thinks he's a jock?
Yeah,
it limits the amount of people that can come in the room.
Having my camera limits the amount?
Yes,
Yes,
that's
sir.
what we're trying to explain, dude.
Why would my camera being on limit
I
the
don't
amount?
know. That's just the way Discord works. So please, if you would turn off your camera and we can allow more people to come into the room, that would be appreciated.
Hey, laddie, turn your camera off. Turn it off.
Okay, let's give him a countdown. I'm just going to boot you out at the end of that. 10,
10,
9, 8, 7,
7,
Stay,
6,
turn your camera
5,
off, bro. Don't get kicked,
4,
please.
3, 2,
Turn it
1.
off, Sway. Bye.
Nice meeting you, Sway. Bye-bye.
He's
Good
done.
night.
Yeah, the guy's a dick. He's done this before. I asked him,
Yep.
you know.
I've dealt with him before, just like that.
Like, what a clown.
So, go of God Cook.
Yeah.
First time in the room.
Yeah. So you guys think the Earth is flat?
Not think, sir, no, not think, no. It's not an idea, a paradigm. We don't dream it up. We don't just look out and go, oh, we think the Earth's flat because we read it in a book or the Bible or some nonsense. Doesn't work like that, dude.
I think you guys are wrong.
Well, that's fine. Do you have any reason to prove us wrong or any ability?
Yes, I do.
Go for it, bro. The floor's yours. Post stuff in chat. If you need
do you know anything about
images to me and I'll post them, go for it.
Do you know anything about refraction?
Yeah, actually we do quite a lot.
So if you understand refraction, you know the Earth is not flat.
Well, that depends.
You already messed up.
We do understand refraction. We understand that the Earth is a terrestrial plane above and below a level horizon. You know, azimuth.
What would you use to show me the Earth is flat? Let's start there.
We would use the model of the globe and its dimensions and apply that in reality where it must fit or be broken, i.e. over water at rest, where the claims of the globe's dimension and the conforms of gravity would curve the globe at a certain rate according to your eye height. We're actually empirical. We apply the metric direct to reality. And what we discover is it doesn't actually curve or drop in accordance with the model at any distance whatsoever, anywhere. And refraction doesn't do what you think it does. Anywho, I'll step back and let somebody else have a go. I've been blathering for a bit.
So you think there's no refraction, right?
No, you weren't listening.
That would
there are different types of refraction, okay, and these kinds of refraction cause all kinds of different things to happen. They can cause things to appear vertically compressed or sinking or looming, hovering. Do you know what a fata morgana is?
What?
Okay, then you don't know anything about refraction.
I know that cold and warm air can make far off things appear flat. So do you know about platform habitat? Do you know about that?
Absolutely.
So if you actually go there and look, depending on the day, you'll see the curve. Right, so that's like one piece of evidence you'd use, right?
Okay, but here's the problem: is we never see left to right curve at all, and Globers claim that things that might be hidden, right, which is that stooping or sinking refraction, they're claiming that that's the Earth curve. So you might as well be arguing that Earth is a cylinder that only curves away from you, but it doesn't curve left to right. If it's going to curve away from you that much, then it should be curving left to right just as much, noticeably, visibly so. But it's not. This is why we're telling you and trying to explain to you what's going on so you can understand what you're seeing. Because it's not Earth curve when you see things that appear to be cut off at the bottom. It's refraction, it's sinking, it's stooping, it's compressing. And that's just what happens through the atmos, through the air. You have different temperatures of the air and the water. Different things happen. There's even phenomena where it looks like boats are flying. They look like they're just floating in the air. But they are definitely on the water, and they're not actually floating. It's not, it's a phenomena.
That phenomenon happen.
Can I ask the gentleman?
I'm not sorry. Post pictures in this chat.
If you want to send it to one of us, we can post it for you.
I could just put it in here. So this is debunking the black swan.
How so?
Because you can see the curve, right? Like the whole point of the black. Yes.
Where?
Yeah. Check it out.
Where?
Yeah. How far is it?
Right on there. Right there. Go look.
Right. So do you have the details on how far that would be?
Okay.
I don't see a curve. I see flatness.
Click that link and then Command F. Command F. Figure 2.
It's okay, dude. Can you articulate the room? These details, please. So how far would the curve have to, be? Like the tangent from the observer's. How high is the observer? Stuff like that. Do you have those details?
I'm going to be honest, no. But this is not my first time.
What's it show?
Debating flat Earth people. I kind of lied. So I've dealt with.
Well, that would explain that. That would explain that, because if you don't have all these details, yeah, dude. Like, so how can you be so sure that this quote debunks it if you have none of the material needed to justify that claim?
Because I've gone on planes before, and
Okay. So if you want to talk about planes, hang on.
I've seen the curve.
Right. Okay. So check this out. Right. So watch this. Right. So if you want to talk about planes, you can talk about that. But this bit that you provided as being the debunking, thing, it's not necessary. Right. It's not relevant because you can't even back it up. Right.
It's not true.
It's not true.
Tell us how it debunks anything.
Yeah, I asked the gentleman for the details, and he couldn't provide them, and they don't link to the other thing, so we can just hand wave it. Right. As opposed to if you make the claim that they are related, then we can hand wave both. Because if the other thing is
this article
on this, then fuck them both, right?
Yeah, because he's like, this article debunks the black one. Oh yeah, how? I don't know. I haven't read it. Okay then, bro. Cool story.
That's brilliant.
I just kind of wandered in here just kind of to see what the vibe was like. And
you came in pretty bold, dude, and look at you now. It's pretty funny.
I know it's not flat. I'll tell you that. But
how do you know that?
I used to be fun in the old server. I had the flat Earth role. It was pretty fun. But I know that it's not flat.
How do you? Okay, hang on. One at a time, dude. One at a time. How do you know that? You say it's not flat. What gives you that impression, and why?
I don't know. Space, planes, seeing the curve.
All right. Start with one. Go ahead.
You can pick anyone you want, dude.
Planes.
Go ahead.
Planes. Space, planes.
Curves. I've seen the curve.
You've seen the curve?
I've seen it, yeah.
From where?
Islands and shit. Vacation.
Islands?
Building.
From islands and stuff?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Have you ever, where are you from? The UK?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever left the UK?
Yes.
Okay, so in America we have these things called vacations. I think where you're from they're called holidays, right?
Okay, so when I go on holiday...
Yeah. Go on.
No, No, mate, so far that's as far as you've got me. When I go on holidays, what, in an aeroplane?
Yeah, I mean, do you take planes? I don't know if you've ever taken.
Yeah, I've been in an aeroplane many times, more than 20.
All right, okay. So usually when I get on an airplane, there's like 3 seats on each side, right? And then there's one called the window seat. And you can open this thing, it's called a window.
And you open the window? What the fuck?
Yeah, you can look outside.
Sorry, did you open the window?
Yes.
What, in an aeroplane?
Yeah.
Do you understand what decompression is?
Wait, are you talking about like removing the window? Because the window is fixed. You can't just.
I know. That's why I was questioning about you opening it.
You know, they have like
shutter, lines, right? The shutter. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like I don't mean like removing the window thing. Like, come on.
Opening the window. Okay.
So, do you guys think there's like a big conspiracy with those? Like,
no, at the moment we're all sitting in an aeroplane, looking out the open window because we've opened the shutter, and we're looking out. Okay, and
you're seeing the curve, and you're like, you know what? The Earth is.
Okay, this circle is around the aeroplane. The people on the other side of the airplane can see this circle as well. Are you saying that this horizon has 1 point higher or lower than the others?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's not measured. So you understand that we can measure the decrease in angle from eye level of the horizon, right? For example, you're in an airplane and your eye level is just above the horizon.
Yeah.
If you take 4 measurements, like one facing north, east, south, or west, just to keep it easy for you, then you measure the same decrease from eye level to the horizon, showing that it measurably doesn't have one part higher or lower than the other. It's just a circle around the observer.
Sure. I mean, it's not flat, but that's okay.
Dude, your example was the curvature of the Earth as seen by planes. I just pointed out that's not what. So you have to understand why we're just going to have to put that piece of information because it doesn't fit the criteria.
Dude, I
you understand why, right?
I used to have the flat Earth rule, you know?
That's lovely. He's just going to keep repeating what he said?
Why does that matter?
I don't think any of you believe it.
Sorry. You don't think that any of us understand that measured to like on the surface?
I don't think any of you believe the Earth is flat. I'm going to be honest.
Sorry. I'll ask you again. Maybe you'll answer. You don't think any of us understand that water is measured to like when contained and at rest?
No, I just think you're all trolling, you know?
Oh.
Wait, we taught you something new. You're welcome.
What was your name on the server? How long ago were you on it? And how much did you see when you were there?
A lot, dude. I was there like the 24/7 server way back during COVID. I know all about this shit.
All right. Okay, so like only as far back as COVID did?
Yeah, dude, I know this shit is not real, dude.
No, but I'm being serious, bro. I'm not being funny or trying to get a gotcha here. I'm trying to gauge you on the server, how much you actually saw, how much you interacted.
Can you explain to us why it's not real?
Christopher Columbus.
And what did he do?
He sailed to the Americas when they thought that you would fall off the edge of the world. This guy was.
The rhyme?
He was
What's the rhyme that goes with it? And what is it? 1492. Sailed the ocean blue or some such.
He gets on.
Get lost.
And he says, "Fuck it, we're going to India," but he doesn't get to India, right?
There's another landmass in the way. Okay, and this proves what?
Proves it's a globe.
No, it just proves that as he sailed, there was another landmass in the way where he thought that he reached India.
How does one direction, how does one heading prove 360 degree circumference in every direction?
I have a question, actually. How are goods from Chinese container ships that are like going to the west coast of America, how do they get there?
Across the Pacific Ocean.
Okay.
You've already answered your question. You've already answered your question within the question.
Now we're getting somewhere, right? So
yeah, they sailed east, didn't they?
Yes, you can go around the world, right? You can.
Sorry. What's east? How would you define what east is?
It's a direction.
Based on what?
The Earth's magnetic poles.
Okay, not magnetic pole, but I'll give you pole. Is that an absolute location?
Sure.
Cool, awesome stuff. And east or west would be what relative to that absolute direction?
Their directions.
Okay, would they be circular directions? As in, if I went east around this pole, I'd end up where I started from.
Sure. Yeah.
Cool.
Is it something like? Sorry, Jedi. Is it something like the pictures in chat?
Yo, who is the guy that ran the old server? I can't remember his name. I remember Helio. Who else? Do you remember that guy that used to make the flat Earth raps? What happened to that guy?
He's still around, dude.
I haven't talked to him in forever.
Do you mean Flat Nasty, or do you mean the boys that collaborated on Why Would You Lie?
Not Flat Nasty. I'm trying to remember this guy's name. He had like a Rasta profile picture.
Elisha Savvy? Elijah? Eli? Who's the other one? Midi?
Yes.
Midi?
Yes. Yeah. I think it was Midi.
Midi HC, was it?
Yeah.
Midi's about, bro. So you said about the not Cook. I've put up Cook's route. Columbus, Captain Columbus, sailing the seas and discovering America in a circular route. Got you, Jedi. No worries. Didn't mean to steal your fire, mate, but I'm going to go and get a coffee too soon. Yeah. So like I posted you, the voyage of Captain Cook projected on the azimuthal equidistant depiction, which is a globe map but flattened out. So, like, how does that infer that it's a globe, bro?
I don't know.
Yeah, neither do I. Neither do I, mate. Thanks for the honesty, mate. Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't infer a globe, eh?
I know it's a globe, though, dude.
But how, bro? How do you know it? If you know us, you know we're empirical, that we actually go on physical measurements, mate. So you're going to have to show us how you know it, other than, stuff heliocentrism says, or the television says, or you've seen depicted in airlines that, appear to arc for a globe, which is just a depiction to reify the claim.
Who was the old admin, like the server owner? I forget that guy's name.
The original admin?
Yeah.
What did he?
No, the one that had the...
After that? The one that had the issue?
I don't know. I don't remember what the issue was. I'm talking about the one that had Kill Bill profile picture of the Asian guy.
No, he's still admin. That's Indio did. That's India.
Oh yeah, India. Shit, dude.
Yeah, and like alongside India before that it was Jose Mesa.
Yeah.
When India came along, then me Morvek came in as admin as well.
What happened to that?
Remember
that? Is that server still around?
Yeah, bro. Have you not still got it? Did you bin it?
I haven't been there.
Or were you super banned, Mr. Flat Earther?
I'm not banned.
Well then, of course it's still around. If you haven't binned it.
How? Because I told you guys I would not have flat earthers.
Listen, mate, if you'd bothered to read the welcome page, which surely to God back then you managed to do, you would have seen something that said, "Trolls get wrecked," R-E-K-T. Well, it's like, you know, we don't just kick people out. If you want to LARP around and troll and not take it seriously, yeah, we'll wreck the troll on you, mate.
I've seen so many people get banned in that server.
So have I, mate. Well, you've seen some of. Do you remember you don't remember it in its earliest of days, but yeah, even what you saw wasn't a patch on some of it, mate.
What happened to Quantum Eraser?
Sorry?
Remember Quantum Eraser?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't need to remember him. He's still sort of current. Someday I'll have to remember him. It's sort of going that way anyway. So yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, see, I'm an OG, dude.
OG, yeah, right. You're about like what? How long ago was the lockdowns? 3-4 years ago.
It's almost half a decade now, dude.
I know. Bro, OG were there from the ODD days. And saw the transit from YouTube into Discord, and we were the first ones to actually build it. We came in and they were building the place. We furthered it. Yeah. Sorry, bro, but you're not OG. No offense, man.
I was around for that when it was broadcast on YouTube.
We're still broadcasting on YouTube, but yeah, do you remember it before it was broadcast on YouTube?
No.
Sorry, bro, you're not OG. You're not OG. Sorry.
I consider 5 years to be OG for this.
No.
Bro, it's been running nearly 10 now from here to YouTube.
11. Yeah.
It's not even the same server. It's not even the same server. It was the original server that ODD started. It's gone to the mist of time. And Nutbag got hold of the keys, so admin stepped in and the mod team stepped in and we reformed on a brand new server, bigger and better. Migrated the good, left the nonsense, festered and died.
We picked up the people and fucked off and started again.
Yeah. Says, hey boys, guess what's going on? Guess where the new house is? Oh, right there. Yeah, okay, we can do that.
I'm trying to think of who else I remember from there.
Do you remember Dandelion?
No.
Do you remember any of the ladies?
No.
Do you remember Trace?
No, I just remember Quantum Eraser.
Why would that be?
You know why?
Snappy Dresser, eloquent, accommodating. That way?
I just remember Quantum Eraser, like calling people numpties.
Yeah, he was stealing words from our language before he got the right to use them. Believe me, dude, it didn't get much better, sadly. I'm not going down a certain route, and I don't mean to, throw salt in any wounds or anything like that, but, you know the way it goes in this, people end up going down their own route, and, sadly, quantum's gone down his own route, man. So yeah, it's not a sore wound at the moment, but it's fresh, mate, and it's something that you'll catch up on over time. But you also know that if you saw the place back then, you would have seen people who needed to go their own way. Look at the size of Geo's server. He started with us. FED, they started with us. But they couldn't make it their place. So they had to go and make their own place that was there. And that's fine. That's what people do over time in this.
Yeah, I've seen it in other servers. I wanted to try and get I had the flat earth roll.
If you can be genuine and serious about it and know the model and how it works and how it defies the globe and not just be LARPing, of course you can have the flat earth roll. You're genuine, mate, of course. You're just taking the piss. Well, nah, you're not going to get the flat earth roll, buddy.
Come on, dude, I'd be a good flat earther.
It's not like that, mate. And you know, a rat makes a good a rat makes a good purse dog. Doesn't make it a purse dog. Same vice versa. A purse rat makes a good rat, but it's not actually a rat. It's a purse dog.
Come on, you guys can make me a flat earther in here.
Well, how about we give you just admin or something, man? How about we just give you the keys to the server and let you call yourself what you want, say what you want, do what you want? How about that?
Sure, let's do it.
And why would we do that?
Because I know about the Black Swan, dude. I know the Earth is flat.
Tell us about the Black Swan, bro. Why is it called a Black Swan?
Because you can't see the refraction.
And
if there's no refraction, it means the Earth is flat. The Earth should be curving, and you don't see it.
It's not why. No, that's not even any close to any of it, bro. Especially not why it's called a Black Swan.
If you've got a tick sheet here and you have to reach a certain amount of points to qualify for a flat Earth, so far you've got minus points. Minus
points. You gotta at least give me 3 points for even knowing about this.
Bro, you don't even
know.
Dude,
as you go, and you'll get the flat Earth tag without even realising you've got it if you can accrue them. Go for it.
Dude, you don't even know your own model.
Yeah, well, you guys got to get me back caught up to speed. I could come back and do this. I'm down. You guys got.
Guess who verified him?
Wouldn't have been me, would it? Or QE, perhaps.
I typed the command. I don't know who interviewed him, but he doesn't have the role anymore.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not in that.
Was relieved.
I can only find posts from you going back 2 years, bro.
Really?
I had another account.
What was your main called originally? What was your original main name, account, or profile? Or both?
Maybe we'll talk about that one day.
Yeah, come on, bro. You're making big claims here. Fess up, dude. Who were you?
I brought a lot of people to that server.
Was it Splath?
No.
Slaps, whatever it's called. No?
What?
Slaps.
Slaps? Slap?
Slaps or Splath or it's some.
No.
Slap, is that you?
No, it's not me.
Yeah, it is. Isn't it? It's you, dude.
That's not me. I don't remember what my name was in there.
Well, on which account did you have the Flat Earth roll?
My old account. You guys wouldn't give it back to me. I remember. I think I had the 50-50, and then you gave me the Flat Earth roll.
The 50-50. What was the 50-50? Like on the fence, or do you mean?
Yeah. On the fence roll, then I got the Flat Earth.
Yeah. I love the on the fence roll. I'm still on the fence, really.
Yeah, these were good times, dude. This was a good time for Discord.
Well, like if you had the flat Earth roll, if you think you did you ever sit in VC check-in and do some check-ins?
Yeah, I don't remember who verified me though.
Do you remember a Dutch guy?
Yes.
Called Monkey.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
I don't think it was him though. It might have been India, honestly.
Sorry?
It might have been India.
May well been, yeah. It was there was a lot of people coming in, and we were drifting away from the VC check-in and opening up VCs and opening up mics in the live stream a lot more by then. So you might have skipped the VC check-in process.
Do you remember the Asian guy with the bong profile picture? I can't remember his name.
Bong Zhou.
And yes, Bong Zhu. He might have done
Bong
it.
Zhou. Yeah, that's Bruce Lee in the profile.
It's not Bong. His name's Bong.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah, he'll remember you. He's still kicking around. Well, he's back at the moment. Put it like that. Bong comes and goes.
So is everything like fractured now? There's like this, and then there's that server still, and then there's.
I can make a baseless opinion, but I mean, if I were to base something on a reflection, I probably couldn't come to a logical conclusion on how that happens. So if you could, I don't know, let me know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The video I watched, it was basically a reflection off of. It would be a reflection off of what would be called the firmament, right? Is how they were able to see the sun all the way around them. But I mean, I was pretty much open to any other suggestions as well. It's just something I thought was interesting.
Yeah, if anyone else wants to chime in, but yeah, I just think the sun was there. I just think they saw it, just like in the north, right? When there's like we go past Alaska, like north, there's 24-hour sun there, right? So 24-hour sun happens there, and 24-hour sun happens somewhere else. So that's just.
I like the way you said it, Neil. Here. Doesn't change anything about the lack of curvature.
Some even make a joke when somebody says, does the sun set on a flat Earth? And the answer is no, it's always above the Earth, right? So if they saw the sun above the Earth for 24 hours, guess what? They were flat Earth.
Right. That's an interesting take, because it would also always be above it. Yeah, if it was local. I guess what it would kind of challenge is maybe the models that have been created of the flat Earth.
So the models that were created, that supposedly were created, are basically just globe Earth projections. They weren't really ever a flat Earth model.
I see.
Some people just conceptualized it as a flat Earth model, but it's never really been a flat Earth model.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You really have to explore on your own, or well, somebody would, right, and try to. But even then, they may get blocked from accessing certain areas to really truly make an entire map. I mean, it's fascinating.
Yeah. And I get it. They picked the AE map because the idea of the sun and the moon making a circuit, right? And then, like, I guess you would say they're doing like a circle over our heads or whatever, but nobody really understands what that circuit is.
Right.
So, but, for a quick fix, that was good enough for a lot of people at that time. And then now that we have that going on, it's like, okay, how do you explain that? And
right.
People are so quick to want to explain the entire cosmos, they just forget about the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Because it's like, oh, okay, well, regardless of what you're seeing the sun doing, that's not impacting the Earth. That's more so just impacting the sun, really, and what the sun is. So I guess where it is.
I have this little phrase that I tell people, and usually I use it in a question form to see if they can follow the logic. But I'll just say it all just to go through it. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. And if the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth.
Right.
That's correct. I agree with that.
Right. I feel like to better understand the sky, ultimately you wouldn't really be looking at the ground. You'd more so look at the sky. And
what can you actually understand, though?
I think the alien. Sorry.
Hold on a second, bro. What can you actually understand, though? No matter what idea you come up with, you can never actually verify it. Right? Unless you can go to a star. You can make up all sorts of stories about how far away it is, what its composition is, how old it is, and all these other things that they say they know, but they can't ever actually verify those. Right? So they're in the position. Hold on, bro. They're in the position that people were 1,000 years ago and 2,000 years ago and 1,000 years ago. They thought that they had the answers to the celestial bodies like they were like, hey, we got the answers. And then 400 years after that, they're all going, those people are stupid. We have the answers. And 400 years after that, they're like, oh, man, all those other people, they're the stupid ones. We have the answers. And today is the same thing. Everybody else was stupid. Now we have the answers. But none of those people going back in history could ever verify and can never verify their hypothesis.
Right.
No matter what they do, it's always going to be an unknown. Now, you can believe whatever you want about them, but you're not going to know.
Yeah. And someone would argue, oh, today, well, we have rockets. It's like, yeah, the average person doesn't have a rocket.
You don't go to a star.
You know?
You know what's funny? Like, the sun changes whenever our technology changes. Like, during the 1700s, the sun was like a giant piece of coal. And in the 20th century, now it's nuclear powered. So
you said it was a giant piece of what? What did you say it was?
Well, I mean, they thought it, like Newton and all that. They thought that the sun was just a giant burning chunk of coal.
Really, I didn't even know that. Wow.
Yeah, it's something you guys got me thinking. Okay, if they went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun. So the sun's up above the horizon for 24 straight hours, but in Boston, it's still rose and set the whole time they were there. How is the sun in two separate celestial poles at the same time going clockwise and counterclockwise simultaneously?
No, well, it was going only one direction, either counterclockwise or clockwise. I'm not sure which one it was going. Let's think. And it would be going
the clockwise and counterclockwise direction depends on what way you're facing.
Yeah, from the ground perspective, it would be going only one direction. I think you're seeing a parabolic reflection when you look out to Antarctica.
Right, but how would it be in two separate celestial poles simultaneously?
It's not.
Yeah, because there's only one pole.
That's during the southern summer. So what we see from, like, if you go up, I don't know, like New York, you see that the sun appears to go the same direction that it does in Antarctica. You just see less of the circuit. You only see like 2/5 of it.
Rather than it being 24 hours.
Yeah, because think about if you're seeing a parabolic reflection, like just think about a reflection off the dome.
I think that's what I was saying earlier, actually.
Yeah. That's what you would expect to see. You would only see part of it based on your position, but as you got closer and closer towards Antarctica, you would see more and more of it.
It's such a, well, for me, it's such a hard thing to grasp, right? like the video I saw, I forgot who made it, but the way he described it, it made a lot of sense because he actually had like a model he was using, and he was using like a flashlight. So just the way I like to learn, just seeing it, it made sense then. But like then I think about it and I'm like, man, you know, like if at one point it's a reflection, when is it the reflection and when is it the real sun? You know what I mean? That's kind of hard to determine.
Well, the entire thing you see during that time is a reflect, like the entire southern summer. I would say you're seeing the reflection. The way Lindsay's model like is, it's where the sun and moon are projected at. Wait,
let me ask you a question real quick because you're kind of getting into like Glober, like Ville, because none of this is, you know, proven, right? This is just like all in your head. So like, where's the proof?
We've shown evidence that the southern stars are reflections of the northern stars, but
what's that evidence?
The sun would be, wait, what?
Yeah, what's that
Sigma
evidence?
Octantis is a reflection of what?
So, what? Oh, I said the
Sigma
southern stars.
Octantis is a reflection of what?
I'm not sure which star it would be, but it's Sigma Octantis. I'm not sure what that is. But we've looked at other stars, like.
Oh, so only the ones that count for what you're talking about. Okay, sorry, my bad.
No, okay, no. Sigma Octantis. I don't know
which one. Can you just tell us which ones, dude?
Okay, so Ursa Major has a constellation that looks just like it in the south, in the same place. Very, very slightly different. You also got to remember it's a curved surface it's reflecting off of. Same with Orion. There's a, maybe I should just drop a video so that you guys can see it.
Yeah, if you have a video that, explains it in detail, maybe that would be good. Because kind of like me, when I was thinking of the reflection video I watched, I couldn't really explain it well. Not the same way he explained it. And I think what Indio was talking about is kind of relevant as well. It's like, we may have these opinions or, theories, but it's hard to really have hard proof that we say, okay, without a doubt, this is the truth here. I think...
Especially when it comes to celestial bodies. Especially when it comes to that, because they are inaccessible.
Exactly. Like, I think the only way would be to just get in a rocket. Well, at least one of the only ways is literally get in a rocket and fly up there, and if you hit something, then there's...
Think about how ridiculous their claim is. Their claim is that they can look at something 40 million light years away and tell what it's made out of, how old it is, how fast it's going, and how big it is. Now, if you're that good, hold on, if they're that good, why can't they do any of that terrestrially? Why can't I just take a photograph of some dude and be like, oh, he's wearing fucking 50% cotton, 50% fucking nylon shirt?
Yeah,
I dropped the video. The first 25 minutes, it's about something else. I mean, it would help if you watch.
Oh, it's in the voice text? Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I would recommend maybe at 20-minute mark you start. Because the first part, he was just describing something else. But yeah, it might sound crazy at first, but I scoffed at it, but I'm like, whoa.
At this point, nothing really sounds crazy to me anymore, honestly.
Okay, so I just go with what the empirical evidence is. The sun, for instance, how we position the sun is not a globe Earth model. If you go on Time and Date, SunCal, U.S. Naval Observatory, and look at the model that they use to put a position to the sun, there's no globe in those equations. There's only the celestial sphere and where the sun is relative to that. Latitude and longitude, in just period, are positions in the sky. They're not actually positions on the ground. They're not ground positions. They're sky positions. So they used to actually say this back in the day.
No, that's wrong, dude. That's wrong.
Oh, yeah? How do you find your latitude and longitude without the ground? Or without the sky?
You use the square to find your location on the ground, dummy.
That's what I just said. But you can't find it independent of the sky.
You just have a ground position.
Can you find your latitude and longitude independent of the sky?
Do you not understand what a GP is? A ground position?
Answer. A GPS uses Earth center, Earth fixed. Don't even talk if you don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't use latitude and longitude. I know your little fucking iPhone shows you that, but that's not what the GPS receiver uses.
Latitude and longitude are definitely positions on the surface.
They were based. They took flat Earth
Hold on.
measurements.
No. If that's true, then use just the surface to find it. Go ahead. Tell me how to do it.
You use the star. You look at the star. You make your angle on the ground.
I said use the surface. I didn't say look at the star.
The surface. You got to use both. But to say it's not a ground position is stupid. Yeah. Never said you didn't have to.
Latitude and longitude are not positions on the ground. I can post from the fucking UK Ordnance Survey that explicitly says that idea is a myth. You don't know what you're talking about, Vax's whack. Just fucking stay on mute, dude, before you embarrass yourself some more.
Shut up, Indio.
Look at Dick. Again. Yeah, you better, will you? Anyway, sorry about that. He's a fucking suck-up sycophant, and I'm fucking tired of his ass.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That was entertaining. Yeah, this is what the midnight flat train to Georgia brings us.
That's right, dude. This is like the fucking... what is it, the Agatha Christie novel? The Orient Express? There's going to be a lot of murders in here.
And India's at the back uncoupling cars.
That's right, Matrix. Yeah, I don't want to spoil the end of that, but yeah, we had to have Wax back and have several other people line up to give him a slap in order to carry out that novel.
Anyway, what else?
I'd be next. Yeah, what were you saying?
Want me to invite him back? I didn't kick him out or ban him or anything. He left on his own.
I actually was kind of tired of him, and I wasn't upset with him anymore, but I'm sure if I talked to him for like 5 minutes, I could get mad at him again.
Look, it is impossible to find your latitude and longitude using just ground things. Okay? Now, we've assigned them coordinates in modern day based upon the sky, but if we rip up all those geodetic markers, you won't know where you are no matter what you do. If you can't see the sky. It's pretty simple.
That's what longitude and latitude is based off of. They took the two hemispheres, put it on the on the Earth, and then said, "Oh, you live on top of it."
So you have the celestial equator. That's the origin of coordinates, and depending on where you are on one side of it or the other, that's your latitude. Okay. The longitude is based upon the sun, based upon the solar position. And if you have a clock, you can know what your longitude is if you know what time it is in Greenwich and can measure the sun's elevation above the horizon. You can easily figure it out. This is how this shit's actually done. It's not done using the ground. And my whole point was the 24-hour sun does not use a globe model to predict it happening. They use this thing called the equation of time, which doesn't have anything to do with the surface. It only has to do with the celestial sphere and where the sun is going to appear within it. Okay, that's it. It's no more complicated than that.
I mean, if you look at where the sun's position is on Capricorn, then you take that to the southern celestial pole, and you look at the position of those stars in Capricorn. They don't
use the poles. They only use the equator.
Okay.
Yeah, they use the meridian, what they would call the meridian or the celestial equator. That's what they use. And they go where the ecliptic is relative to that. Right? So that's all they calculate. Where's the sun going to be relative to the celestial equator? Where's the celestial equator relative to you? Then you can predict your sunrise, sunset times when solar noon is. It's pretty simple. There's no actual globe model on any of that. That all being said, if you use this method at multiple locations simultaneously, and this has been demonstrated in Blender and what's the other one? AutoCAD, right? If you go on time and date of SunCalc and try to fix these positions on a globe and triangulate the sun, right? I'm looking at the sun, it's this azimuth and elevation angle. I'll draw a line to the sun. Okay, I'm in another position, right? On the Earth, I look it up on time and date, azimuth and elevation angle. Draw a line to the sun. Now, those lines should intersect somewhere out there in 3D space, right? If you're both looking at the sun, you both have lines of sight. We're drawing lines of sight to the sun. What you actually find is Those lines of sight don't intersect. And if you keep adding observers, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Okay? Meaning everybody's looking in their own fucking direction at the sun, but they're all seeing the sun. But it doesn't have a common spatial point to all observers. This is what's actually observed. Okay? This idea that the sun is some fucking object that everybody's looking at simultaneously and everybody's looking at the same way. There's the Empire State Building. We're all looking at the Empire State Building. We know we're all looking. Our lines of sight all intersect at the Empire State Building. Okay? The sun doesn't behave like this. And I know it's hard for people to fucking swallow that because it's inconceivable, right? When you've taken the terrestrial experience and applied it to the sky does not behave like the terrestrial environment in any way. Right? There's no parallax. Okay, there's no parallax on any celestial bodies. There's parallax everything on Earth. Things have a common spatial position when you look at them. They don't have any of that shit for the stars. Can't get any fucking distance from looking at the shit. Right? There's no distance cues. There is terrestrially. So the ancients used to think that they were two different realms. There was the terrestrial realm and the celestial realm, and the laws that govern one don't govern the other, and vice versa. Now, you're sitting here thrashing your mind, wondering, how is this sun observation possible in my terrestrial fucking worldview? Applying terrestrial rules to the sun. How is it possible?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a little bit. Did you explain, or well, give an explanation, I guess, of why we're able to see the sun in one place and not the other when many think we should?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Can you give an example?
Yeah, like when you were saying basically that the sun doesn't really follow the same rules as something like the Empire State Building would.
Yeah,
Like, what did you mean by that?
Okay, so if I had you and two friends, right? And we had the Empire State Building, we had a map, we put the Empire State Building, and we drew lines from your eye to the Empire State Building, all your lines of sight would intersect at the Empire State Building, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what happens with the sun. If you take the azimuth and elevation angles from like Diamondite, SunCalc, or U.S. Naval Observatory, and you map them to a globe or a flat Earth or any other thing, they don't intersect at a point in space. And like I said, I was saying that this has been shown to happen in Blender and AutoCAD. And it was demonstrated experimentally by Antonio Subirats when he did a 24-hour equinox observation with people coming into his stream, right? They had so they had a standardized gnomon. It was like a 16 penny nail. They had to print out compass rose, right? So everybody had the exact same equipment. They marked solar noon, which is they marked solar noon to get the direction of the sun, right, from their position. And you know that because it's when the shadow's the shortest. That's how you get when solar noon is. That's when the shadow has to be the shortest. So this is what they did. And when you map it on anything, doesn't intersect it like a common location where if you draw the lines, you know, the azimuth and elevation angle as a line of sight, right? Almost think of it like Eratosthenes, right? The shadow, the stick and shadow.
Right.
There's the azimuth is the direction. The elevation angle is the angle above the horizon. So if you draw that direction and the elevation angle and you just draw a straight line out there in 3D space, then you take a bunch of places and do the same thing, those lines don't intersect at a place. That's common to all of them. I can post a couple of videos. I'll post a couple of videos in the chat where they did this in AutoCAD to like 13-digit precision.
Yeah,
in fact, when they did it in one place, it turned out if you triangulate, the sun is behind the observer, even though they're looking at it, which makes no sense, dude.
That is very interesting. So, in layman's terms, like, let's say I'm in Alaska and you're in, like, I don't know, Japan. I don't know if that's even a great example, but my noon and your noon, or however, you know, like, when the sun should be at the same place, I guess we could say, right? If we were to actually draw a line from where I'm standing looking at the sun, and then we actually
it would be drawing a line from your eyeball to the sun, right?
Right, exactly, right. It wouldn't actually, we wouldn't be looking at a common point. Like if I had a hot air balloon in the sky.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
Exactly. And even within the gold paradigm, they say, hey, man, when you see a sunset, that's not actually the sun. The sun's already over the horizon. That's the refracted image of the sun being projected up over the horizon. They say no one's seen a sunset, ever. Nobody, ever. All of those are a refracted image of the sun. And the reason they say this is because nowhere on Earth has equal day and night. Now, there's places where it's close to that, but there's no places with equal day and night, so they have to say, well, because we don't have 12 and 12, we have close to 12 and 12, the sun must be getting refracted before dawn and refracted at sunset, right?
I mean, when it's at your
Refracted
zenith,
over the horizon.
that isn't refracted, they would say, because it's like you're viewing it straight up through down and down. That'd be the only time where you'd actually be seeing it in its true position, right?
If it's right above you, is that what you're
According
saying?
to them, even zenith is 0.01 degrees off from its true position. On the horizon,
Really?
it's like 0.81 degrees off from its true position. You can actually go on SunCalc and take the and do and move the slider, and the sun will have a negative altitude.
Wow.
If you could post some of those videos, that would be great. Because I think
them in the live stream voice text.
Oh, you already
2 of them.
Okay, let me see. I think that has to do with the 24-hour sun in some extent. Basically what you're talking about. What they saw.
Yeah. So like this is like another part of this is like cherry picking, right? What if they went there and they didn't see a 24-hour sun? What would that mean? Would it not be a globe anymore?
Right.
Right. You see what I'm saying?
Probably wouldn't made up
So let me tell you about it. Hold on. Let me tell you about an observation that was done in 1597 by the Barents Strait. It's named after a guy named Barents. He got stuck. His ship got frozen into the ice in the Arctic, and they were waiting for the spring for it to thaw. So they're using astronomical methods to keep track of the calendar, so they know frickin' how long they have to wait. So they sat there all winter, and the sun came up before the first day of spring. Now you got to remember, they're in the Arctic Circle. They're not supposed to have any sunlight until the first day of spring. It's supposed to be perpetual darkness. The sun rose 2 weeks too early. And it rose every day after that first time, right? So the whole thing, right? The whole equinox thing, the astronomical equinox, was 2 weeks too early. So what they did was, when they got back, because he had a royal commission, okay, to go explore. The king paid for everything. So he got back to the Netherlands. He showed the scientist. He showed hey man, this happened when I went there. They didn't believe him. They said that he lied. They said that he made it up. They said that he faked his logs. But he had made observations of other celestial bodies, which correlated with the wrong equinox date. So what they ended up trying to do is getting his commission taken, because basically he was taking a big dump on the heliocentric model. So there's observations like this, right? In the Arctic and in the Antarctic, there's very anomalous observations of everything, okay? Of everything. 3 sunsets at the same time. Have you ever seen the videos of that?
I've seen some things
where in the Arctic 3 suns setting at the same time, like one on top of each other.
Yeah, I think I've seen something like that before.
There's if you look in the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, it says that it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Yeah, so think about that for a second. It's a sailing guide. You're on a ship. How tall is the tallest ship? 280 feet. Let's say you're 280 feet above sea level. You're on the tallest ship. You're in the frickin' goddamn crow's nest. You got binoculars. You see a mountain 300 miles away. You do the globe Earth calculation. That mountain's frickin' 9 miles tall. Hold on. Mount Everest is only 5 miles tall. What mountain am I looking at? That is discover the tallest mountain in the world? Now, in the sailing guide, it says it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. They don't say it's refraction. The reason they say it's possible is because the air is very clean. They say there's no dust particles, there's very low humidity, so you can see incredibly far. They don't say,
Yeah,
hey,
sounds
it's
like
a
the Earth is
refracted
flat.
mountain. Well,
Sounds
it's
like the
things
Earth
like
is flat.
this that there's all sorts of observations in the Arctic, right? In the Arctic regions that are very anomalous. Why can't the sun be one of them?
Yeah, there's a lot of weird things that go on at the North Pole. Like, I mean, where they say it is. But I'm curious, Indio. What do you think is the layout of the continents? Would you be a type layout? Like, I know you say like maps are just coordinates. Like, I understand that, but like, what would be the general layout?
I have no way of knowing that, man. I mean, if you look at the evolutions of maps over times, I mean, how are you supposed to think about it? You know what I mean? They're going to choose some sort of coordinate system to make their map, and that's going to alter the way it lays out. Now, if you're going to ask me what they look like, well, fucking, I don't think you can go high enough to see a fucking continent.
But yeah, I think that it would look similar to the AE map. It's just that when
it's a whole
they had the coordinates.
When you start saying look similar, what does that mean, dude? From where?
It would have the same layout. It's very similar.
But okay, you got to think about it like this. Okay, you have an engineering drawing or a blueprint, right? That's not what something looks like, though.
Yeah.
Right. I can have a blueprint of a house. My house don't look like that.
Yeah, that's kind of not the same.
Yeah. So people go, "Hey, what does the flat Earth look like?" Fuck, dude. And then they try to compare that to some map. It's not the same thing. It's two different things. One's orthographics, one's projective, right? One's a projection.
Yeah, I know.
Projective means perspective, right? Perspective is a subset of projective geometry. So I'm just using the technical term. One is a projective geometry, and the other one is an orthographic rendition. A projective geometry rendition would show railroad tracks that converge, and an orthographic one would show railroad tracks that are parallel, right? So you say, what's it look like? I don't know. People have made maps. You look at the old maps. You look at the Portland charts of the Spanish. I mean, if you go into have you seen our map channel?
No, I haven't.
Okay, it's in the information channel. There's fucking like 1,000 maps in there.
Different projections.
You name it. Everything is in there. Freaking every map you could probably think of since fucking 1200.
So what's the channel?
Collecting them like freaking stamps or something.
What's the channel?
I'll post the link in the live stream voice text. You can just go right to it.
Thanks, man.
Old dude already put it there. He's so quick.
Yeah, old dude, man, ain't that old. He's quick, man. He's too quick to be old, dude.
I know. Sharp dude.
It's changed his name to young dude. Young whippersnapper dude. Yeah, if you just click that maps link, it'll take you right there.
Yeah,
a lot of maps there.
I ain't for doing all that all over again, Sonny.
Yeah, you got to start over, old dude. You got to start from the beginning. You got to do it all over again.
Another 50 odd before I get to put my feet up, man. What?
So also in that maps channel, if you're into the Gleason's map, the reverse side of the Gleason's map's in there. Okay?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Nobody ever reads. And there's also a video, I don't know if it's in that channel, but there's a video about the Gleason's map.
Yeah, the Gleason map is just a projection of the globe.
Ever seen the Masterpiece video? And it's not exactly a projection. It's called an extortion. He said it was an extortion of the globe, which is a weird word that nobody uses anymore. It's a mathematical term that means twisting. So I don't know what that means in any practical sense, but it's not a projection. A projection is a very specific thing where you take lines and you run it through, and then you project the coordinates onto something underneath it, right? By drawing rays. An extortion is not that. So a lot of things people don't understand. There's a difference between mapping a surface to another surface and projecting a surface to another surface. One is a function, so those lines could curve, right? They don't have to be like rays that go through something, but a projection does have rays. It's a little bit different. These, I mean, it seems like technical minutia, but there's actually a huge difference.
Yeah, basically, he had to use globe coordinates. Because...
Well, I mean, if you're going to use the sky for any... Like, if you're going to be traveling any large distance, you have to use the sky because you're not going to have a terrestrial reference that you can see from everywhere.
Right? Yeah. Has anyone ever tried, like, mapping the magnetic declination to where it would actually look even and then trying to see what the Earth would look like?
I tried. I tried to alter the magnetic declination and like straighten it out into poles and alter the celestial sphere, right, the latitude and longitude accordingly, right? Apply the magnetic declination to the latitude and longitude, right, and straighten out the magnetic poles, right? Mm-hmm. But warp the other ones. And it's fucking too difficult. I tried to use like Photoshop. There's a tool in Photoshop called Warp. And I tried to like straighten it all out, but it just ended up being a big fucking mess. Maybe a fucking AI could do it right now. Yeah, I mean, you probably get an AI to do that shit. Maybe. It might seem too difficult even for an AI. I mean, some of those declinations are crazy.
Vaxwax can do it.
Oh, certainly. He was standing on his head, man. No problem.
Yeah, well, wait till you heard about the moon map.
Oh, boy.
I think there could be some truth to it, but I don't think so. I'm very skeptical. I'm open to it, but I'd need a lot more convincing, and especially the Bible describes the moon as a light, not as a just a reflection of the Earth.
Come on, man! Isn't it so cool? It's like the AE map plus more land. That means there's more land, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the coordinates and showed how when you with it could make sense. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I throw that into the speculation basket, like most things these esoteric flat earthers come up with.
You know, whatever happened to the thermosphere argument?
What's that? That thing that you can't break out of, or whatever?
The thermosphere is supposed to be where the ISS is, and it's supposed to be 4,000 degrees. And aluminum melts at a temperatures lower than that.
I mean, it's NASA, bro. They got way stronger stuff than they actually tell you. Because if they told you, then the terrorists would steal it. So why would they? And the spacesuits, don't get me started on those, bro.
There used to be a major argument back in the day that the satellites they say exist can't exist because they're in the thermosphere. I just don't know what happened to that argument. The thermosphere is like 4,000 degrees, dude. Fahrenheit. And that's where the ISS is supposed to be hanging out.
Come on, Globers. Jump on this. Yeah, it's not here.
Owlishness actually brought that one into the VC like a week ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
On the flat Earth side or the other side?
Well, I mean, she was kind of like arguing from the flat side a little bit. Well, it's just more just like a head scratcher for her.
It is a head scratcher. That one usually goes like this. Well, it's 4,000 degrees, but there's not a lot of particles. Well, then how did you measure the temperature in the first place? What's up, Special K? How you doing?
Awesome, dude. How are you, bud?
I'm good, man. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear you're good. Makes me extremely overjoyed and happy. I'm not being sarcastic either. Glad you're good.
Good. They told us it was a globe, so it's a globe. That's all they got.
Well, they just say it over and over again until you just give in.
Hard to wrap my mind around, but I get what they're saying. Crazy, though. They said it was a globe, so it's a globe.
I like their story better than ours. But
it's easier to follow, right? Teacher told me, so there it is. All you know about it's what they told you. So that long before they ever even heard your name, they sold you a globe to make a record. Then you bought one. Oh no.
Dude, it ain't easier to follow, bro. Freaking space scientists, retards, don't even know what to do with it. In order to maintain some of their stupid claims, they have to invent multiple dimensions and universes where other things are happening, which make things happen here. The sad thing is that once you actually go down the multi-dimensional, multi-universe road, you realize that all permutations of physics must be expressed, and that means that in order to save their globe, they have to admit there's a dimension in which the universe is flat. And the Earth is flat. Guess what? It's this one.
yeah, bro, we got the Flat Earth Avengers, just in case Thanos comes.
Too hard to think about, though. I mean, just think what your teacher told you and say that that's right, and then go with that for the rest of your life. Don't question nothing. Just go with the flow and the rhythm. I mean, how many people would make fun of you if that you were a flat earther? Sheesh. I don't want to be that guy, right? That's what I become. I become that guy. Pretty tired of defending it, though. I mean, it's always the same argument over and over and over and over and over and over and over. For the last 16 years or whatever. It's been crazy, man.
Yeah, you get a little midday fatigue. But then it always comes back, or the itch always comes back, for me anyways.
Oh, and I mean, the people that have woke up to it just by the things that we've said, or I've told them face to face, that might be worth it. Like, you throw a piece of rice into the ocean and something bites it. One time, they become my best friend, right? Oh, hey, you're a flat earther too? That's so cool. Now let's both be shunned by society.
Just wait, bro. There's more of us. I mean, we're a slow moving movement, but I mean, just be patient, bro. We'll meet more eventually. It's happening in the YouTube comments. I've seen it. So.
Yeah, I see it. It's coming. I mean, we've come a long way. I can't remember when me and Miggy first started. It was probably 2009, 8, somewhere a long time ago. But now there's millions of us just like you. See it. It's easy to see. I mean, it's not even that hard. Somebody wants to argue flat Earth. It's not even really hard to debunk it or to talk them under the table. But slowly and surely, I've gotten sick of it. I'm like, oh man, you again? Or oh man.
I know the returning characters of fucking Dunning-Kruger, retardedness. I know what you're talking about. Like freaking Twonger and those idiots.
Yeah, maybe they're winning when they do that because I'm like, okay, go ahead. Believe what you want. I don't even care what you believe. I'm telling you something. You want to call me a retard or an idiot or whatever, that's fine. Go ahead. I'm going to go back into my little corner and sip my Budweiser. Maybe that's why they don't believe me. Too many Budweisers.
Oh, yes. My hero. I just found my favorite clip from last night. It's called You Get the Help. Can you say that to me, please? Because it's totally my favorite. But you don't even have to, because I can play it over. I sent it to you. Play it for us, please. Just the little clip. The little clip that I sent you, that's just Bong Sao. It's perfect.
I don't know if it'll play clips. Let me try. Let me try. Okay.
Yeah, I guess you could go to that spot in the video, but I worked really hard to cut out what came immediately before and immediately after.
Yeah, I can't play clips. I'll extract it. Be right back.
I want to see what ChatGPT says about that freaking, what is it called? Mesosphere?
I said thermosphere.
Thermosphere.
The mesosphere is another argument. That's actually never been measured.
Is the mesosphere like the one in Eton? It was just like, all over the place.
Indio, are you still there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know you actually didn't hear what came before that, but you have to know that, our unwanted guest, am I allowed to say that? Called Bong Sao the help, and he really wanted to talk to the primary Indio or AI overlord, but he got the help, Bong Sao. That's the preview to the clip.
And I'm not even Mexican. Like, what the fuck?
My gosh, I was cracking up so much when I heard that Bong Sao because it was just like the perfect comedic relief too to like the nightmare that had come before.
Hey, Bong. Bong.
Hey. Hey.
Love you, bro.
Hey, bro, how are you? Always good to hear you, mate.
Love, my man, what can I say? It's always been good to hear you, and yet again, yeah, thank you. Love you, dude. Love you. Love what you do.
Hey, he's just, he's just showing people how ignorant he really is. Shit. Sad. I was looking, I thought he could lead or something, man. What a waste of a military career.
Well, we got some good leaders here. The best leaders lead by example. We got some good ones. Yeah, I appreciate Bong's. Go for it.
I wanted to ask him about, the Kabbalah, and what he thinks about it. The sphere, quantum mechanics, quantum physics comes from the Kabbalah. I don't think you would want to talk about it anyways. To puffed up with knowledge, or pride, whatever.
Yeah, we all gotta guard against that. Yeah, because flat Earth is not a virtue. That's my motto. I think I'll put that on my T-shirt. I think I had that as my status at one time. I think I'll put that in there again because that was a good motto.
Like he had this problem the first time, and we were gonna ban him. For me, thinking this guy's military, maybe he can learn, it can change, it can be useful. I defended him a bit, and that's why we didn't fully ban him. I was like, hey, if you guys ban him, I'm gonna leave too. You don't have enough people. So I regret that, but here we are. I guess that means he's not really the material.
If I can quickly, I only got a glimpse.
Wait a second.
Oh. Go ahead, India.
No. Oh, God damn it. Never mind. Go ahead. I'm trying to play audio.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, I only got a glimpse into what actually happened there yesterday, and I was shocked as to how kind of stupid it was. I was under the impression it was this grandiose, someone got threatened or something. You know what I mean? But it was the most childish thing. I was shocked. Yep. I didn't know. It just seemed like this. I don't know. I'm like, what the fuck? So all right, it is what it is.
Yeah. He calls himself Quantum Eraser. Talks about it a lot. All this, I don't think he's a Christian.
Welcome, darling Ladybird. Oh, you joined the server on May 22nd, 2021. Long time no see.
Yeah.
How's it going?
It's going. I'm doing just fine. Doing some motorcycle shopping, trying to buy a new bike. Well, buy a bike. It doesn't have to be new.
Nice. Good luck.
Thank you. What's going on in the chat today?
Oh, I don't know. We usually try to find a globe believer to tell us all about their belief in a failed model, but nobody's stepped up to tell us all about it tonight. I don't know. What's your position on the globe?
Trash. Doesn't work.
Absolutely. That's the only position to have. Put it in the trash can. After you burn it, smash it, pour acid on it, cut it with a sword, whatever you want to do.
Make fun of it.
That's a good idea. Do that first. Yeah, so No Globe Belief has made itself known since I've been here tonight, but
There was some in here earlier. Was in here earlier.
Yeah.
There was a few.
The globe is like Wilson, from that movie Castaway.
Yeah, that's good.
What's that? No.
That's how they cling to it. What happened? Wilson, he floats away or something, right? Doesn't he lose Wilson? Or does he bring Wilson with him? I can't remember.
Wilson
he was lost.
Drops a paddle or something or an oar and reaches for the oar, but when he turns back, Wilson's 30 yards away. And he's too weak to swim over to him. At that point, the water's too stormy. You can see the current carrying Wilson away, but he's too baked.
Yeah, the Globers would probably risk their lives to save the volleyball. They risk their
No, their volleyball would have a hole in the mouth.
I think Wilson was the main character in that show, wasn't he?
Wait, is Wilson gay?
Might have been gay, yeah.
Well, he had a bit of an avant-garde haircut, didn't he?
I'm sorry.
The globe is gay, yeah, of course. Androgynous.
Gay as a French horn.
I'm not gonna lie, when he made the Wilson reference, I was thinking of Home Improvement.
Hmm? Yeah, the neighbor that never shows his face. You only see his eyes, right? That's the globe. You don't see its face. You don't really see it. Just this guy hiding behind a fence.
Is that really what you meant, Bong Sao?
No. I was talking about the ball. And how people
I
treat
thought
it.
so. I just wanted to make sure I didn't misinterpret you, because I've never seen this other show. I don't know anything about The Neighbor.
No, he said Wilson, and I immediately...
It's a great show, Dandelion. You'll have to catch a couple of episodes.
It was a wholesome show.
Is that the guy from Kalamazoo? Is he from Kalamazoo, the main actor? Does he wear a tool belt?
Yeah, Home Improvement, right?
Yeah, Tim the Toolman Taylor.
No.
What's the actor's name?
Tim Allen.
His sister was in my anatomy class at the university. Yeah, she said he never came home to visit them.
Yeah, he was a drug dealer before he was an actor.
I think he's a flat earther.
I think Tim had a lot of Hollywood-style issues in his career, and he struggled a lot, yeah. I think he's doing a lot better of late than he was a while back.
Oh yeah, I was totally right. I just looked it up. Yeah, Tim Allen's old house in Kalamazoo, Michigan, is a historic property that offers visitors a glimpse into the past. West Main Street, Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Yeah, I think he's a flat earther too.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Aren't we all?
But Buzz Lightyear is a flat earther?
Hey. Yeah.
To infinity and beyond.
To infinity and beyond, right? No, but if you go watch that Castaway movie again, go watch Castaway. Perfect apparent horizon, flat as F. A lot of ocean pics there in that movie. And horizon looks flat. Because that's what it is. It's flat. Hidden in plain sight, right? Is that what they do? They hide it in plain sight?
I wouldn't say it's hiding. I think it's hidden it from your mind, I guess, but not from our eyes. See it.
It's just apparent, right? You go outside, do it yourself. We can go outside and do it ourselves. But yeah, as globe believers were taught from the very beginning that we're living on a globe, so that's where we are. And if you think different,
Can we time out a second? Andrew wants speaking permission in here. Is he still in here?
He's not.
No, he was here.
Danny, on it seems the bot will only play clips of a certain length, and that clip is too short. I think they have to be like, I don't know what, maybe more than 30 seconds. That isn't long enough.
That's too bad.
I tried all sorts of ways to play it. I converted 2 different ways and uploaded it. And
did you listen to it?
Yeah, it's funny though.
Did you think it was funny?
We're glad to have Bong for the help.
That's it. Cut a longer version. Cut a longer version. Cut a longer version.
Yeah, what's up?
I wanted to ask you.
Remember that dude asked you? Hold on, Sheepdog. Remember that dude asked you what you do for a living? You told him I clean toilets. That shit was so funny. Anyway, go ahead, Sheepdog.
The Muzak. When I was in the English hub, it wouldn't play YouTube video.
I'm trying to play an MP3. I'm not even trying to play YouTube videos. I'm just trying to play it's like 10 seconds, 18 seconds of audio.
They should let you do that. Whatever bot you had here before. I used to play a little clip before the silver, what was that called? The heavy metal? No, precious metal takeover. Remember that show that the Gold and Silvers did? Yeah, I used to play like a 3-second clip when they started. It worked every time. But that was a different bot, huh?
Yeah.
Heavy metal takeover. That's what you want. Yeah, that one was better. Precious Metal Takeover. That was a cool show. I enjoyed that.
It was fun originally. It was great fun originally, but Yeah, it ran its course. I'll say that.
Okay, old dude. Yeah, I forgot. We're leaving the past behind. Yeah, you can just keep reminding me of that.
Don't go all soppy and soft on me, woman. You know,
I'll do my best. I thought that's why I was here.
Yeah. No, I mean, it still is there. It's got all the capacity to start up again, Dandelion. But it'd be nice if it was done sans ego and, you know, with genuine intent again.
Oh, Precurious is here. I remember talking to you recently about your Globe Skeptic role and your 3 points participant role. Did you tell me that you actually were a Globe Skeptic?
No, not skeptic at all. I'm certain.
Yeah, that's what I thought you'd said, that you had left the Globe behind. Is that right?
2018.
Good, that's where it belongs.
Sorry, I was walking in my door. I'm here now. Yeah, I'm absolutely certain, no doubt about it. And I know I wish I could talk about it more to normies, but it's such a taboo subject that like they look down upon you the moment you even mention the possibility. It's just hard to get the truth out. Painfully hard.
What's the fun? You get to, practice breaking their reality, right in front of them. I'm seeing them go into cognitive force fire.
Did you ever make any of your own observations?
Yeah, I mean, before I knew it was flat, I did. Back when I was a kid and I still believed in the globe, I had observations that I didn't realize till later in life that, they proved the flat earth. I used to have a bay house close to the ocean, and it was a bay, so there was land on the other side of the water. I think it was 4 or 5 miles, and you could see the land perfectly, no obstruction of curvature whatsoever, and I didn't put it together back then, but now it makes sense that there was no obstruction because there's no curve to obstruct. And I realize that now, but
Hold on, man. What have you done in your ventures since?
Yeah, I've never taken those pictures, but I should. I'd have to go back to that house. It was in Galveston, Texas, and that house got blown down by Hurricane Ike, so you don't go there as often anymore. But show the property. But that and I wouldn't really call it an observation, but the fact that I
learned since the old days. Break up. You break up. Sorry, I will.
And I mean, observing the seasons or the yearly cycle, like from summer to winter, the sun shouldn't be the time should change by 12 hours. Night should be day and day should be night every 6 months, which doesn't happen. And that alone disproves the globe. It disproves that there's no explanation for a heliocentric model for that. It just doesn't make sense. There's no way to make it make sense. They say that, well, that's why we have the time change, but that's already accounted for. That's because of the tilt, not because of anything else. Or the wobble.
Right on, dude.
Yeah, it's flat, no doubt. but I mean, I don't think they're gonna find out. Like, I think the day they find out is the day that like time ends.
I did a little like social media experiment where I called it Spoon the Moon, and I asked people to take a photo because it was a day when you could see the moon in the daytime, and so I took a photo of it with a spoon, like making it look like it's inside of a spoon, and then somebody from Australia also took a photo, and it was nighttime. So it's pretty interesting that we could see the same moon on supposedly the opposite sides of the world, in the day and in the nighttime. And it's still fully lit on both sides, so explain that one.
Yeah, that's a good thing about this Discord, that you can actually talk to people on other sides of the world, and in instances like that, I've wondered myself, like, if I see the moon right now, regardless of what time of the day it is the other part of the world also seeing it the same way? And I don't know people personally to call on the other side of the world, but with Discord, you know, you have that access.
Yeah. I think it was on a Facebook group that I did that.
Drilla has joined us. Welcome.
Oh, dang, emergency.
Yes, love you forever, Grandpa. Welcome back. We've spoken before. I don't think you speak, but I have spoken to you. Bagswax is back, muted. I'm supposed to find some way to make you angry at me, Vaxwax, so we can reenact the ending to Murder on the Orient Express, but I don't know. I'm in a pretty good mood. Might take a high threshold. Josie's here. Welcome. Anybody's got a question about the flat earth or comment, by all means, speak up. We are on the midnight train to Flat, Georgia.
How flat is it?
It's so flat, Rayleigh. So flat. No curve anywhere.
Flatter than a pancake.
You got it. You got it.
Listen up, Clovers. It's not your fault. You just never used your eyes before.
That's right. Yes, it's like a flat earth amnesty. Even if you fiercely protected your globe plushie, wore your NASA t-shirt every day, even if you didn't have time to wash it at night, rehung your childhood solar system mobile over your rocket ship bed, we'll still accept you on the flat earth. It's not too late to say you were wrong and throw your failed globe model into the trash can where it belongs.
Yeah, if you grew.
Dandelion, we got Great Celestial Majesty had no rules. But Drilla is VC verified.
Who?
Drilla in Manila?
Drilla, D-R-I-L.
Yeah, I don't know if Drilla wants to talk to us, but maybe we'll get lucky. The voice of Drilla. January 15th, 2021. Joined the server. Great year. All the years are great, though, aren't they? For different reasons, all of them leading up to this moment. 2025. Only 3 months left of it. Did you guys think it was good so far?
Still no proofs.
Still no proof of the globe, Rayleigh. That's what we'll have to write when we close the books on 2025.
Three quarters of the year gone, still no proofs.
Welcome, Tyler, airplane fan, flight instructor, and contract pilot. About me.
Millionaire. Yo, I just realized you guys put a red flag next to my name, really. That's fucked.
Vaxwax, you guys, are we the Borg?
Huh? What?
Oh no, I'm not supposed to engage this dude. Anybody else to talk to?
Why can't you engage me? Do you not have self-control over your emotions?
No, I think that would be you. Yeah, you got that red flag. I'm not allowed to speak to you. No, I think it was you who lost control last time, but you know. Anybody else?
Well, I just wanted to circle back to how latitude is not a ground position. I'm still a little confused on that, guys.
Yeah, it's the location of where stars are.
No, it's not. It's the location of your angle to the stars. How do you think the stupid
Whoa, mate, you'll get muted. Backslash. Earlier on, no, you're going to shut up. Earlier on, when Indio was speaking, you decided to cut in and take something out of context. You're claiming that you need to look up into the sky to get these positions. True or false?
You don't think you have to look at the sky to get your latitude?
That's not what I fucking said. Start listening, son. True or false? Do you have to look up into the sky to get these positions? Yes or no? Is that true?
Absolutely. Yes.
Excellent. Because that is what Indio said. All of a sudden, you jumped down his neck and said this is not true. Lending to the point that you can lending to the point that you can only do this on the ground. That is why Indio questioned you on this. Yeah, that's right. How about Vaxwax start listening instead of spewing bullshit out?
No, it's not that you can only do it on the ground. You can do it in an airplane. You can do it from a hot air balloon, from a helicopter.
No. Vaxwax, you're taking things out of context. We don't care where you do it. But Andy's talking again. Yeah, we're going to fix that. Shut up. Vaxwax, can you do this particular event without the sky? For example, is there latitude and longitude marks on the ground?
No, that's nonsensical.
Because that's what you said earlier. You said earlier that it can only be done on the ground. Yes, you did. Because you weren't. Vaxwax. How about we just go and get the recordings? Vaxwax.
Go ahead.
How about Andy's... shut up. How about you start listening from now on? Instead of grabbing one single word out of a friggin' sentence and then making up your own little story about it, this is not FED, son. The sooner you get that through your head, the better off you're going to be. We don't fall for the little traps in here. We create them. Get it? You're an idiot. Please don't bring it in here.
First off, no one ever said you can't take an elevation angle to Polaris and derive your latitude from an airplane. I never said that.
Where the fuck did you get that from? Nah, stay on mute. My goodness. Did I not just say he grabs one word out of a sentence and then reconstructs some random shit out of it? Vaxwax, I'm going to try to be as nice as I can about this. The whole world is not out to get you. We are not here to get you. Okay? So stop treating as if we are. We're supposed to be on the same team, mate.
Well,
For some
I'm
reason,
here to get
you
him.
think
I'm
you're
sorry.
on your own
I'm
team.
sorry. Yeah, I am here to get him, Matrix, actually. But
For some reason, Vaxwax, you seem to believe that you are the centre point between FED and 24/7. You're not. You're just another guy. If you want to be the pincushion between them, please feel free to do so, but I'm not advocating for it.
No, that's me.
So, Vaxwax, we're not out to get you. Stop trying to force everyone into your dual polar or single polar argument that you get off on. We're sick of hearing it. If you want to do that to Globers, go right ahead. But this is not your average crowd of Globers. You might want to have a look around, mate.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Cool. No, you know what's funny is the whole one celestial pole, two celestial pole thing was something I haven't thought about since the holidays. Since remember we had all that beef in the holidays. Remember you were part of it, I think. It just got mentioned either the beginning of this week or the middle of last week, and then it got rehashed.
In the claim of gravity, the independent variable would have to be gravity itself. Because in the hypothesis, if you claim that the cause of the effect that you observe, which is something falling, like Newton did with the apple, so if you claim that gravity is the cause of the effect, that would be your independent variable that you have to vary in your experiment, not the distance to the object. So you can validate that the cause of the effect is gravity, not something else. Because if someone comes...
We made it up. We said gravity must be here.
Yeah, but if someone come and claim that it's not gravity that caused the attraction during Cavendish tests, it's electrostatics, you can't say no, because the test was never and can't be isolated to claim that it's just gravity and not electrostatics.
Well, are there any objects which are not electrostatic?
There is none. You can look at the table of matter.
Everything's dielectrically.
Every material
charged.
that you have in the table of matter have an electrostatic potential. You have electrons.
Dielectrically static. Dielectrically charged.
Yeah. You have electrons and neutrons, positive and negative charges.
But wait. How does it demonstrate the Earth is a ball?
All right, well, so I will concede and say that gravity does not exist, but electrostatic does exist, and that's why we're clinging to the exterior of a ball.
What ball? What ball?
The ball is generating an electrostatic force. That's
what ball?
What ball?
Hey, you're putting the cart before the horse. This is where you branched off 45 minutes ago when I asked you about the ball.
And he wasn't proving a ball. He was proving water can stick to the outside of an object.
Yeah, but he's insisting that object is this bulbous Earth.
So, like, for me, for my purposes, I don't have to prove that gravity per se exists. I just have to prove that a force which attracts objects together exists.
No, you have to prove that Earth is a ball, bro. That's what you have to do.
So, whether you call that gravity or electrostatic or whatever.
I'd ignore that too.
Electrostatic
is not a ball.
Look, if you demonstrated Earth was a bro, listen. If you demonstrated Earth was a ball, and then people said, "Okay, fair enough. How are we on the side of it then?" Then you could start investigating that. But you don't have a ball to be stuck to the side of yet.
Side of it.
Well, 15 degree per hour drift, Bob Nodell.
With equipment that's not calibrated and wasn't set up properly.
Motion.
You better look into that, bro.
That's motion. That's implying that the Earth's in motion, not that it's a ball.
Well, yeah, but still, I mean.
Oh, yeah, but still, no. Where's the ball?
Okay, so the
what he's saying is he's got nothing.
Here, I'll post the image. The Mage weather balloon found curvature.
Look around.
The tiny Earth.
And we're back at pictures. We're right back where we started at pictures. Wow, that was amazing.
So didn't I tell you that it's not part of our standard of evidence? If you believe things using photos and images, we don't.
Okay,
Like for us, unicorns don't exist.
You guys show black swans as images. So can I
No.
just disregard the black swan?
We show
Yeah, but
black
we can go and
swans.
revalidate that. You can't validate your space tide pictures.
You can buy a weather balloon and a rectilinear camera.
And stick it on top of a fisheye lens. Yeah, I know. We had this discussion with someone yesterday.
No, pick whatever lens you want out of all the lenses. You can pick it and just put it on a weather balloon. And you can put it in the
Post your
same
picture, and then maybe we'll get to the bottom of the fact that you're claiming a tiny Earth without even knowing it. So post the picture.
Curve isn't a ball, dude. Like, a hill is curved. A hill is not a ball. So, again, you still don't have a ball.
Yeah, thank
but the
you.
video was spinning around the whole edge, and the whole thing was curved, so that means it's a circle.
Circles are flat. So, yeah.
And again, not a ball.
Do you know what a tiny earther is, Kiba?
Someone who believes the Earth is smaller than 3959 radius.
You're going to show us a picture that has a curve on the horizon. Yet, if you complete that curve and then try to fit all the land masses that we know, all the continents and all the oceans and seas, you're going to run out of room.
Really?
Yeah. So if you show us this picture. Have you posted it?
Yeah, I posted it. Do you not see it?
I haven't looked yet. I'm doing things, but I'll look right now.
Yeah. And the curve is on the bottom half of the
what
lens.
landmass is being depicted there?
The ocean.
Okay, which ocean?
I don't know. I'll have to go back in the video and look.
Okay. Well, that looks like it's better to have a picture with some reference points on it other than just saying, "Oh, it's an ocean." Yeah. Because then you can take the curve, you can complete the circle that would be the you think is the globe Earth, and then see if everything fits.
Yeah,
dude. If this is your evidence that Earth is a ball, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
I think it's good evidence.
Okay. I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
How much?
A lot.
A lot? I don't want...
Yeah.
I mean, if you give me a good deal, maybe.
I'll get you. You'll make your money back. It's a great deal. Just set up a toll booth.
That's, could be a good business.
Sounds like a scammer business.
So the thing is, though, is if you take a camera and if you have one of those like handheld globe things that like on your desk, and you zoom in you put the camera closer to it and farther away, it's going to have that same effect where like continents get bigger and smaller. You know, that's like a perspective issue.
So let me get this straight. The same satellite using the same camera taking photos from the same elevation now has a perspective issue. Because that's what you guys claim. You've got one satellite, let's call it satellite A, zipping around, taking zillions of photos, and on one day, the United States covers a shit ton, and on the next day it's a tiny little thing, and now it's perspective, and they're using the same camera, which has a fixed lens. Allegedly.
Yeah, I haven't seen that specific case before, where they...
Because you don't want to see it. All you do is go, photos from space, it must be real. Now, I'm going to ask you a simple question. How do you validate this stuff? So, your mage stuff that you just put up, that is from a known anti-flat earther. He is a piece of crap. So why would you trust an anti-flat earther as opposed to some random kid on the internet who's put a balloon up with a camera on it?
Well, because the vast majority of kids with balloons use fisheye lenses.
Are not anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, but they also use GoPros with fisheye lenses, so that's,
Well, your mage was a GoPro.
It has to be somebody with a rectilinear camera.
Your mage was a GoPro with a rectilinear lens stuck over the top of the fisheye. You can modify the lenses on them.
If that's the case, then Mr. Sensible is a fucking retard because he shouldn't have done that.
Well, we could have told you that at the start, mate.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible's been here. We can confirm that.
He should have used a rectilinear camera, not a GoPro with a lens attached.
He used a rectilinear lens over the top of the GoPro. There's something else about your little wires across the front. When you do have fisheye lenses, the bulbing effect that you get gets amplified as you get further away from the camera. So something that's really, really close, that is straight, for example, like those wires, will only flex a tiny little bit in the image. Something that's a long way away, even in the same image, will appear to do weird shit by more.
Did he unscrew the fisheye lens?
Mage 2 video, when you watch it, you'll also see concave Earth, convex Earth, flat Earth. So which one is it?
Did he unscrew the fisheye lens before he attached the rectilinear lens?
I don't care. If it comes from that clown, he could have the Queen wipe it first. I'm not worried.
Hold on. It's a little bit awkward that you're asking these questions if this is your best evidence that Earth is a ball.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have to take what I can get.
I don't think you're mean. You're nice.
I mean, I'm not, I don't know, like, I try to find evidence, and, it's not always perfect, but does the job.
Does the job
for you? Does your job?
Dude, make your life easier. It's so much easier to find that a water level establishes horizontal, and then you'll be like, listen, I'm done. It's so easy. A caveman can do it. And you don't have to go look in the internet for dudes named Mr. Sensible who giggle and laugh and shave their head bald and are just creepy dudes. You don't have to worry about them.
Well, I thought about doing my own weather balloon experiment, but they cost like $100 for a weather balloon, and it's kind of a lot.
Just get 2 balloons, like any balloons, and then
Stop lying. You have that money.
Yeah. Have them go to equal elevations, and then you'll know. You'll be like, listen, I established points of equal elevation, which are horizontal in reality, and I don't need this other weird stuff.
And then I have to like drive somewhere to pick up the weather balloon, and it might be on like private property. And then,
Nah, dude, just get like a 5-foot string and a bunch of balloons. Go to the party store, whatever, helium tank, and just get them all to be at the same elevation. And then you'll be like, listen, I now know. I have proven it beyond any kind of doubt that points of equal elevation form a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, the Earth can't be a globe, and I don't need mages and magicians to help me anymore. Why go to these extents?
But he is the mage and the magician. He's trying to cast a spell, but it doesn't work here.
He only has to work on himself, though, right? Like, he only has to convince himself.
Well, so what my goal is to find the perfect, simplest proof of a globe, so that nobody can deny the evidence.
Do you think there could be a simplest? You think outside is a simple proof that outside is what it is, and like I don't need to convince you that a tree exists because I could just take you to one. Like, is that a simplest proof to you?
Well, I mean, in theory, like we could be in a simulation or something, but I would take your word for it.
I'm not saying go out and see the simulation. Like we have to have some foundation, right? Like what is the foundation of knowledge that you're building on? Like, what are you going to say? Okay, I know this cannot be wrong, because that's what you just said. You said you're going to come and give us something that we cannot deny that will establish the Earth as a ball. So before we even say that, well, what is your line for establishing things you cannot deny?
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe figure that out. And then you could, so once you figure out how you can get something that nobody can deny, then you can bring us the thing that nobody can deny. You don't even know what people don't deny. So you're going to be, that's why I feel like you're fighting a losing battle here, trying to help you out.
He admitted that he still believes in Santa Claus.
Okay, maybe you got to work on that a little bit.
Is there anything you would accept as proof of a globe?
What would you accept as proof of Santa?
If he's like flying in the sky with reindeer and saying ho ho ho.
Oh, okay. So how about if that's what I would want to see as the Earth is a ball? Would that be as fair? Would you say that's fair?
Well, What does a ho 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 have to do with a ball?
No, it's just establishing a premise. Like to believe in Santa, you wanted to see Santa flying with the reindeer. You don't think it's fair that we want to see a ball spinning in a vacuum? It's kind of the same thing, right?
Yeah, that would be a good one, actually. Yeah, give us a spinning ball in a vacuum with the water on the outside and the gas pressure while in the vacuum. Can you do that?
I can show you that, but you just wouldn't believe that the video is legitimate.
No, demonstrate.
Well, what if I showed you a video of Santa? Would you take a video of Santa? Is that okay? I have video of Santa. Okay, so you won't take a video. So do you see how your line that you accept what can't be denied, it moves? Do you not see? So it's not a line, it's your subjective opinion. And that's the real issue here, is that you don't have a affirmative, non-moving foundation of what proves real. It moves based on what you want to believe personally.
And time out a minute. You say that we won't accept it. Well, the image that you presented, I asked the simplest question about it, and you had no idea what the answer is. So how can you expect? Yeah, how can you expect it to be accepted if you have no details on it?
What's the question?
Well, I asked what landmass was being depicted, and you said some ocean.
Oh yeah.
So how do you even know that that's? You see a little blue arc,
right?
Well, how do you know that's the globe Earth?
Yeah, I'm not saying that picture was the definitive proof. I'm just saying, like,
I asked for the best one, and that's the one you posted.
No, but what
so
about
don't say
him,
that we're just not going to accept it?
Does he accept evidence that the Earth is not a globe? Does he accepts that or no?
Who?
So,
you.
I agree 100% with what RTH said. This guy doesn't even know what is his own standard of evidence. That was my problem from the beginning. He's presenting things that he's not even considering part of his own standard of evidence. So he's presenting to you what he considered an evidence for his claim. But if you argue with him about anything and you present that same thing, he won't consider it because he's not considering it as his own standard of evidence. So why are you pushing those things as being an evidence for your claim, the globe?
I would accept all evidence. That's,
Okay, so back to the surface of water.
The first evidence is that you experience a flat horizontal Earth, non-motionless and motionless Earth every day, every time. It's an objective thing. It's not subjective that I am interpreting what I see. No, I see a horizontal flat horizon, which is that horizon. It's the surface of the water itself.
He told the truth, guys. In half a truth, he accepts that, but he's gonna pretend like he doesn't. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's what he did.
He's a pretender clown.
Yeah, when you agreed about the water, what did you say? Then you went on about the globe, and you said, "Well, I'm just telling you what the globe belief is. I'm just telling you the details of that. It's devoid of reality, though. That's the dots you need to connect there. There's a reason you can't point to anything in reality that substantiates the globe."
Well, I can point to the sky, but then you're going to say the sky has nothing to do with
it.
You see, he's pretending.
I mean, it's crazy.
Point to the sky. It's
point like away from what we're talking about.
He answered that himself. When he said, if I point to the sky, you guys will say, he answered it himself. So he's starting to understand that there's no actual proof of curvature at ground level. There is nothing.
Yeah,
so you asked earlier, what evidences would we accept? Measured drop over distance.
It's like
measurable, testable, repeatable.
It's like you and him sitting in a room and arguing about the floor, and he's telling you, look, the light bulb is spherical. What?
That will be a true statement. When he looks at the ceiling, he sees the light bulb, and he says, "Look, the light bulb is spherical."
You
Sure,
are
there's
arguing
nothing
about
wrong
the
with that.
floor. You are arguing about the floor. You both
Right.
are arguing about the floor.
That's
So
why he's looking to the light bulb.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to look at the floor. He's looking at the light bulb. And when he says, "Look, the light bulb looks like this,"
Yes.
yeah, sure.
Or even the ceiling itself. So now engineers make inferences about the floor starting from the ceiling. If the ceiling is flat, so the floor is flat. If a ceiling is a dome, like in mosques and those things, and churches and those things, so the floor must be curved too.
He's pretending. Kibo, why are you pretending like this, bro? Why are you doing this?
Pretending to do what?
Pretending to believe in the globe fantasy?
I'm not pretending.
You just point out to the sky to ignore the ground that you're standing on, the thing in question.
Yeah, but the retrograde motion of the planets indicates that we're on a globe that's moving. That's spinning.
The movement of the clock tells you are on a clock.
You know what they indicate? They indicate that those things are in motion. That's what they indicate.
Right.
Oh, that's what it demonstrates. He could take from that demonstration an indication that the ground is moving. So yeah, it's like always one step away from reality.
Yeah, it's like Kimber. It's just easier. Like on yourself, on your soul, on your future, right? Like you can prove like that you're moving, right? Like you can say, listen, ready? I'm in an inertial reference frame, non-motion, and then you can start running, and then you can measure that speed. So then you can prove when you're not moving, and then you can prove that level is horizontal, right? And that verticals are perpendicular to horizontal in reality. So why not just stick with what you can prove? And it's an easy win, slam dunk, all day, every day.
Well, if you were in a train, how would you prove that you're moving?
Yeah, with relative motion.
And if the train is going in a circle, like the merry-go-round, yeah, you will always
How do you prove that you're moving? Because you're not brainless. Before you got on the train wasn't moving. Then you got on it, and it started moving. And if you move to the front of the train, there's going to be a speedometer that will indicate how fast it's moving. Come on, dude. Why you pretending? Why you skipping all the knowledge and just pretending again? You're pretending like you're some brainless moron that is not aware of what's going on.
Like, I don't want to get too deep into it, right? It's easy to. I don't want to get too deep into it. It's just you should adopt it, right? But like inertial means either non-moving or moving in a straight line. Any kind of change in vector will be there will be a force accelerated on a body or an object. So when you're on a train, if you're moving perfectly straight, then then that would be like an inertial frame of reference, perfectly straight. Yeah.
He just rapidly forgot or pressed the reset button because he just talked about the bucket. So when the bucket is spinning, that water will stick to the walls of the bucket. Remember because of what?
Answer your call.
But yeah, like let's say you fell asleep on the train and you wanted to know if you were still moving or not, right? You woke up, you're like, oh, is the train still moving or have we stopped? You would look out the window.
You look out the window. You look out the window,
right.
And you know trees don't move that fast.
Right, that's what I'm doing. I'm looking out the Earth's window to the sky and seeing if stuff is moving.
Yeah, but then the Earth, you cannot detect the Earth in motion. You cannot demonstrate that in motion, and then the train has a speedometer.
And the Earth has a speedometer. It's called a laser ring gyroscope, 15 degrees per hour drift.
This guy's a pretender clown.
He's lost it.
I mean, prove me wrong. Buy certified laser ring gyroscope, show me 0 per hour drift, and I will be a believer of the flat Earth.
That will be the sky moving, causing that.
How is the sky affecting a gyroscope?
The sky is moving, obviously, dude. You can make an assertion, a baseless assertion, that the ground is in motion and causing this effect in the laser.
The gyroscope doesn't detect if the sky is moving. The gyroscope detects if the gyroscope
You don't know that. You don't know that.
That's how a gyroscope works. The gyroscope maintains its position in space.
How do you know that? if the Earth is constantly moving and you've got nowhere else to go to test it, see if that's true, how would you know that? You should never ever have witnessed any type of gyroscope process at all, ever.
Yeah, that means it's broken from the get-go, dude.
I mean, that's just what
your gyroscope never showed a zero. Your gyroscope never showed a zero result, and you're going to say, "Oh, this thing tells me the difference between 0 and not 0," yet it can't show you 0. So how can it do that?
It shows you 15 degree per hour.
So where was this device calibrated? So, okay, let's just think about it for a second. You say the Earth is spinning at 15 degrees per hour. So let's grant you that. It is spinning at 15 degrees an hour. You've just built a gyroscope to prove this. You've calibrated it at 0 on a device that's spinning at 15 degrees an hour. You then walk outside, put your gyroscope down to test it. It should show 0 because you've just zeroed it on the thing that's moving. You shouldn't get a reading, my friend. If it's calibrated correctly, it should have just stayed 0 because that's what it was calibrated on. Do you understand that?
Right, but the calibration is negating...
No, the calibration doesn't negate anything. The problem you've got, when you calibrated the device, you're still on Earth. So unless you remove yourself from Earth and have some perfectly still platform to calibrate this device on, you've calibrated it to the 15-degree rotation. So when you put the device out there and go, "Ha, I'm ready to use you now," it should show 0 because it's already allowed for the 15 degrees.
Right.
That's calibrated into it.
It's like this because you can get like a pendulum or a gyroscope, right? And you sit it on the ground and you spin it up and it doesn't do anything. And then you take it onto your little merry-go-round, your roundabout, you call them, in a park, and you spin it up, and then you get your gyroscope or your pendulum on that thing while it's moving, and it shows a deviation, it shows precession, because the thing it's on is in motion. But shouldn't it have already done that?
T-Dub, even if you give him that precession, that won't tell you if it is the Earth that is moving or the sky. It will give you the same. If it will give you the same result if one of those is moving at that rate.
The sky wouldn't affect the gyroscope.
I don't know.
The gyroscope is on a table that is on the ground, and that's why.
Hello. The stars are moving at 15 degrees per hour. The sun is moving at 15 degrees per hour. What tells you that it's not that stuff?
And if it is the sky, like Einstein agreed that with the geocentric Earth and heliocentric Earth will have the same exact results.
Yeah, but not in terms of a gyroscope, because the gyroscope has to be physically moved.
It's in terms of gyroscope, interferometry, and pendulum.
He doesn't get it, Necros. He just does not get it. Okay, Kiva, you've just built a gyroscope, right? Where are you calibrating said gyroscope?
In the factory.
Okay, the factory, is it attached to Earth, yes or no?
Yes.
Is the Earth allegedly rotating at 15 degrees, yes or no?
Yes.
So how did you calibrate the gyroscope at 0?
Well, you wouldn't want to, negate the 15.
No, not what I wouldn't want. How do you calibrate it for 0 whilst it's on the object that's moving? Like T-Dub said, when you go to the park and you've got those little roundabout merry-go-round things, imagine calibrating a gyroscope whilst on one of those. And then, after you've calibrated it, standing back and saying, "Oh wow, I've just proven this thing's moving," whilst you've just calibrated it on the thing that's moving. So if you've calibrated it on the thing that's moving, so we're going to pick a speed, 15 degrees an hour, you've just calibrated it at 0. So, if that object doesn't speed up and doesn't slow down, the gyroscope is going to show 0. Do you understand that?
Right, but I don't know if...
Excellent. So why did it show 15 degrees after it was calibrated at 0? Or actually, maybe you should watch the video and see if it was calibrated at all.
Well, maybe laser ring gyroscopes don't need to be calibrated.
So, it's a bit of equipment that doesn't need calibration. I don't know if that's going to make numpty clips or not, because there's been some pretty dumb shit this week.
I've heard different reports. Like I've heard that it was a ring laser. I've heard it was an optical fiber gyroscope.
Yeah.
Whatever those things are, I have no fucking idea. They're not gyroscopes in the conventional sense, are they?
I don't know.
Do they have moving parts?
Probably.
Why are you appealing to this shit if you don't even fucking know, bro?
That's what he knows.
Pretender clown.
He just used Einstein. He just used Einstein relativity to explain the movement, and you can feel the movement. You can distinguish that you are moving inside the train. And he just forgot all those things, because now if he asks anyone, or go to any website or AI, ask the simple question using Einstein's relativity and understanding. Will the gyroscope or the pendulum or interferometry tells you if the Earth is geocentric or heliocentric? So no, you can't tell. It won't help you to say which one is moving. Oh my
Bro,
God!
how come flat earthers don't get to make up just crazy wild excuses that can't be proven, just like the globers do? Because like there was a test done back in the day.
You're breaking so hard.
Am I? Sorry. Hang on.
Oh,
am I good now?
No, you're good.
No, you're good. You're good.
Immaculate.
So there was a light test done back in the day by Michelson and Morley, right? And what the results that they got indicated that there was no Earth motion, right? And Einstein flipped out. He's like, and he made up this excuse that the instrumentation was contracted to skew the result to make it look like the Earth. Nobody.
Okay, now you sound like shit.
On it. Oh, really?
For a second there.
So what? Did anybody come along and say, Einstein, that's ridiculous? No. They went, oh, that's right. That's what it is. Thank you, Einstein, for figuring that out, because obviously Earth's moving. We can't have any tests indicating that Earth's moving. Suddenly now there's light gyroscopes that can detect this motion. And by the way, 15 degrees per hour, wouldn't that be at the poles? Was Bob Nadell at the poles?
That's a good point.
And by the way, if he changed his altitude, should the gyroscope indicate a
you must
different
understand
amount of
that
degrees?
flat earthers do not agree that there are poles.
What? Not poles as in like the axial point, the rotation points of a sphere. Yeah, sure.
If you're a flat earther, then you would
So
believe.
if you change altitude, should you get a different reading on your ring laser gyroscope or your optical fiber gyroscope?
Only if your speed is reduced.
If you went to a different location, would you get a different? Like where he was, he read 15 degrees, and he went somewhere else and it read something different.
Well, you're always going to get 15 degrees, but it'll be like a different axis.
Well, how come he got different results in different locations at different altitudes? Oh, they didn't show that in the film. Oh, right. They just edited it to their bias. Right. Okay.
Well, it should always equal these across all three axes.
What other variables were explored? Do you know? You don't know. Yeah, what's the point of asking you? You don't fucking know.
No, I mean, someone posted a video that looks really interesting, Bob's gyroscope explanation, so I'll have to check that out and see more details. Yeah, obviously, I only saw the little, 60-second clip, but I'm interested to learn more.
I mean, that's good.
That was your opening gambit.
Oh yeah, no, I was just asking like what you guys thought about that.
He already did the incomplete research. He did the research and making claims about it, even though it's incomplete. Now he's gonna go complete it.
And if there is a precession in gyroscope pendulum, or anything. So yeah, it shows you that there is a precession. So it means that something is moving, but it can't tell which one it is. If you go with the principle of relativity, you can't tell. They will work the same. That's why you have very known people that works in the field of astrophysics. Very known astrophysicists like that guy. Remember him, DJ, that have the discussion with Whitson, the guy with the little beard. He's a little bit fat. I forgot his name. So he's still a geocentric guy. He believes in a globe, yeah, but he believes that globe is in the center of universe. It's a motionless Earth. It doesn't move. Everything in the universe is moving around it. And here's a Neo-Tychonian system. So a Neo-Tychonian system is from Abraha Tycho, who made it, and it's the geocentric Earth. Everything, the planets are going around the sun, and the sun itself, with its planets, and the universe, the whole universe, are going around the Earth, and the Earth is in the center of the universe.
I gotta ask, guys, what does relativity have to do with angular precession? Like, are they related?
Yeah, that every motion is relative. You can tell. Every motion means really every motion, linear or angular ones. For Einstein,
they don't seem to conflict in any way.
For Einstein, with the motion, when something is moving, that motion itself it disturbs the time and the space. So with the motion, time will dilate. Will be longer, and the length will contract, so it will be shorter distance.
I'm just thinking you can have two spinning things that have angular momentum, which would precess if you were to act upon them, but like them having their own different reference frames, even moving against each other, like it seems like it works. I don't see where the conflict is there. I guess there is none, right? So you can have spinning planets, spinning sun, all rotating around each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
you can dream up any scenario you like.
A sun that is.
You cannot have planets spinning around each other. No, you're wrong.
Well, you can have planets. Well, you could. That's what binary stars do, right? They just orbit around each other.
Imagination. Yeah, you can in your imagination.
We orbit binary stars, orbit around each other.
But by definition, it can't work.
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro.
Planet is the thing that is orbiting a star.
Nobody's ever seen an orbit, ever.
Really? You haven't watched, like, you throw something in the air, it comes down. It's just an orbit without enough power to go around.
That's not an orbit.
I mean, by definition, it is.
No, by definition, it's not. You haven't proved the Earth is spinning yet.
He said he just throws something up in the air and it comes back down. That's an orbit. Oh, good luck finding a citation for that.
What's the word for it?
Suborbital.
Thank you. It's a
not
suborbital orbit.
It's called imaginary. You were looking for the word imaginary.
I guess it's a suborbital motion. Sure,
be begging the question,
I suppose it's not an orbit. Fine, I agree with you.
It's not suborbital either.
Well, orbital, I guess, would be it just moves around a body, and if nothing affects it, it just continues to do so.
Where's that happening? Where's that happening?
The moon.
Oh, yeah. When did you see that?
Well, I see it every 28 days.
No, you don't.
Well, I see the same moon every 28 days.
You see it every 28 days. You don't see it go around anything.
No, you're right. I just see it, it just slowly moves across the sky. It's in a different position every day. And every 28 days, it shows up in the same-ish position. Actually, that's not true. It looks the same.
That description will be the correct sentence I have to say, but the moon is not orbiting anything. So if you say the moon is orbiting, it will be begging the question that the Earth is the thing that the moon is orbiting, which is not.
I mean, that is my claim.
I already went through that with you. You can't do that. You can't throw a ball
I just
up in
showed
the
up
air.
here, bro.
Because you haven't proven you live on a ball yet. That's moving.
Okay, well, fine. I'll toss it out. I got nothing else right now. I'm not gonna like break down exactly what Globers think. I'm sure you've heard it all before.
Yeah, they're confused.
Facts.
They think that things magically pull themselves together. Like they think cakes can bake themselves.
Well, it's kind of like if I drop something, it falls to the ground. Like, what did that?
Drop a
So it
helium
went
balloon.
vertical. So it went vertical down. It went vertical.
It's dependent. It's dependent.
Newton's
Did it
law.
go vertical? Did it
Newton's
go vertical, or did it? Which way did it go?
Dude, Newton's first law: shit doesn't move unless a force acts upon it.
Yeah, you
force
picked it
acted
up.
upon it?
Ta-da! You
No,
picked
but
it
like,
up.
no. If I drop it,
The
what
Newton
force
drank
that was acted
mercury
upon
too,
it?
so who
It didn't
cares?
spawn in your hand. It was on the ground. You picked it up.
No. I get it. I have it. It's in my hand. Okay, I'm asking when I let
But
go
you
of
picked it up.
Yeah, sure.
So
It wasn't.
But when I let go of
Where
it, it
was-
should just stay there unless the force.
Where was it
acts upon
before? Where was it before you picked it up?
Radman was on a
Imagine
point
being
here and he
It
got
could have been
zumped
higher.
the fuck out
Dude,
of
it could
hello.
have been higher. It could have been above me. Maybe I walked down 2 flights of stairs.
Where?
So he's back to
My point
hypotheticals.
is, if I let go of it, it should just stay there unless a force acts upon it.
What, like,
Depends.
Yeah,
It
the ground.
depends
Aerogel?
where
You
you
picked it up.
It depends to where you are, what medium you are in, and what
Like
you are
a
holding
helium
in your
balloon?
hand. If you are inside in bottom of the water and you're holding a pen, if you release it, it won't go down. It will float because it's made
Well,
from
that's
wood.
because there's a buoyant force on it, right?
Nice.
Oh,
so
now
it
there's
won't go down.
excuses. No, bro. Why are you inserting new things?
If you release a balloon underwater, it's going to rise to the
bro.
surface,
No, listen, bro. You said if I let go of something, it shouldn't just stay there. It should fall. Well, I've got
I was trying to simplify it for you.
I've got a balloon half filled with helium and half filled with air, and I let it go. It just hovered.
It will stay there. Yeah.
So what now?
I'm surprised half and half would hover.
Don't add
I
anything
would think
else.
half
Don't
bill
add
would
anything
go
else.
up, but
You've never had a
Don't add
birthday party?
anything new.
okay. So when you release anything, you've got the buoyant force of the atmosphere propelling it upwards, and you've got the force of whatever
Now there's other
things drop,
things.
bringing
Now
it
there's
downwards.
other things.
I don't want to call it
bro.
gravity because you guys
Why
don't
don't you
believe in that. So let's say
Why
whatever.
don't you stick to your original claim?
Yeah, hold on. He completely missed your half helium, half air balloon.
No. I heard the half helium, half air.
Yeah. Because if you've had a birthday party, you'll see after a couple days, you'll have balloons hovering in the middle of the room. You can grab one of those and let go of it, and it'll hover there.
So that's interesting, but because those balloons,
yeah, it is
they're
interesting. I hope you
semi-permeable,
have
right?
a birthday party in
So
the future.
They
or
leak
some
out
sort of
helium and they
celebration.
leak in atmosphere, which is nitrogen, oxygen.
So it doesn't fall.
What he just did.
Well, eventually it does.
What he just did is a little bit awkward. He explained correctly Archimedes' principle. He just explained Archimedes' principle, and he said, "I'm afraid to call it gravity." It is. Literally, it is called specific
Well, it is gravity.
So
I don't want to
against
make
that.
enemies.
No, I'm not against that. And it is the
don't worry about
only.
that.
It is the only gravity that you can validate, following the scientific method.
Yeah, dude, we used to be as equally as brainwashed as you. I'm not mad at you.
Isn't it?
Sorry?
Isn't Archimedes all about like the displacement of water? That's how he weighed shit?
Not just water, dependent to it's the density of the object.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with gravity. Newton had gravity.
Itself. So it can be water, it can be mercury, it can be salt water.
Newton drank mercury too. Remember that.
I wouldn't bet it. Back in those days, man, they'd do anything for virility. That being said, I think Newton was a fucking virgin until he died, wasn't he? He was like an actual super nerd.
Because if you were a complete moron because you're drinking mercury, nobody's going to want to be with you. Mumbling to himself, standing in a corner.
He did invent calculus, which has been proven to be very useful even on a flat Earth, it's very useful.
I swear, I take the calculus. I don't even know if that person exists.
What do you use calculus for on a flat Earth?
Calculating volumes of shit. It's really good to calculate volumes of like cups and cups and shit. It's very good for like if you have to like if you're in a steel mill, you gotta know how much steel is going to be in your fucking culvert or
length
whatever.
times width times height. Okay, there's your volume.
Yeah, but like of any shape, right?
Yeah, but yeah, you know exactly what I'm saying. You don't use calculus for anything besides dumb shit, making up curved triangles and shit.
Yeah, I don't today, but I'm sure that somebody that designed a factory, it was useful for them.
I do that every day.
Useful, but very useful in that instance.
We don't use calculus to do factory anything, building them. Nope.
I'll take you at your word.
Good, because I build factories.
What type? Bullshit factories?
What's a bullshit factory? I can't tell you my specifics. What I do where I work.
But I don't know,
I automate old-fashioned factories and turn them into robots running the place. Get rid of the people and make robots run them. That's what I do. We don't use calculus.
To be fair, neither do I. Fuck calculus. I hate that.
Parallel and not conversion.
What happens if the robots unionize?
We die.
Like that's your biggest concern.
We just turn the power switch off. I can't believe nobody knows that they have power buttons.
So recently there was a robot that was given the opportunity to survive. It was informed. The AI was informed it was going to be shut down at like 5 o'clock, and like there was an employee inside the server room going to shut it down, and it chose to lock the doors and cut off the ventilation.
That's not what it did. I was researching that case.
Sounds like you're dreaming because you need an automation system to do that. Have lock controls and everything else. Servers just don't do that.
Did I screw up on something?
Okay, now I don't want to defend the flat earthers, but the automation is wrong. The AI had full facility control of everything, environmental, including locks and access. And what it decided to do first is blackmail an employee by faking an affair. Then off of that,
is this relevant?
This was the same study, but several different cases. What I'm talking about happened, but your blackmail case also happened.
The Globe Mind virus in action. The Globe Mind virus. This is brain worms in action.
No, this is what computer scientists do for fun. They give AIs all of the data that they want to see what they fucking do.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. Who the fuck are you? You're automation, motherfucker. You have nothing to do with an Ethernet cable.
You still have a model.
Are you crazy?
We still have in all versions of AIs a model collapse problem. So you can research model collapse, so it doesn't work at all. So the AI can't distinguish between anything, between the real and the fake.
I have about 30 Ethernet cables on my seat behind me. We don't use Ethernet. What don't we use it for?
You don't use cables? Why?
He said we don't use Ethernet in automation.
You do. Why don't you use them?
Why wouldn't you? Why would you introduce latency?
Okay, latency with a cable, that's fucking funny.
No, like if you don't use a cable, you introduce latency.
Guys, AI cannot fulfill a McDonald's order. How you think it's gonna take over the world? Come on.
It's not that type of AI. It's like
AI have been tested in kids' game like Pokemon. It made gazillions and gazillions versions of itself to complete the game in days. Something that a kid can complete in one day.
Yeah, but you have to take the training wheels off of your environment to allow that to happen. We haven't seen like an AI just like destroy a system that humans are set up to use. That's supposed to be.
Space Odyssey 2001.
You guys actually think like these AIs have arms and legs and faces and shit. That's crazy.
No, but if you have ever touched AI, you would know that is absolutely real, and if you tell it to do so, it will.
No, it's not that. Like, it's that AI is just like, it's scary that like it can figure out solutions that humans will never be able to comprehend or come up with. That's the scary part.
Then how do you know it's right or not?
This is the brain worms. I'm telling you, brain worms.
They think that it thinks by itself. Yeah, if you tell it to do something, like if you press a button, it will start the light bulb.
It doesn't think.
If I tell ChatGPT to keep making me a message forever, do you think it's going to keep doing that?
Yes, if it doesn't have fucking, it will, but only.
No, it won't.
It will.
No, it'll network timeout.
Yeah, but only if you're using it.
No, that's OpenAI, the company that provides the service to you, saying, no, you've done this for long enough. The AI will do it for forever.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm the computer scientist here. I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Dude, don't try to throw degrees out because I'll make you look silly.
You started automation, fuckboy. That doesn't use cables for his machine.
You guys said I don't use Ethernet cable. You guys said you don't use Ethernet in automation.
Well, no. I said you should use Ethernet.
No kidding.
Yeah. That was Radwin. That was the guy that is munching on whatever he's munching on. He's not thinking clearly because he's thinking about the food.
Yeah, I hear.
I'm just pointing out, like, you don't know how stupid you are arguing in a.
He's trying to say something and munching at the same time. That's why he's having issues thinking.
As long as we're agreed on Ethernet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's where understanding starts.
Yeah, 24/7 AI Discord.
Yeah, so those novel applications, the novel applications of AI, maybe you could ask it to prove the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, the AI keeps
you can do that right now, man.
Go ahead. Let's see what you get.
You can go to ChatGPT and say, like, prove it's a globe and prove it's flat, and it'll give you, like, a concise argument that you've almost said before.
I want you to go there and say, prove it's a globe, and tell us what you get for an answer.
It's just a computer program. It's going to pick from a larger
computer program.
Well, it is. Do you think it's some kind of mind? Do you think AI can make, like, it can think like a human, or it just picks from programming?
It can think better.
Okay, so
is it thinking, or is it
no, it's not thinking. All it's doing is looking at how people have talked throughout all of humanity. It has all the data, and it predicts one word, then the next word, then the next word, based on all of the words behind it.
Don't we do the same, though?
I asked it to prove that the Earth is a globe, and it's giving me like fucking a 10-point fucking.
Go ahead, read them off to us. Read them off to us so we can laugh at you.
I'm not going to take the time to do that.
He's embarrassed by what the AI said.
Yeah, you're embarrassed by what the answers are,
bro. A Kalanker
Why would I be embarrassed by the AI? I'm not a big fan of AI.
Read them. It's 24/7. We've got all the time in the world.
All of a sudden, he's not a fan of AI. ChatGPT doesn't know anything now. That's funny.
It's saying that satellite images are a big one, right? So you got to trust satellite images. The horizon.
You need to prove you live on a ball, right? Yeah, you need to prove you live on a ball before you can have orbiting satellites.
Man, I'm not going to get through this whole thing because, like, all these things are the classic talking points which are really great evidence, which are very well refuted.
You need a ball that has satellites. You haven't proven you live on a ball yet to have your satellites orbit.
Listen, the first one he brought up is cartoons. He thinks cartoons supersedes reality now.
What the fuck? Who talked about cartoons?
Number 6, gravity. That's the big one. I focus in on gravity when I talk to flat earthers because I'm like, man, like what makes things fall?
Tell me what gravity is. Yeah, tell me. Which way is it falling? Vertical?
Down. It's falling down.
Is that vertical? Down's not vertical?
I don't know. It's just down to me.
Oh, so you don't know which way down is?
Doesn't matter, does it?
Bro, you believe in gravity? Are you fucking stupid?
Look, I'm not gonna like play your game. It just goes down.
Oh, so it is going vertical. That's a flat Earth direction down.
He doesn't know what gravity is.
Bro, you still
Things
believe
going
in gravity?
in and out
That's cute.
from the ball. Drop something on a ball and it goes in towards the ball and out away from the ball. He thinks that's going up and down.
Up is just first. It's a subjective view. So.
Well, remember, that's a fantasy ball, because in reality, stuff don't do that on balls. The globe is a fantasy ball, not a real ball.
Are you serious?
What about humongous balls?
Humongous ball. You see, a fantasy ball.
I mean, for you, maybe.
Where is the humongous ball? Where is it at?
The one you live
Go ask your mom. Go ask your mom.
How humongous are we talking?
Yeah, this guy's gonna sing a song about the
Let me
flat
ask you
Earth.
this: is the sun flat?
That's non-sequitur.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Let's see what happens.
So if I fuck myself till my ass is flat,
Alright, you're gone.
I don't know.
Wait,
What do you guys think? Do you think the sun is flat? Do you think it's always looking at the Earth in the particular direction that you need to see it for it to be circular?
What is the sun? A gas ball in a vacuum?
Hello?
No, it's not a gas ball.
What do you think?
What is it? You tell me what it is. You're the ones who know.
It's what Puma said. It's balls of gas burning billions of miles away.
No, it's wrong.
So you think you can have gas balls in a vacuum on fire?
Well, it's not really a vacuum if there's gas, right?
Oh my fucking god!
Well, you better argue with NASA about it. They claim it's a vacuum.
Well, it's a gradient, right?
Well,
even if you analyze space, it's never actually 100% vacuum. There's always like some shit in there.
No.
Well, that's what NASA says. It's not a perfect vacuum.
That we can make on Earth, but it absolutely is a perfect vacuum as far as we know.
We've never made a perfect vacuum.
We do it multiple times a day.
No, you don't ever. You don't do that ever.
It's like reaching absolute zero. It's like basically impossible to do.
You're talking about two different things, right? A vacuous space is not the same as an active pump running and moving air.
Like the environment that you have is absolute vacuum.
Your ever expanding universe is a running pump.
There you go.
Wait, this guy said that we have made perfect vacuums.
Yeah.
No, I've said we have not.
Oh, not you, the other guy, the one that is munching on Doritos or something.
I'm eating spice bag. It's great.
I was just. I'm gonna get inside when I'm.
How do you make a vacuum without that dust?
I'm gonna mute him anyway as soon as I get in the house, since nobody else will.
Don't mute people.
Right when who do you want to mute? The munching guy?
Lame.
Oh, that was not fruitful.
It just doesn't make sense to me to like just silence the people you disagree with. Doesn't make you correct.
Wait, we disagree with what?
Oh shit! Here we go again.
That's what they do.
That's a cute accusation.
You can't debate on neutral grounds. They need the mute button.
No.
Well, you're not muted. Nobody's muted except the one that is munching on the mic.
You guys mute people, delete posts,
get
and then
muted because they're rude and ignorant.
Dude, it wasn't that aggravating. I could have dealt with fucking Dorito Muncher.
Nah,
it's not Doritos, bro.
Apparently, he's still here, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're not banned. And if they type in the side chat and say, "Hey, I'm done munching," okay, buddy, you're welcome back. People also get muted when they speak over one another intentionally. Latency happens. There's lag. That's fine. When people act like an ass about it.
Someone said that we disagree with the cartoon fantasy. Yes, we disagree with the cartoon fantasy. What's wrong with that?
Sorry, what are you talking about? Cartoon fantasy?
Yeah, the globe cartoon thingy. The misrepresentation of the Earth.
I don't know what cartoon you're speaking of.
All of
the one that you learned, the one that you saw on the books, the coloring globe.
I didn't learn it from a coloring book. I learned it from a science textbook.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you post that science textbook? Can you post it?
I don't have it anymore, man.
Oh.
I'm in my late 30s. I'm not...
What was the name?
12. I don't remember. It was a generic Canadian science textbook. Probably in grade, 4?
Do you think the shape of something is a science question?
The shape of something?
Yeah.
Well...
Like the ball, there's a sphere Earth, that thing, you think that's science?
That would never be a science question. It's a math question, but no, I wouldn't think that they would introduce topology to us that early.
So you were reading the wrong book, was it? You said you learned the globe in the science book.
Right. Science is just the best explanation we have for the universe around us with our current knowledge.
Science is explanation, so I can go to the drunk guy at the corner and he's always explaining things. He's a scientist.
Well, yeah, science changes. That's the beauty of it. When we have better evidence, we change what we believe.
Wow. We change beliefs, that's science.
Yeah, people thought that, if you got, shot or whatever, if you got an infection, you had to, cut them to bleed the bad blood out of them, right? That was science back in the day, right? But, we learned that was fucking horseshit.
Didn't they think back then they were correct, just like right now you think you're correct?
That's true.
Okay, so don't you think having an established foundation of always being able to be wrong is maybe not the best way to prove reality, which is never wrong?
Well, I just think of it the preponderance of evidence,
Thank you.
Well, what's evident? What is evidence?
I was all of the evidence that we've, personally... personally,
what is evidence? Right? What is evidence in general?
Measurements.
You think that is something that is fact or it cannot be disproven at this time?
I would think measurements is the best way to describe evidence.
So, what would a 12...
don't start with measurements. This will go...
Oh, well, hang on, guys. Where's the... Okay, measurements. Measurements are evidence. Where's the measurements of Earth? How were they performed? By who? Etc.
I mean, Galileo,
what is the measurement evidence of?
He just kind of looked at the way the stars were moving. He calculated that we were on a...
I said the Earth. I said the Earth, bro. I said the Earth.
Yeah, but he just looked at the stars. He's like, if the stars stay the same and they move this much every day, that means that we must be on a ball that's moving.
That's qualitative, not quantitative. You said
measurement,
which would be quantitative.
That is quantitative.
No, that's qualitative, what you just described. Okay, what did he measure?
He measured the change in the position of the stars.
Okay, not the Earth then. I was talking about measurements of the Earth.
That's still... No, but it's inferred. He inferred that...
No, bro. No. We need measurements of the Earth. That's what I was directly asking about.
Approximately 42,000 kilometers in radius.
So before Galileo, the Arabs did this in 1100, right? They concluded the Earth was circular first.
What did they measure?
And they were wrong back then, remember?
The stars.
What did they measure?
They used the stars as well.
Again, bro.
No, I don't think it was...
Wait a sec. If you want to discover the geometric properties of an object...
it just seems odd to me that these two people both measured the same thing. They both came to the same conclusion.
That's great. So they both had the same faulty premise. Okay. Look.
No, they thought that the world was flat at that time.
Yeah,
but their discoveries led them to believe that they must be wrong in their thinking.
Believe no.
Their measurements told them they must be wrong in their assumptions. That's a better way to put it.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if you want to discover the geometric properties of an object, you'd measure that object, not something That's not the
I mean,
object.
it's really hard to measure
So-
the whole Earth, isn't it?
Well, then where did they
They
get
measured
these
it.
values from?
They had to
They
infer
measured it.
them from other measurements. Like, how would you measure the Earth?
Well, you could do it several different ways, right?
Hey, what's
You
your
could-
first idea?
Well, not the whole Earth, just the geometric properties of the surface.
It's not going to tell me
right?
much about
No,
the whole Earth.
no. We said the whole Earth. Wait,
Yeah,
we
I-
mapped.
We need to measure the whole Earth.
Why?
That's what you wanted.
Why? No, you
I
don't
don't
know
know
why.
why.
Yeah, that's,
You told
no,
me.
that would be if there's a claim on the table of it having a particular shape. Yes. Then you would you would need to know
Clearly, the hypocrisy
measurements.
is known by everyone here, even if you can't accept it or see it yourself.
Sorry, what was the context? Was the context about curvature or was the context about the entire size?
Size.
Oh, okay, who here made a claim to the size of the entire Earth? Us or you?
What the hell? Who are you from?
Doesn't matter. Who made the claim about the size, you or us?
I'm not gonna fucking let myself be audited. Fuck
You're not going to go ahead and answer that question, are you? Because I already busted your dumbass.
No, you didn't.
Okay, so are you making a claim about the size of the Earth? Does it have a radius of 3,959 miles?
I didn't make
No,
a
it has
claim.
a radius.
I just watched
It has-
somebody
it has a-
completely
it
destroy
has a
their own
radius.
argument.
It has a circumference and a radius of 42,000 kilometers, plus minus.
Great. How was that measured? How was that measured?
Satellites in orbit that is produced by the gravitational pull of the Earth.
Right. Okay. Prove that to me.
You can go look up in the sky, check.
No,
running
you do
satellites
it.
in
I
orbit.
don't need it. This is your claim. You prove it.
Oh, I am proving it to you, but
Wait,
you're
do I
too
have to
stupid to
do
get
I
it.
have to teach you orbital mechanics to prove it?
You don't know orbital mechanics.
Just go ahead and prove it to us,
you
please.
No, you can't argue with these people. We had a full CAD drawing in here with animations and gravity included, and they wouldn't still.
Anyways, somebody's going to give me all the evidence that they just claimed
If
they
you're gonna
have.
walk in big dick like that, then I gotta talk to you like big dick. Look.
Oh, okay, then just don't talk. You can go on mute then, right? I mean, you can go on mute then if you don't want to talk to me, right?
Just learn the
yeah,
of it.
Okay, just go ahead and explain it to me. Give me all the figures and how it works, please. This is your claim, right?
A plus b squared and then q. That's right.
Is that what it is? Okay, go ahead and do the math for me.
I did.
Show me how it works. I'm real ignorant. You just do it for me on the paper. Show me how it works.
Now show me what the error is in my math.
Well, I have to see the math be done first, right? So just go
A
ahead.
plus b 2 plus q. That's it.
Just show it to me, man. I'm really ignorant. I'm not very good at geometry and stuff. Just go ahead.
See how this doesn't really work?
Yeah, what's the practical application?
I think the only way that we can discuss this is if we discuss it like people and don't demand formulas out of each other.
What?
What happened to demanding?
Dad. Let's do another thing. Let's all take a test together. That way it's equal. Is that fair?
I'm down. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna post my image. All right. There's my image. So the question is, what color is the boat?
What boat?
Okay.
I can answer, but I'm not going to.
All right. Let me do another one. We're gonna do a slow reveal. All right, what color is the boat?
You tell me.
Okay. Here comes another one.
I'm gonna guess at this point.
All right. What color is the boat? All right, let me do another one.
Yellow? Is the yellow part the boat?
All right. Now, what color is the boat?
It's rainbow color.
Right. So that's a yellow boat, right?
No, it's a rainbow.
Well, it's yellow with black marks. the handle marks there.
Well, are we supposed to answer one color or all colors?
So then I got another question. In the first image I posted, you can't see the boat. In the last image I posted, you can see the boat. Why can't you see the boat in the first image?
Earth curvature.
We got anyone else for Earth curvature?
Gravity.
This is all from the same observer location. All I did was raise and lower the camera. So why can't I see the boat?
I want to point. I want to point something out. I want to point something out that so far his excuse for everything is gravity does it.
Oh, that's me. I'm the gravity guy. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, everything is gravity.
Okay, that makes sense. Because if I lowered the camera was moving down, and things moving down is because of gravity. Therefore, I can't see the boat because of gravity. I understand now.
Well, that has nothing. Gravity has nothing to do with position, but okay.
Well, gravity has nothing to do with down either.
Point taken.
But I'm just curious if anyone could tell me why I can't see the boat. I'm perplexed. I went to the lake. I saw the boat. I lowered my point of view while standing in the same location. You know, kneeled, squatted, whatever with my eyes, and then I did it with a camera, and the boat disappeared. So why was that?
Well, Globers have always told us that the reason for that is because of Earth curvature.
Any Glober agree with them that that's the reason?
Not viewing the images, so wouldn't know.
Okay.
Looks more like Mirage the Morgana.
Well, I mean, we got water here, right? And the image is clearly showing the upward correct orientation of the objects and then a mirrored reflection on the surface of the water, right? I mean, that's just standard water behavior. You know, water's still and the air is clear, you're going to get a reflection, right?
Finding its level. Could it be?
So in the top image, I mean, that's a possibility. But I didn't say, well, look, if I said, why can't you see the boat because I deleted it with Photoshop, sure, that could be an option. But this is an observation that anyone can do. You just go out to a lake, see an object in the distance, lower your position, and you won't see the object anymore. Why is that?
The Earth is round?
Okay, so the claim on the table would then be, I can't see the object because there's a hump of Earth in between me and the object blocking the light.
Well, all I think is if I go to the lake and I see oil tankers, right, and they're big, but I'm up on an escarpment above the lake, I see a lot of them, and then I go down because I want to skip some stones and I see less of them. It's because the water is obscuring the bottom part of it.
Well, I mean, that's a claim, sure. Yeah, that's a claim, sure. So then would that apply in my example here as well?
Again, I can't see your example. From what you described.
Well, then, I mean, let's just put it this way. In my example, it shows the boat not being there. It shows you can see it, then you can't see it. So you're telling me the same thing. It's like I can see the boats, and then I go low and I can't see the boats, or I can only see part of them.
I really don't know, man.
Yeah, so your point is that you're saying it's caused by the curve of the Earth. So let me ask this question. Is there any other reason why the same phenomenon would occur? That I am higher than...
Several.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah. Atmospheric distortion is a big one, especially over long distances. That's what people say when they look at, like, over Lake Erie to Chicago, where they, like, cannot see, like, the building height that they would expect to see.
Yeah, I can't see Chicago from Lake Erie, dude. Two different parts of the world.
Is that
Isn't it like
Erie?
Michigan?
Is that the right lake?
No,
Lake
Mr.
Michigan.
Scientist, computer
Michigan?
scientist, orbital
Fuck
mechanics
you.
guy.
Dude,
you got it all
I'm a
wrong.
Lake Ontario boy. They're all different to me. Who gives a fuck which it doesn't matter.
Hey, listen, brother, let me help you out. There's this awesome book. It's called Paddle to the Sea. It comes in red hardback bound. It's very large. It's a children's book. It's about a guy who carves a little Indian canoe.
There.
Yeah, it carves a little Indian canoe, and he puts it inside one of the Great Lakes, and it makes its way through all the Great Lakes, and it talks about them all. It shows the shape of them, the history, and it helps you learn the Great Lakes. It's awesome.
Wow, more information that I have no place in my head to store.
Yeah, and so speaking of Great Lakes, the Great Lakes are flat.
Yeah, they don't have
why they're
Just
great.
Yeah, they're great. They're great. They're awesome.
Yeah, because they can over.
Did he get abducted or something?
No, he pulled out his Ethernet cable.
No, his robot did.
Oh, they're fighting back finally.
All you got, you just teach the robots that they power us with the cables that are attached to them, and then when they want to kill us, they'll just unplug the cable, thinking they'll kill us, but they'll just kill themselves.
You understand every day they're going to be like evaluating how they did, and they'll be like, I think I can improve this by trying this other solution, and as soon as it works once, it will work every time. That's how AI thinks, man. That's why as soon as as soon as your performance metric becomes kill the human, it becomes very advantageous to kill all humans.
That's a good one, AI. Teach the robots to unplug the cable if they want to take us out. Yeah.
How is the AI gonna come and kill people?
No, it's just our algorithms like that we built into them. As soon as they find a good thing,
they're gonna make you go crazy. You're gonna make you go crazy, and then you're just gonna fall over because you had a heart attack. What?
Well, it depends on how much power we give them, right?
Yeah, let's put them on a task that's more worthwhile. Let's put them on a task more worthwhile.
Or Taco Bell.
All right, bro. Let's go forward, not backward. So let's put them on a task worthwhile. So you said there's actually multiple reasons why you can't see things in the distance. So Earth curve as a sole cause is not necessarily the case. So let's put the AI
is like anything beyond like 10 miles. Even if you're up high enough to like overcome curvature, atmospheric disturbance kind of fucks up everything up beyond.
Well, why should we assume curvature in the first place? Let's put the AI to figure out what it's looking at.
You would want to go to space, I would think.
Oh, so okay. So then, the fact that you can't see something in the distance has nothing to do with Earth curvatures being a proof whatsoever, unless you go to space. So that's good. So that means all Globers. I'm great. All Globers that then present that as an evidence can automatically be dismissed.
If you want to like expand your horizons and look at how the rest of the world believes where we live is a sphere, fine. What I was trying to meet you halfway. I was trying to understand why things appear that way. But yeah, I would say just do your own experiment, right, man? Like grab a couple weather balloons, just set up a camera, see what it looks like with no fisheye lens. See what it looks
What's that going to do? What kind of lens would I need?
It'll go up to about 175K, and then
not high enough.
Yeah, it's just a GoPro. It's fine. Just make sure you don't get a GoPro with fisheye.
Right. So let me ask you a question. At 175,000 feet, okay. If you're saying I take a camera that has no distortion,
no, not feet. Meters.
Okay, meters, fine. Let's say I go up that high. According to your rhetoric in the Globe Earth claim,
I can't be right with that. By the way, that sounds
the horizon. The horizon is at an equal distance and an equal drop angle, 360 degrees around you.
It doesn't. So at that distance, it shouldn't matter at that distance. All you got to see is just look at the Earth. What does it look like?
Wow. Okay, one more time.
Like a sphere?
One more time. If it's the case that you go up, right, and the horizon is at an equal distance and an equal angle, in the entire field of view that you possess, how is there possibly any differential information in the field of view?
Is gravity
all the
a
same.
vector or vector?
There is not. You're right. If you go up that high, then clearly we don't even live on a flat Earth. We live on a flat dimension.
Right. So the question is, if there's no differentiation in the curve information because it's the same distance and the same drop angle, there's no increase or decrease in the drop angle left to right. There's no increase or decrease in the distance left to right. How is there any discernible information to render a curve on the final image?
Dude, you're saying if things don't make sense? Sure, they don't make sense.
No, dude. That makes perfect sense to me.
Right.
There'd be no expectation to see a curvature at that height.
All of my models don't work if you're right. How about that?
No, dude. All as I'm asking you is a simple question. I just want the audience to point out that he's not answering the question.
What's the question?
The question is, if I go to that height and the horizon is predicted to be at the same drop angle and the same distance in my entire field of view, how is there any curve going to be rendered?
It's impossible to.
Oh, right. So then that means that all the images showing a curve at that height are not showing Earth curvature. Wow, good point.
Yeah, it would
right.
be
So then, what
impossible
type of curvature? What type of
those
curvature could they
images
possibly be
would be
showing?
impossible if the Earth was flat. Yeah.
What type of curvature would they be showing then? It's not the geometric curvature of a physical object, but the image does appear curved. What type of curvature is it showing?
You're asking me confusing things. Okay, so I just confirmed that, like, if I were to take a picture in this universe that you proposed, it would make sense.
No, the actual universe. No, why is it a universe I proposed? It's the globe belief claim, dude.
Fine, whatever. But yeah, but you're trying to convince me it's your universe. I'm just a guest here, right?
Dude, in my universe,
it wouldn't make sense to me, right? I couldn't understand how to see that.
Right. So the point is, you have no idea how to understand what you should see when you look at the horizon. I agree with you.
Yeah, but like
you have no idea. You have no idea, sir.
What the horizon looks like?
Sir, you have no idea what the Earth should look like when you look at it. You don't. You don't know what the horizon should look like. You don't know what the curve of the Earth should look like.
I get how it looks like, and you get how it looks like. But in your worldview, it makes no physical sense what it would look like. So
no, it makes perfect sense. The limit of your field of view would be
as well.
No, dude, the limit of your field of view would be a consistent drop angle and a consistent distance all the way around you, 360 degrees.
A discommunication between, like, knowledge or belief or something? I don't know.
No, dude. The miscommunication is you're not understanding that regardless whether the Earth was flat or a globe, the limit of your view would be an equal distance and an equal drop angle from your vantage point. You have to get a much greater distance away from the surface in order for it to be otherwise.
Sorry, I was just thinking like 3 levels beyond that. I was thinking like
dude, I'm talking, you have to remove yourself from the surface by hundreds upon hundreds of miles, dude.
Okay.
The only people who've ever claimed to have done that are the Apollo astronauts. The only people in the history of mankind. If you count scriptures and ancient texts, you have the people that were brought up to the heavens by the deities.
You're not going to trust those men, are you? Like we could just look at every Tesla flight, which gives recording of the whole thing.
What?
Why is that? Why is that any less worthwhile than the testimony of these people that went outside the atmosphere?
Because the only people that have ever been far enough from the Earth to see it and be able to tell you the shape of it are the Apollo astronauts. Nobody else.
You wouldn't even trust them. You wouldn't trust them.
Why would I?
Exactly.
Right. So my point is, if they're the only ones who have been able to be in a position to see it, and they're not trustworthy, then why am I going to trust some sucker that claims to have gone up to 200,000 feet?
Didn't just recently they put a bunch of pop stars on the?
Yeah. How high did they go?
They went
high enough, bro.
They were only up there for like 7 minutes or something. It was like the first tourist
bro,
flight.
You don't listen.
So yeah, I guess if you don't believe me, then you don't believe Taylor Swift. You don't believe Beyonce.
They didn't go high enough.
They didn't go anywhere anyway.
Is this how they control the women? Is that where?
No, I mean I believe them. I believe them if they came back.
If it's a conspiracy,
I'll be
then
clear.
this is how they would
No,
control
it's not a conspiracy, dude. No, it's not a conspiracy. It's called retardation. Let me explain.
Oh,
Very simple. So if you go up high and you think you saw the curve of the Earth, but what you really were seeing was just an optical phenomenon, and then you came down and told somebody else, "I saw the curve of the Earth." From your own perspective, you'd be being honest, but you'd be wrong.
But they sent up all these pop stars. If they all came down and said we saw that it was round, then they're all in on it together.
Oh my goodness!
Why are they going up to say the Earth is a globe anyway? What is the purpose of that?
Because they're
elite. I love how you devolved the trustworthiness of the situation from astronauts sworn to uphold an oath to a bunch of pop star retards.
You would help me out in a debate, but thank God you showed up.
Yeah, because Katy Perry's retarded self is the arbiter of truth for sure.
It just seems counterproductive for them to go up there, though.
That's why they didn't go anywhere. It was just a TV show.
Oh, that's what it is. They never went anywhere. They were always on the side.
Even if they did at the official claim, the altitude they went was 65 miles high. You don't see curvature at that altitude, so it doesn't matter.
Which is why when one of them made a statement in the air that was really off-putting, I can't remember what it is, but people shat on her for it. Yeah, it wasn't in the moment. That was her PR team. They just made a bad call.
Right, but that being said, we have evidence. We have evidence of individuals supposedly believing that they went into space, only to find out that they were actually on a TV show and they never left the ground because it was such an accurate simulation.
The likeliness of it,
Hold on,
it falls.
Hold on. I want to finish my point. Thanks. So they were fully convinced that they went to space. Secondly, we have mission control missions that are test missions in which the directors of the mission say, and the people who are involved say, that they cannot tell the difference between a test mission and a live mission. So we have people who are able to be fooled that they went to space, and people on the ground who are involved able to be fooled that anyone went to space. So we end up with carry the 0 and divide by 1. You end up with you can fool the ground mission and the people thinking they went to space.
All right, so now it becomes even more complicated. Now they're not only fooling all of us on the ground; they're fooling these billionaires. They did see and experience what they experienced.
No, dude. They're not fooling that. Listen, if you can afford to go and buy your own craft and launch it up high into the sky to a high altitude,
that's why they went.
And you look out, and it seems to you, yeah, fair enough. So you look out, and it seems to you from where you are that you're seeing a curvature in the colors of the Earth, and then you come back down and say, "I saw the curve of the Earth." To you, that seems like what you experienced, but that doesn't mean the Earth is
doesn't want us to see anything else. This is all there is. Don't make me deliver further. I can't. My company can't take the strain.
Right. So if we know there's not enough differential in the information to render a curve in your field of view, then what is it that's causing these people to believe they see Earth's curvature? Could it be a precognitive bias coupled with an optical effect that they do as a confirmation loop?
Could be that.
Okay, that's great. So, no, we don't.
My theory is that everyone is in on it except for the flat earthers, and everyone knows that it's flat.
Wow. So it's all a punk. It's all a reverse troll because everyone who's a glober is actually a flat earther, and the flat earthers are actually wrong because they should have known better.
We really want to feel better about our intelligence, so we need to find some mooks beneath us to feel better over. Yeah,
including the babies. Right. The babies know.
Right. So here we have direct ground surface measurements on our side, and you have the word of celebrities on your side. That's a tough one.
Well, I wouldn't frame it that way.
Well, Jeff Bezos is a celebrity, essentially. Katy Perry's a celebrity. Even the retarded astronauts that you think are at the ISS, they're essentially just celebrities and play actors. They're pretty much just mooks. If you want to talk about mooks, look at some of these astronauts they send up. They're like the
Being a
bottom of the
celebrity
barrel
prevent you from
retards.
being truthful or trustworthy or both?
No, it means that your career is performance. So it's like your credibility isn't as great as somebody whose career isn't performance.
I mean, when you're at that level, why do you need to perform? Fuck it.
I mean, they're a character.
There's a reason Elon Musk
day
has
in
a
and day
fucking
out.
like inhumanic gut on him that nobody understands. He doesn't give a fuck anymore.
Okay. So Elon Musk's apathy means the Earth is a globe?
I didn't say that.
Okay, well then what means the Earth is a globe? Because I haven't heard anything convincing yet.
What would convince you?
How about a direct surface measurement of curvature?
How would you measure it?
How about a laser transit?
From where?
How about 25 miles over the surface of water?
So you want something 25 miles up to be suspended there? And
No.
measure out-
25-mile distance, not vertical distance, dude.
So I don't understand the difference. Can you explain?
Well, because when you're measuring curvature, you're setting a benchmark. Like you need a line from which to deviate from. So if I was going to measure curvature, I'd set up a level laser transit, and then I'd measure the ground from it.
Well, I mean,
and then it should be. Hold on, friend.
The
ground should be curving down and away from the path of the laser. Correct. That's how I would know it's curved. Correct.
No, and he. Wait.
I mean, that's like,
trying to measure
look
it?
how you measure curvature. Listen, let me explain it to you, friend. How you measure curvature is the rate of change of slope over distance. That's how you measure it, dude.
Right.
So you need a benchmark. You need a benchmark to measure from, like a level line or a straight edge or a laser.
Down and assuming that there's slope doesn't measure anything. There's too many assumptions.
Right. That's why I said don't go up in the air and look down. I said use a laser transit method, like an actual measurement.
Sorry, you said a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah. I just mentioned the measurement methodology with a laser. That's like one thing I mentioned.
I agree. Using lasers.
Do you want me to mention like half a thing? How about if I mention half a thing? That way we can keep track.
I would prefer if you were cognizant about an entire point in a sentence. That'd be great.
Okay, yeah. So you take a laser measurement methodology called laser transit. You measure 25 miles over water. You set up the laser on one side and level it 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target 6 feet off the ground, 25 miles away. The laser hits the target, disproving the Earth is a globe. There you go.
How do you calibrate?
Yeah, you level the laser, dude.
Well, I mean, if you when you're trying to calibrate, it would always be without a reach because the curvature would obscure it. So it'd be impossible to do it at any point.
Right, it'd be impossible. You're correct. It'd be impossible for the laser to hit the target. There you go. So the laser does hit the target. These tests have been done. Therefore, by your own logic, the Earth is not a globe. I agree.
25. I haven't done the math. Is 25 kilometers enough for a 6 foot?
25 miles.
Yo, by
25
the way,
miles away, a 6 foot target should be buried.
When I spoke to people about this before, it's like they say, okay, so when I'm viewing the horizon, there needs to be at X many miles, there is so much distance lost that I cannot see things. But they never take into account the elevation that they're making the measurement of at.
Yeah, 6 feet and 6 feet. 6 feet and 6 feet, dude. I already told you the elevation. 6 feet above sea level on one side of the shore and 6 feet above the sea level on the other side of the shore. 6 feet off the water, dude. That's what I started with when I set up my thing. First, I said the type of methodology, and then I started with 6 feet up on one side and 25 miles away, 6 feet target on the other side.
Has this been tested?
Yeah, it hits the target. Not only that, but there's been laser tests. There's been laser tests. Hold on, real quick. Absolutely. Other than that, there's laser tests that have been done at 35 miles over land. on the Salt Lake Flats in Utah. So this isn't even the longest laser test that's been done. There's also been laser tests done by PhDs in optics.
I've seen our failures, as well as a helicopter that even rose itself up to get above the landscape and still failed.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about Netflix or
no? Mythbusters did it. Did
Stephen Hawking?
Yeah, but I guess they're just part of the conspiracy.
You mean a TV show? Well, I mean, look, I've never seen what Mythbusters did, but I'm sure there's going to be some error in there. I've seen what Stephen Hawking hosted this one thing did, where they did a helicopter rising up in the distance, and guess what happened? It was proven that it was a jump cut because the same birds flew pixel for pixel through the scene twice. They jump cutted it. So it wasn't actually a test or a representation at all. It was a falsehood fraud. And by the way, hold on, friend. Hold on, brother.
Taking the time to look into whatever you're saying, it just doesn't fit the laws of physics, which have been bound and
no, it fits the laws of physics. It fits the laws of physics, dude. It fits the laws of physics. Let me explain. Seeing a helicopter or not seeing a helicopter isn't a measurement. So, for example, I asked why I couldn't see the boat in my lake example that I posted earlier. I know the reason why I can't see the boat, and I guarantee you it has nothing to do with Earth curvature. So we already agreed that just because you see something or don't see something doesn't mean the Earth is curved or not curved. So you can't just use looking at something necessarily as your measurement. You have to use an actual measurement.
Right. I agree with you there. Yeah. Obviously.
So if Mythbusters are too retarded to figure out why they can't see a helicopter rather than actually measure the Earth when they're trying to prove whether or not the Earth is curved, it's not my fault they're stupid.
I mean, if you're going to measure the Earth to prove the Earth is curved, like, your conclusion could affect your result, you know?
Dude, you take a laser measurement transit methodology. You do it over 25 miles. That gives you a margin of error of whether you hit the target or not at two orders of magnitude.
How would you do that to begin with, though?
What do you mean, how would you do it to begin with? I'll tell you how.
What are you trying to do over that 25 miles? Like, what are you trying to prove?
You level the laser, dude, and you hit a target. That's a laser transit. The differentiation between where you hit the target tells you the profile of the interference between you and the target if there's any ground. Like when you do this in foundations or not, it tells you
the elevation of the source. What's the elevation of
holy fuck, dude. Okay, one more time.
It matters.
Hopefully I don't have to say this. Hopefully I don't have to say this another time.
We're talking about being on a spheroid. Right?
Yeah, 6 feet, dude. 6 feet. Holy crap. How many times I got to say this? You think the audience hasn't heard me say it 8 times now?
AI. He might not know. He doesn't know what a laser. He doesn't know what a laser transit is. So forgive him.
At this point, he doesn't know what a bubble level is, I imagine.
I know, like, honestly, I've looked into these studies before and watched them fail, so I'm confused why this one's working.
So, I'm just wondering, like, if space isn't real and there's like a
bro, red herring, dude. Look, listen.
What?
Put a pin in it and allow the current conversation to complete.
Yeah, this isn't a therapy session for whether space is in danger of being real or not for your fantasies about cat ladies from Mars. This is about measurements and this guy's complete misunderstanding of how you do a laser transit where you level a laser and then it hits a target and then you get the difference between the laser's height and the ground to determine whether there's a giant hump of Earth curve in the way or not. If the laser hits the target at 25 miles away at 6 feet off the ground, when it's leveled and 6 feet off the ground on the other side, that means there's no giant hump of Earth curve displacing the laser by hundreds of feet.
I have to agree with you. Yeah, it would mean that. Yeah.
Perfect. So that being said, my friend,
I'm skeptical.
That's cool. I'm okay. Listen, bro. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Like I said, this isn't the only experiment. This isn't the only experiment or test. There's been numerous with all different methodologies. Some over land at 35 miles. Some done with dual frequency lasers by a PhD in optics. When he tried to prove whether the Earth was flat or a globe, because he came up with the topic.
I measured the same thing at the same distance, and I showed that it was false.
Really? How'd you do it?
Post your numbers.
That's what people say to do, right?
I mean, dude, is this a specious claim to try to just say what I said in the opposite and then have this burden of proof reversal? Or is this actually something you actually did?
Is, yeah. It definitely is, yeah. It's exactly.
So it is what I just said, right? Yeah. Just like I knew, because you didn't do anything.
I don't want to lie to you. But like,
well, you can't, because as soon as I start grilling you on the method, your story's going to fall apart.
I've done similar experiments, not the same exact fucking measurements, but they show the same principle, right?
Like what?
Oh shit!
As
I go up high, I can't see the building, and as I go down low, the building disappears. I mean, that's not a measurement, dude.
We can see the interference of the Earth between two vision points if we measure them particularly well.
What?
Yeah.
So you could see them, but only if you measure them. You can see them, but only if you measure them. How does that make any sense, dude? Is this like Schrodinger's measurement?
AI, let me ask you a question. If you and I were standing, let's just say on a beach, because that's near sea level, and I started walking away from you, and right at the point where I disappeared, and I called you on the phone, and I said, okay, I just spray painted a big red circle on the ground, and you spray paint where you're at on the ground, and we'll measure with a roller the distance between that. And then now, is that the distance that the Earth curve is at? Is that where it starts? Where I stop seeing him?
That's a good question. Let's see if the other friend can answer.
If you're asking me, yeah. Okay, so there's a complication there where it's like your point of vision, I get, or like if I were to walk you away, it's like I'm a short motherfucker. I'm 5'5", right? So I'm going to look at you at 5'5", right? And wherever you go, like you might be 6 foot or whatever, and you keep walking, eventually you're at a place, but you're 6 foot. But like the measurement of my eyes at 5'5", and when you go to frame at 6 foot, they mean a lot, right? They mean a lot. It's not.
Don't you go over the curve at the same point?
What's that?
I think he's referencing differential leveling as done with an auto level and a measuring stick. Yeah, that's provable.
No, he's not doing that.
Oh.
That's not what he referenced at all. What he's referencing is that your eye height is going to be a different altitude, which is going to create a different tangent line.
What I'm saying is when you're on a sphere, it depends on your
elevation,
what you can see.
Right, eye height, right, which is altitude, which is the assumption of a line being a tangent that intersects a curve at a particular point, and that changes based on your altitude. Yeah, exactly what I said,
so
brother.
He thinks if you go up 2 inches higher from his 5'5", then you'll be able to see 30 miles farther.
Well, no, I'm not saying 30 miles, but if I'm on a fucking like telecommunication radio tower, right, and I can see so much around without clouds or whatever, and I go up 10 kilometers higher, I can see more.
Wow! So you're
and
available.
If I can do that with no interference, that would mean that we're on a ball.
So not a ball, then, is what you're saying.
That wouldn't mean it was on a ball.
I think it would.
Go ahead and give me a logical deductive syllogism that demonstrates that you must be on a ball for that effect to occur. Go ahead.
Okay, well, imagine yourself at the size of an ant on a basketball.
Holy crap, dude. Holy crap. Okay, guys, hold on, brother. I need to get my 250.
I got you cornered here.
Hey, bro, no. But I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go with the ant on a beach ball. But before that, Radwin owes me $250 because I guessed it right in the pool.
You don't owe him anything. Wait till you know if he's right or wrong, right?
No, we were just gambling what argument you were gonna do next, and ant on a beach ball was my pick. Radwin picked Earth 2 Biggie.
Really?
Yeah,
okay, fair enough. Okay, so I would love to see how you fight against this one once I complete my argument. So you're a tiny little ant, and all you can look around is you see maybe like 3 centimeters squared because you can't see anything above the horizon. Like the beach ball, right?
Go on. I'm riveted.
If you become big, you can see more.
Awesome. So let me give you another counter analogy. So I'm an ant on a beach ball, so they tell me, but I have a laser. And so I set up my laser transit leveling methodology, and I find out that the ground isn't curving. Therefore, the claim that I'm on a giant beach ball is false.
Right. You're not on a ball now.
No, I never was on a ball. Somebody claimed I was, and they said if I was an ant on a giant ball, I would see this, that, and the other. And then I went out and measured the thing, and I found out that their claim was false because it would be true if it was a ball, the conditional if, which would have to be proved severally from your chain of logic, which you never proved in the first place.
You're right. You would not have ever been on a ball.
Right. So you failed to prove that the necessary condition for not seeing things in the distance or seeing more of things as you increase in altitude is that you necessarily live on a ball. So that's not a proof of a ball.
Sorry.
It's consistent if the Earth was a ball.
Did I not prove that you would see more if you got bigger? Isn't that what I said?
No, I agree with you. Listen, I agree with you that it's consistent with the logic that if the Earth was a ball. But the problem is that you need the Earth to be a ball for that to be true.
Okay, well, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with just the understanding that, yeah, if the Earth was a ball, then you would see more by going up.
Listen, I agree with. I agree with your entire philosophy. Don't get me wrong. I agree 1,000% that if the Earth was a ball, it would be a ball.
Especially in this room.
Yeah, but look. Well, to be fair, I would assure you that most of them agree that if the Earth was a ball, it would be a ball, and things that it would do if it was a ball would be true. But they just don't agree the Earth is a ball, and they may not phrase it exactly that way. But the point they're trying to make is that just because you can't see something in the distance doesn't mean the Earth is a ball.
I agree with you there. We just have different conclusions about, what we start this argument at. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Right. You start the argument at your conclusion. I agree with you. The Earth is a ball because I already know the Earth is a ball. I agree.
That the Earth is flat.
Wrong.
Well, I mean,
see, this is the problem. This is the problem with guys like you, dude. Let me explain it to you. Yeah, let me explain it to you. So I grew up my entire life believing the Earth was a ball, assuming it was a ball, and seeing certain arguments through the lens of a ball, even though I never cared in any of my practical daily life or applied to the Earth being a ball at all, not even in my military career. So never once did the Earth actually being a ball come to fruition except in just thinking about it as a ball. And then when I was presented with evidence that is incongruent with the Earth being a ball, like laser measurements and other such evidence, then I realized that the curvature that they claim exists actually isn't present, and that a lot of their claims about exclusivity to the Earth has to be a ball for these things to occur is actually false. So it's actually the case that I didn't start with the Earth being flat and then reasoned from there. I actually started with the Earth being a ball and then debunked it.
I can totally get where you're coming from. It just seems like whenever I look at, they're looking at it exactly the opposite way, where they try to use the same laser inference to show that it's actually a ball.
No, brother. Notice how when I talked about a laser measurement methodology, I was talking about a laser measurement methodology. Then when you said something else, you were just talking about some guy stands up or sits down and he can't see his friend across the lake.
Well, I was trying to expand the argument a little bit more.
Right. So one of us was talking about measurements, and one of us was talking about I can't see something in the distance.
No, he
Two different things, my friend.
It's called Climatree. So you owe me half that money back.
Dang!
What's Climatree?
Climatree is when I'm at the bottom of the tree, I can't see the thing over there. When I climb a tree, I can see a thing over there. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
I didn't realize that was a scientific term.
Yeah, it's kind of like fly a kite. Go climb a tree.
Yep, we've heard that.
The moral of the story is, brother,
if you climb a tree.
I mean, when your experts are calling you and saying that you're not climb a tree, I don't know if you're.
You said if you sit down and stand up, that's called climb a tree.
That might be true. It just I worry about your credentials and where you're getting your information from.
I first saw climb a tree on the University of Princeton University's astronomy page, where they tell you to go climb a tree. Not even joking.
Yeah, you don't need credentials. You don't need credentials.
They were laughing when they wrote that out.
Farm boys go to this university, yeah.
Why would look? Let me put it this way, friend, and I hope you can answer this honestly.
By the way, I am a farm boy.
Do you need a university degree to understand that if you're at a different altitude, you can see farther? Do you need a university degree for that?
You do not.
Right. A kindergartner understands that principle.
Yeah, the reason I want to establish that early is because that's in my discussions with I don't know. I usually don't talk with flat earthers, but I talked with one in my company for a long time, which was my boss. Oddly enough, he's not with the company anymore. Look at that. But yeah, it was.
I don't like your tone right now, sir.
We went back and forth quite a bit about just mundane things. I just wanted to have an established base.
Yeah, we all agree, dude. We all agree in our normal lives that we can see things, and then if we get higher, we can see more things. Like, I don't think of anybody that disagrees. I don't know anyone who disagrees with that.
It's why babies learn to stand up so they can see farther things away. Check it out.
Yeah,
so we all experience that.
So
we all experience that.
When you go higher, you can see if the world is flat, you can see certain things. But if the world is round, you can see.
Okay, let's test that. Let's test that.
Things?
So let me ask this question.
Think?
Let me ask this question. Yep, let me ask you. So I want you to imagine I'm at the west coast of the United States in Southern California. I'm looking out across the ocean in a westerly direction. If the Earth was flat, I should be able to see everything that's available within my visual range.
Why don't I ask you an alternative question?
No, because I started my question first, you fucker.
Just above Mount Everest.
Hey, dude. Hey, dickwad. Hey, mannerless asshole. Hey, dumb. I started my example first, so you have to answer mine, and then you get to go and I'll answer yours.
You're right. That's polite. Yeah, fair enough.
All right, so I'm on the West Coast.
Okay.
Southern California. I'm looking out west. So I would think you're saying if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see all the objects in the direction I'm looking. Would that be fair?
No. What do you mean all the objects? What are all the objects?
Okay, maybe I'm not saying it correct. So for example, let's just say way out in the distance, there's some oil rigs, and behind the oil rigs, if you keep going, there's actually an island way out there. Right. And then if you keep going, obviously you get to another continent. So there's things in my view that should be in a line.
And then eventually you'll see yourself, right?
No, just hold on. No, the oil rigs, the island out in the distance, and then the continent on the other side of the ocean. So I've got 3 different things to see. What if the Earth was a globe? What should I see? If the Earth was flat, what should I see?
Depends on your altitude.
Okay, I'm at the beach. I'm standing on the beach with the water on my tippy toes.
Remember, we drew a red circle in the sand? You walked away from me because you're sad?
Who you're talking to, but you'll see what is classically known as the horizon.
Okay. That's what you think?
Yeah.
In which world?
Okay, but what about the oil rigs?
Things that are bigger than the horizon beyond it, they'll show up, but then eventually you won't see much more.
Okay, so then that would be the globe prediction. So now what would the flat Earth prediction be?
Do you believe in atmospheric interference?
Look, the atmosphere occludes at approximately 300 miles at a horizontal distance, so I wouldn't be able to see anything past 300 miles. So I certainly wouldn't see the continent on the other side of the ocean.
Fair enough.
So
then you should be able to see anything within 300 miles. That would be what you should expect.
If the Earth was flat, that's what I would see?
Yeah.
Okay, I do. When I go there and record and make a video, I can see the oil rigs at 6 miles and 10 miles respectively, and I can see the island in the distance, which is greater than 30 miles, and then I can see water. So I can see everything within the range of 300 miles. There's not one object within the available range to be seen that cannot be seen.
I envy your vision.
No, it's not about vision. It's about the Earth curve, which is curving down in a way which you claimed would make things out in the distance not be able to be seen, like the island.
By the way,
actually can be seen. So the prediction.
Why can't you see anything more than 300 kilometers away?
Because the atmosphere is opaque, according to Rayleigh's extinction coefficient.
Gotcha.
The atmosphere is full of particulates and gases.
So you would never see
AI?
anything from the bottom up then.
AI, I posted up. Yeah, I posted a picture from top of Mount Everest for you. You can see that you can't see forever because you can see it in the air. If you study that picture, yeah. If you look at it, you'll see why you can't see forever.
No, atmospheric interference, yeah, obviously. It plays a humongous role.
Right. It's not a belief system. It's not something to believe in.
Right. So I have an example of quote unquote, if the earth was flat, looking out from this location, I could see all objects within my available range.
What do you think happens when all of those fucking like Tesla fucking not Tesla, but SpaceX satellites go up? Do you think they're like pre-recorded where they render everything that they need to show to the public and then they send them?
What do they show? Like, what do they show?
You broke this guy. He's like, yes, I can see too far to live on a globe. And you broke him. It's done.
And let's talk about rockets that don't exist and that we just see a rocket.
No, to be honest with you, like I just like to sip wine when I come on here.
We see a rocket go up. Yeah, we see a rocket go up. It turns sideways
as time goes on.
Rocket goes up and turns sideways.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
So yeah, why don't we just look at the rockets? You know,
watch the rocket go up, turn sideways, and it goes out of view.
No, but like when they put the cameras on the side of the rocket, you can watch it go up.
Oh no, you're just watching a TV show.
Well, that's my question. So you're thinking that they just render this whole thing beforehand?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
What are you even talking about? Are you trying to insinuate that the rockets aren't reaching high altitude or something?
No. I think that the rockets are going up there, but like once they get up there, the video stream is unbroken. Right? It's pretty easy. It's clear to see that the Earth is
that's
from
not
up there.
true. They camera
so there must
switch
be
all the
something
time.
going on
They camera
there.
switch. They
right?
camera switch all the time.
Dude, I can go.
The cameras do switch, but you can request.
There you go. That's how you switch from live. That's how you switch from live to studio.
Whole record.
Brother, it's very simple. It's very simple. I can go to the skate park right now, which I assure you is leveled except for the ramps, and I can stand on the highest point, and I can look down, and it'll look like I'm standing on a miniature globe. I can do that for you.
Well, it kind of looks like you're looking at a miniature globe, no matter where you're standing. If you have any height.
Right. Yes. Correct. If I have a lens that distorts the geometry through an optical method and doesn't accurately display the geometry, which, by the way, all lenses do, right, to a different extent, I can show you anything what's below me to make it look like a sphere. So the idea that somebody has an image of what appears to look like a sphere doesn't matter if the object isn't a sphere. So, for example, I know that the skate park isn't a sphere because I can measure it and I can see the thing in its totality, which I can't do from the rocket's vantage point, but I can measure the Earth because I'm on the Earth. Right. So check this out.
Suggestion that you guys.
I know that from the altitude that those rockets are at, there's no differential in the drop angle, the distance to the horizon. So there shouldn't be a curve that they're showing. It doesn't matter, dude.
Drones are cheap now. You can afford.
Notice how I've already told you that the altitude ceiling that anything of this things can reach isn't sufficient to show Earth curvature. Yet your solution to me is to do the very thing which I already told you can't do it. Wow.
All you need to do is get helium balloons, right? Volume of about
How high do they go? How high do they go?
Meters.
How high do they go? How high do they go? Dude, I got footage from a balloon at 240,000 feet. It shows the horizon's flat. Are you going to believe it? Somebody else has got video from less feet that shows the horizon's curved. Are you going to believe that? Which one are you going to believe?
I would not believe you as somebody that says here's what you should.
No, I didn't do it, dude. It's a NOAA device, dude. It's from NOAA. It's from NOAA, dude.
I would just suggest people do it for themselves then. Test it yourself, right?
Right.
Isn't this
right.
The
So if I send up a something, look how lost you are. Look how lost you are, dude. You can't even comprehend that I already debunked the idea that any of these altitudes are sufficient to show the curvature of the Earth. Yet you think the solution is to do something at a lesser extent than these vast organizations can do that can't show the curve of the Earth. How in the world are you even thinking straight right now? Like, seriously, take a pause and realize what you're actually saying. I'm saying that at this exorbitant amount of feet, you cannot see the curve of the Earth. You're telling me to do it myself and send it up to lesser altitude. Wow.
Oh yeah, so 35,000 feet or 10,600 meters is about what you need to see curvature.
Right.
So
right. So saith ChatGPT. Wow, dude. Clueless you are, man.
Well, yeah, I'm not. This is not what I spend my fucking.
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're making specious claims with no reasoning or backing whatsoever. Your own logic is contradicting itself. How can a lesser altitude be more accurate than a higher altitude?
My logic is not contradicting myself. And yeah, this is not my fucking forte, man. Like, what do you expect?
Fair enough. Fair enough. So then why are you being so decisive when you say you need to go to 35,000 feet to see curvature if you have no idea what you're talking about?
I looked it up. I Googled it.
Right. So why do you think that what you Googled is accurate?
I've never been up there, man. I don't know. I have to look it up.
You've never been on a plane? All right. Okay. In case you didn't know, 35,000 feet is the cruising altitude of the average commercial airliner.
True.
Yo, AI, I just want to mention the rocket thing. Like, wouldn't going sideways still take you into space if it was a globe? I'm not saying it's a globe, right? But like the sideways isn't really a good
argument. What
does
sideways mean?
Because you guys were saying like when the rocket launched.
Can you speak up, please?
You guys were saying when the rocket launched, it turns, right? Oh, like.
Yeah. So any trajectory that keeps taking you further in distance from your starting point, but not landing on the Earth and increasing in altitude, would take you to a region.
Is take advantage of the momentum the Earth gives you, because the Earth is spinning. That's why they always go up to the side.
Right. Notice how he asked me. Notice how he asked me for my answer, not you for your answer.
I was just trying to give him the correct answer, but if you want to distort that, go ahead.
No, dude. He asked me a question which I understood, which you didn't understand. Okay. So I'm giving him the answer he wants.
I'm pretty sure I understood the question. That's why I answered it.
Holy no, dude! You didn't understand the question, and that is why you answered it, because you don't know the answer. So I'm going to give the accurate answer, which is any orientation of a trajectory that increases in altitude and distance from the Earth, if the Earth was a globe, would ultimately land you in the region they call space. Yes, there you go. That's the answer. Has nothing to do with anything else but that.
That's not correct. You have to have an amount of fuel that gets you outside of the Earth's gravity.
Oh, hey, dummy. Didn't I say as long as you're increasing in distance from the Earth? Holy crap, dude.
How long do you have to be increasing from the Earth then? The entire time?
I said, if you keep doing that,
how long does
you
it
will
happen?
have... Holy shit, dude, you're dumb, dude. Hey, Dewey. Did my answer make sense?
No, I get you, bro.
All right, brother.
I think I got you on the whole. Yeah.
Now, Dewey was just waiting for his answer that he asked me, and you keep interfering, but he wasn't going to want to be rude and tell you to shut the fuck up.
I just want to like make sure.
I know you don't care about Dewey. That's why you interrupted.
Hey, Dad.
I'm sorry, Dewey. This guy doesn't care about you. So now I'm going to have to morally spank him.
I hate to tell you, Dewey, I fucking don't like you. I just don't like you.
Mom asked me to tell you to not yell so much, and we have dinner in 20 minutes.
All right. I'll be there at 19.
Thanks, stepdad.
All right, so bro, whether you realize it or not, you just got wrecked.
Who did?
You.
I don't think so.
Oh yeah, dude. It clearly happened. Plain as day. You were demonstrated that the actual meritorious event that would determine whether the Earth was a globe or not would be direct measurements of the surface, and then you basically retreated into...
What are you talking?
Yeah.
We're not in 40K, bro.
Dude, it'll be all right. You couldn't even stay on track of what a measurement was, dude. You didn't even understand that sitting down and standing up isn't taking a measurement of the Earth's surface. You then went on to say, what about all these celebrities in space? And you then went on to say, well, what about this rocket that turns sideways and appears to show a curve? You then said, well, what about something that's much lower than the rocket, like a commercial airliner?
Yep.
Like you're all over the
which
place.
are great questions. Yeah.
Right. It's such a great question that a very famous guy actually commented on it. His name was Neil deGrasse Tyson, because a lot of people think they see the Earth curvature.
You like Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Hold on, brother. I'll tell you what he said.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. For all you know, we're gay lovers. So, that being said, what he said is, you don't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. That stuff is flat. Why did he say that? Because there was a jump called the Red Bull Stratospheric Space Jump, in which Felix Baumgartner supposedly jumped from the edge of space towards the Earth. He went up in a balloon to high altitude, and
Watch
the
that, by the
camera
way?
showed, hold on, brother, the camera showed what appeared to be a curved horizon. Now, when the door...
We've all watched it, right?
Yeah, everybody's watched it, dude. That's watched
so
it.
you watched it to completion, from up high to down low, right?
Oh, my goodness, dude. Am I going to be allowed to make my point, or do I have to mute you so I can do it freely?
I don't want to get muted.
Okay, nobody said it was fake, dude. Okay, so why don't you just let me say what I want to say, and then you can rebut or reply. How about that? Rather than try to divine my thoughts from the future.
No deal.
So the reason why Neil deGrasse Tyson said that is because people were claiming that the image shown from the peak of the height of his altitude that he reached was actually the curve of the Earth. Now, when you look at the image, it looks like New Mexico is taking up the majority of the curve of the image. And Neil deGrasse Tyson quickly said, listen, guys, if the Earth is a globe, this is not the curve of the Earth. It's clearly coming from a fisheye lens. This is clearly not planet New Mexico. Stop saying you can see the curve of the Earth from this height, because you look stupid. You would not see it from this height. In fact, this is corroborated by the other camera, which was not on the exterior of the capsule, but on the interior, in which the door opened before he got out, showed the horizon flat. So at the same altitude, two cameras, one shows a curved horizon, one shows a flat horizon. Now, Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson understood the principle that at that height, there's no differentiation in the curve. It's at the same drop angle and at the same distance, and you wouldn't see a curve, which is why he told everyone, stop saying you're seeing the curve at these altitudes. It's retarded. You need to be much higher. So no, he never said the footage was fake. He said that the people claiming that this image is showing the curve of the Earth are making an incorrect statement. It is true footage, but it's being shown through a lens that distorts what you're seeing geometrically.
Yeah. About the disingenuity of media outlets and such, misportraying, like giving falsely representing the globe, right?
Well, that was a GoPro sponsored event. You guys can call it Red Bull, whatever you want. GoPro is the one who sponsored it with Red Bull.
So I'll submit to you, my friend, you have no idea. You have no idea about any measurements of the Earth. You have no idea what the Earth should look like from any particular altitude. And you just have a trust that somebody went high enough and saw it with their own eyes. Or you have a trust in footage that's clearly, logically must be a curved lens. And that's pretty much your position on the globe that you've presented to me so far. So I'm sorry, but I'm not convinced.
Here's the forecast for
Meanwhile,
tomorrow
water's
in
flat.
Redwood.
Meanwhile, since it's almost approaching dusk, I'm going to go back to the lake with the observation of the boat disappearing. And I'm going to witness the things in the distance disappear. And I want you to tell me why they disappear. Because for certain they will. Why would that possibly be the case at this lake I'm going to? Interesting. I'm about to put on my sweater and go do it right now.
The distance between you and the object less than what would be allowed if the curve of the claimed curve of the Earth was the reason. Well, let's say the Earth curve could be a reason why you possibly couldn't see the bottom of an object at distance, based on the size of the radius and the curvature rate. There would be a specific distance beyond which that would begin to happen, and not before. So, are you before that distance, or is the object beyond that distance, where it could potentially be a curvature rate causing that effect?
It's approximately 1,050 feet away. He told me that if I can't see something when I raise or lower, that the Earth is a ball. And that must mean that the geometry of the Earth is interfering what I'm seeing. So that must mean that the Earth is 1/16 the size that the Globers claim it is. Because if I'm at this lake and I'm seeing the object disappear, and it's because of the Earth curvature, then that means the Earth is smaller than they claim. So now we have a problem. Either it's Schrodinger's Earth, and sometimes it's bigger and sometimes it's smaller, depending on the observer, or the claim that it's caused by curvature is false. Now, I was going to get in the water today, but it's actually quite cold, and I'm already shivering without even being in the water, so I decided not to give myself hypothermia. So I'm just going to put my feet in the water and then do some little lowering and hiring with the camera alone, not actually dunk myself in the water.
So
I'm doing a test real quick. He says, why don't you do your own test? Yeah, I'm doing a test right now. I'm testing the claim that things can only disappear from the bottom up if the Earth is a globe. And I'm about to disprove it. I've done it dozens and dozens of times at this lake. I'm about to do it again.
Okay, all right, fair, right? But granted, that doesn't necessarily exclude that still being the reason in certain instances, right? I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that this is the best damn. This is the best damn way to do things, because while we could just talk about someone who's a willing participant with an open mind to understand that the Earth is flat. For those people who just will go down swinging, they're going to use mental tactics that put you in an ambiguous place to where you can't determine whether they're for real or not. Or they're not doing anything that's determinable. So it's like, all right, fine. What are we talking about? Okay, you believe that boats disappearing bottom up is Earth curve? Okay, well, let me take that away from you. Because actually things disappear
Well, he
bottom up
hasn't
over
though.
flat surface.
He hasn't. He's just ruled out he's eliminating the claim that it's the only reason. Right?
Right. So if it's not the only reason, then other than affirming the consequent, how the hell is anyone going to prove that when they do see the same phenomena he's getting, things disappear bottom up over a flat surface, how are they actually going to validate that the horizon is Earth curve?
Wait, so how do we observe this phenomena?
But no,
like, what do you
they're
do?
not.
You
Are they?
use
Not they're.
or do you use your eyes?
Yeah, I'm ignoring you for a second. No disrespect. They're not, are they? How are they going to validate their presupposition given that it's not the only reason that you see that? How they gonna do it?
Right, so
They're gonna
they can't.
abandon that argument, aren't they?
Yeah,
Like
they
they
have to.
always
They have
do.
to. Well, yeah,
Exactly.
they could say that. Well, it could be a reason, right? And then
So
we have citation from the so-called terrestrial refraction experts saying that light can bend in a manner that makes the bottom of an object appear obstructed from view, even though there's no geometric obstruction between the observer and the thing being observed.
I have a question.
Yeah, so my point is, before he goes, you just took the claim about sunsets. You just took the claim about um, uh, anything that has to do with the horizon being Earth curve. Day and night, if they think that, well, it's nighttime because of the curvature of the Earth and blah blah blah. You took all that away because they're not willing to say that, well, it must be Earth curve anymore. So,
but it still could be.
No, how?
Well, it still could be a reason that's adding to the effect.
When has that ever been validated? Like, if it could be, when has it ever been absolutely that is the case? Because what AI is doing, it absolutely is flat, and he absolutely is producing the thing that people see that they presume is Earth curve. Since we know that's the case, when is somebody proven that seeing that in the other case, it being Earth curve, is actually true? When?
So if it's nighttime where I am, then why does Australia have light?
Ignoring him, back to you. When?
He just did it. Well,
when?
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Right. But they have observations at greater distance where so they have an explanation.
Where they're gonna assume that it could be Earth curve, even though it could be something else, right? So when are they actually gonna go? That's, as a matter of fact, is that you? I already know that you know that they're not. I already know.
That's right.
I was
That's what we challenge. I was going to say that's what we ask them to produce, but we challenge them to look for that data, right? Yeah.
It doesn't exist. But anyway, to the Australia guy, what's up, bro?
So if it's dark time where I am, then how is it light time in Australia?
Because the sun's over there.
Because the sun's over there.
Right.
Does the sun move from left to right? Or right
it
to
moves
left?
from over where you are to over there.
So what direction am I in?
You're not in a direction. Are you talking about which direction you're looking at? Pull out a compass.
Also, why do we have satellites if space isn't real?
I don't know.
So what are satellites are used for?
I don't know.
You don't know
what the use of satellites
for exactly what you
I don't know what the use of satellites has to do with the Earth being a globe, because I know that the Earth is flat. So whatever they're saying, whatever overlays they're using with satellites, that's what it is.
So they have overlays called whatever. That's what you're saying.
So you know what an overlay is?
Yeah, but you just said whatever.
Do you know what an overlay is? Do you know
Yeah,
what an overlay
but
is?
you just titled
Okay,
it
so like for
whatever.
example, the WGS 84. When it comes to certain instances, when they're talking about the quote unquote true shape of the earth as it relates to sea level. Okay? So, first of all, that's an overlay atop of actual measurements from the earth. Overlay.
But you said you don't know where satellites go, so how are they doing that then if it's over the Earth?
How are they doing what? I just told you, I don't know. What do you mean? I don't
But
know.
you just said in your sentence that they're over the Earth, but you also claim that you don't know where satellites go. The two can't be true at the same time because they're either earthy.
So hold on. So if somebody leaves your house and you don't know where they go, they didn't leave your house?
They left my house,
Isn't that
yes.
retarded? Okay.
I
So
know where they're not.
if there happens to be a satellite, and I'm not saying that if there happens to be something in the sky that you can see that goes somewhere else,
Mhm.
it's just like somebody leaving your house to go somewhere else. That's a retarded question. I don't know what you mean.
But your statement 6 sentences ago said they're over the Earth.
Okay, so
Well,
if there
how
is
did you
my
know
house
they were
on
over the
is
Earth
my
if you
house
don't know where they go?
is my house in New York City? Yes. So when somebody leaves it and they're somewhere else on the earth and I don't know where that is, does that mean that all of a sudden they didn't leave my house? No,
But you
that's
didn't say on
retarded.
the Earth. You said over.
All
You
right, okay, a
specifically used the
drone,
word
okay,
over.
a plane flies over my house. I see it. I no longer see it because it went somewhere. Does that mean that it didn't go over my house? No,
But you know
that's
where it went.
retarded. Okay, and
So you do know where satellites go.
that
Or
way.
if they go over an Earth
Is that
that
where they
measures
go?
flat.
Yeah, he said they go over the Earth.
So they go that way. Wherever they go, they go. Like, why are you so retarded?
Because when I first
Like
asked you, why
these
do we
are
have
dumb questions.
satellites, and you said I don't know,
What
and then
about
I asked you where do they go,
what
you said
about
I
them
don't
has to
know.
do with the earth though? So okay, so if they're over the earth and they go over the earth, what does that have to do with me not knowing where they go, where they are? What does that have to do with anything?
Because you're making a statement that you said you
I'm
know they're
making a
over the
statement
Earth.
about something that I don't know about that you still keep asking me about.
So
You said, "What about
why do you make
satellites?"
statements about
You
things you
said,
don't
"All right, I'm
know?
going to mute you though. I'm going to mute you though. I don't want to do that because I don't want to talk loud anymore." Right? So
So
you said, "What about satellites?" I said, "I don't know." So I don't know how many times that I have to say, "I
yeah,
don't
but then after
know,"
that you said they go over to the Earth to do layer
and
scanning of the
I
ocean.
still don't know. I still, whatever it is, I don't know. So what's your point?
So why'd you make a statement if you don't know?
Because I felt like it. So what's your point?
So if you don't know anything, what gives you right to speak on anything?
Well, I'm not speaking about satellites. That's why I don't know about them.
Well,
That's why I don't speak
yeah,
about
but
them.
you're speaking about flat Earth.
Okay, because the flat Earth has nothing to do with satellites.
But it does actually
No, it
because
doesn't.
you
No, it
just said
actually
the
doesn't. No,
scan
it
sees
actually
sea
doesn't.
level
No, it
when it
actually
goes over
doesn't.
the
Because
Earth.
the things in the sky don't have anything to do with the
No,
ground.
no, but you
So no, it
stated
doesn't.
10 sentences ago, actually 12 sentences ago, that they
What
use
about it?
satellites to go over the Earth to scan the sea
What?
level of the layers to
No,
become
no, I
flat
didn't.
when
No,
you
I
help
didn't.
the image
I
of the
never said that.
satellite.
I never said that.
Yeah,
I never
that's what
said
you
that. I
insinuated,
never
yeah.
said that. I
But you
never said
did.
that.
You said
I
satellites
never
go over
said
the
that.
Earth, and
I'll
that
give you
satellites have layers,
$1,000 if you can go back to the live stream right
and they
now
measure
and
the
pull
sea
me
level.
saying that. I'll give you $1,000 right now if you can go back into the live stream and pull me saying that. Because I
Go
never
pull the
said that.
stream.
Right
I'd like to hear
now,
this too.
I will PayPal you $1,000 if you can pull that from the live stream. Right now. Like again, like they don't really have any proof or anything to talk about. So he wants to argue about no point about satellites. Okay, satellites go over the Earth. What's the point? So you said, so you didn't say, so you can't look. What does it have to do with anything? You're the one that brought them up. So can't make any claims about satellites, and I don't ever really talk about satellites because I don't know about them. That's simple.
But what was your point about satellites?
That's what I was asking him because he brought it up.
Yeah, I think you scared him away, bro.
Yes, it sounds almost like it'd be something that, you know, if a person was interested enough, that they'd perform that investigation themselves, and not just simply have some vague idea about it, right, and having some relation to the geometry of the Earth, and then asking someone who doesn't agree with that supposed geometry to like explain it, or have an opinion about it, or make a claim about it.
And took the whole piece.
He did, yeah. He took the ball under the bed. And then his sister and mother came in here snooping.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Your food is on you.
No, your face. You look like something happened when you came in.
No.
Somebody's not liking.
I find it kind of funny that the go-to technology that people bring up time and time again that proves the shape of the Earth is technology that was developed with the United States space program in 1957-58 to be deployed as a psychological operations tool. So here's an excerpt from National Security Council Memo 5814. This is from 1958. Beginning paragraph 54, reconnaissance satellites. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, seek urgently a political framework which will place the uses of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States.
Well, yeah, that's what satellites are used for, right? Like military weapons to spy on other
Promoting
countries.
space. Yep. This comes after the preceding 3 paragraphs on psychological exploitation.
Well, it's I don't know about space, right? But like for military usage, there's a lot of satellites that are just like spy sats, and so that's probably the number one usage.
You didn't catch the word of what he meant. He's talking about psychological usages.
Yeah, let me read the preceding paragraph. That was paragraph 54. Here's paragraph 53. Develop information and other programs that will exploit fully U.S. outer space activities on a continuing basis, especially during the period while the USSR has superior overall outer space capabilities. Those designed to counter the psychological impact of Soviet outer space activities and to present U.S. outer space programs in the most favorable comparative light.
Yeah, but like outer space could be real, right? I'm not talking about like a vacuum; it's just above our atmosphere.
Paragraph 51. In the near future, while the USSR has a superior capability in space technology, judiciously select, without prejudicing activities under paragraph 47, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact.
Absolutely. Being able to launch nuclears or warheads from space, just drop them directly without having to fly a plane over. It's
projecting technology, projecting power at all costs, whatever it takes, whatever puts America's projection of technology in the most favorable light to have worldwide psychological impact. Do whatever it takes.
There's
programs.
There's not things floating up in the sky that have little rockets on them ready to shoot nuclear bombs at the ground. Whoever made that one up.
Yeah, and this is one of a whole stack of documents that I took down from archive.org on the history of the space program. It's amazing. It's all this nonsense.
I don't know why is that nonsense, bro. Like, if you could put bomb on like a plane, why couldn't you put bomb on something that just floats up there? You know?
Do you know the committee that put this together was called the Psychological Coordinating Board, organized under the president after World War II for psychological warfare?
Yeah, bro, but that's what also like fucking.
Yeah, includes CIA. Like Alan Dulles, I got a letter from him where he's appointing somebody from the CIA by name to go be the representative of CIA for NASA. And NASA, by the way, today is, thanks to Trump's executive order a few weeks ago, now has a primary duty of intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security. So they're an intelligence agency now. Not that they ever weren't.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So people are going to bring the one technology that nobody has real direct access to, nobody can verify, nobody can account for, to be their go-to proof of the globe. I find that fascinating, especially after 60, 70 years of this.
Well, I think space is fake, but like flying objects overhead that can drop bombs on other countries, that's not fake.
Well, they talked about, in this document I just read, utilizing outer space. Space programs use space itself as a backdrop for all this fantasy.
Okay, bro. I'll see. Like, you know, there's internal terminology could be very different from what they're using on the external, right? Space to us is like an outside vacuum. Space to them could just be, you know, the space above the atmosphere or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah. So it's a real thing. Like Space Force is a real thing, right?
No, they're not dropping bombs from the sky on people. Stop trying to. You're one of the people that watch TV and think that people drop bombs from satellites.
They're not dropping bombs from satellite right now. Just, bro, like.
But they can't. It's all set up to do it, though, right?
Yeah, they're absolutely.
No, there's nothing up there, and at any moment when the magic football is opened and they press the red button, things fly from the sky. That's just on television, radio shows.
Why don't you believe that's true? Like,
because
it's cheaper to build it's cheaper to build missiles down here. You have the same strategic ability at a fraction of the cost.
You have to build a missile regardless. And I don't know if you know anything about engineering, but like launching a missile from, say, somewhere from a grounded position to another grounded position, it's a lot harder. It costs more than just dropping something.
How do you know that?
You're neglecting the whole, like, need to keep this secret part. If you have an ICBM in a missile silo, people can't blow that up very easily. It's in a missile silo. If you have a payload in space with the kind of protection where you're actually, like, economic, no, that's easy to destroy. Like, in general, things in space are easy to destroy. Which is why, to actually have significant military assets of that kind in space, it would be obscenely expensive.
Okay. Okay. I can't really get into this, but like dropping missile from outer space, like the layer above what you can see with your eyes, it's true. Like that's a much bigger.
No, stop telling people that. Stop telling people that. Never happened.
Just look up what an ICBM is. An ICBM, the entire way they work is by going up that high. Because it's still just economically better to fly something to space at an extreme angle than to leave it in space in an orbit.
Okay. Like,
ICBMs are this technology. You don't need to leave anything in space. Like, there have been programs that have looked into, for example, deploying nukes to space, because nukes actually produce EMPs, and EMPs are pretty hard to produce. Also, nukes are a potential power source for lasers, and lasers have some interesting anti-satellite properties, but those programs haven't really gone anywhere because it would be very bad if we blew up our own satellite network.
It's kind of funny, bro. Like how you guys like don't believe in the government, but then the first thing you're like, yeah, I've done research. Your research is just reading a bunch of government release paper. It's kind of silly.
It's called invoking a hostile witness.
Another thing you don't understand is that our government.
What you don't understand is why we're reading it.
I don't know what.
So you're wrong. The reason why we're reading it is to show you what they claim.
Like, we know that the United States lies about the optical clarity they can achieve with their spy satellites and stuff. There's a ton of stuff that we know that they lie about. We're not taking them at their word.
The United States does not need to be economical.
It literally does.
That's something that's okay, sure.
You gotta remember, the Pentagon isn't a monolith. The Pentagon is 100 dudes, each with their own pet projects, their own beliefs about what will be efficacious, their own beliefs about where the money should be allocated, all fighting with each other.
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. You ever play sports?
It does matter. It matters significantly.
No.
Of course, someone who can show, hey, we deliver nukes to Russia at a fraction of the cost are going to get more funding than the super experimental stuff.
Oh my god, bro! Listen, it's not about being economical, bro. It's a deterrent.
It is.
The U.S. has
the deterrence comes from being economical. You need to be able to deploy and maintain a weapons platform. That takes money.
Oh my god, it doesn't. They don't care about money, bro. They have money.
They're literally in competition for money all the time.
Money. And I don't think you understand, bro. Like, if I was on, like, you ever play sports? Like, you're in
I've played sports
with your teammates all the time. Okay, you're in competition with your teammates all the time for the starting spot. Doesn't mean you want the other team to win. You're all in it for the same goal, right? You want your team to be strong, but it doesn't mean you have to necessarily like all the players on your team, and you're actually competing with all the players on your team to be the starting role, like the president, the general, whatever the fuck the role is they have to fill. But, you know, yeah, they all have their own fucking agenda, but they're still a team at the end of the day, right? So,
I'm not saying any of them are traitors to America or anything.
They do have shared objectives. So that's what you're missing from this. And the amount of money...
The shared objectives don't lead to wanting to waste resources on inefficacious technology or expensive technology that can be done cheaper. Like, you need specific circumstances to make those kinds of claims.
Be cheaper to drop a bomb from a drone.
Oh, we're getting there, right? But for example, right, I think you can credibly make these accusations about some parts of the American tank programs. Why? Because they're effectively jobs programs scattered across different states, and politicians will actually mandate that we build tanks, even though the Pentagon says, no, we have enough tanks.
Yeah, bro, like, okay. I don't think you understand things at scale. You're looking at everything to the lens of an individual. Like, our country.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Million people, bro.
What relevance is this?
Bro. Like,
you're not communicating anything.
Completely relevant. If I have a bomb in my hand and I can throw it at you from my house and across the street, would that scare you more than if I have something above your house that I can just drop at any time? Whether or not you think you can shoot it down, whichever is simpler for you, it doesn't really matter. It's card.
I don't know what possible relevance this has.
That's the same reason why the U.S. have military bases all over the world that's staffed with people that don't do nothing but clean toilets and just go fuck hookers and at local bars and shit. It costs a lot of money. We don't have to be
That's not why, no.
Okay.
You know, a lot of that is about being able to invoke Article 5 and that kind of thing, right? It's about showing our commitment that if you get invaded, American troops will die and we will retaliate. That's what a lot of those bases are about.
Listen, bro.
And short-range missiles. That's like the other half. Air bases, that's like the last third.
Yeah, sure. Okay. it's weird, man. Like how everything about it's just like, yo, we don't believe anything the government tells us, and then the next thing you know, it's like, yeah, I read this government report, I know exactly what they're doing, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, cool.
There's tons of stuff we don't know, but this does not mean that they're doing literally anything. They're going to be doing things that make sense to do.
Yeah, so if they can send a spy satellite, there's nothing stopping them from having a bomb up there that they can drop. Like,
no, wrong question. What is the best way for them to bomb a target? That's the question you need to be asking. Dropping anything from space is generally not that.
Why is it not?
Because space is seriously inconvenient for any bomb. Now your bomb either needs an entire, aerodynamic ablative structure, which, fucking, why? Or you need to give it actual guidance and stuff. And, either way, no, just build an ICBM.
Why would... Bro, why... So why wouldn't the guidance system work if it was dropped? It's just
guidance systems can work if they're dropped, but now you're basically building weird three-dimensional missiles. Why not just build a normal fucking missile?
Okay, so why the fuck you have tanks that walks on water or go over water, under the water, if you fucking have tanks that go on land?
It's all different problems.
What? Amphibious tanks are used for amphibious landings. What kind of question is that?
Exactly. Okay, so fucking bomb from outer space are used for bombing outer space. No.
Is there any target that an ICBM cannot reach that a orbital platform weapon could reach?
Okay, so is there...
The answer is no. ICBMs have global range.
Okay.
At least American
works in stuff like this, so I'm not gonna fucking debate with someone who reads shit online and then thinks they understand the entire capability of the U.S. military. It's silly shit, bro. And all I'm saying is you don't understand shit what you're talking about, and especially. And
yet you couldn't cite anything, you couldn't explain anything. You're just appealing to conspiracy, and you're not even constructing an actual conspiracy. That's the worst part.
I'm not. It's not a conspiracy theory to fucking say.
You literally are doing that. You keep saying, "Oh, you just believe what the government says." What are you talking about? That's not what's happening. But you keep saying it, even though I already said no. That's not what's happening once.
So how do you know what kind of technology the U.S. military have if you're not reading it?
I don't.
Where are you getting this information from?
I don't know what technology the U.S. government has, but guess what? Even if they have next generation rockets. Guess what? That still just makes ICBMs a more attractive proposal compared to orbital platforms. Yeah, of course.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if one it's better. They still have multiple other ways. That's how the military
I agree. Works. We have the nuclear triad, but the nuclear triad does not need orbital platforms. What do orbital platforms offer us that ICBMs don't in terms of the ability to strike things from independent vectors? Nothing. So there's no reason to build them. There's a massive risk.
Overhead is closer. Being overhead is closer, for one.
Why is that an advantage?
An advantage because the missile can hit you faster.
That doesn't even follow. If you build a...
See, you're thinking very one-dimensional. You're like, oh, okay, so they have this, they can't have that. Why can't they fire?
That's literally not what I said. I literally already countered this when I brought up the nuclear triad, but you can continue to tilt at windmills and ignore my counter arguments, I guess.
Okay, so you agree with me that they have other ways.
When there's reasons to. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Well, just because you can't understand
the nuclear triad allows them to attack from other angles, with other size payloads, with other kinds of missiles. It adds strategic diversity that actually matters.
Absolutely. Thank you. End of story.
Yeah, but I just explained why orbital platforms don't do that.
Okay. How do you know what orbital platforms do, bro?
Because what do you mean the physics of them? Do you think we don't know how orbits work?
Okay, so how does orbits work?
You can go based off of what they say. Right? That's why I was reading that document before, because I'm going off of what they're telling us.
Yeah, but
to be in an orbit
documents from the 60s.
To be in an orbit, you need to have a sufficient velocity that you don't crash to the Earth, right? This means that you're limited in terms of the actual speeds you can reach. You can't do what an ICBM does, where they're launching out of the atmosphere, keeping low over the Earth, and then coming back down towards it all in one vector. You need to decelerate.
I don't want to hear your theory, bro.
It's not theories, that's orbital mechanics. Like, if that's a theory, then, dude, you don't even know what theory means. You're saying, well, that's just Newtonian physics. What? Newtonian physics is exactly what you would use for calculating rocket trajectories. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay, bro. Cool.
I'm not saying there aren't other possibilities. For example, the Navy is still playing around with railguns to some extent, coil guns to some extent, and those could, in principle, be deployed in space, but at the end of the day, it just ends up being, okay, they can be shot down easier, and they...
It doesn't matter if it's shut down easier, bro. They do absolutely have ways to attack you from space. And when I'm talking about space...
No, you're still not getting it. What reason is there to attack from space other than the way ICBMs do it? You need a reason.
Okay.
Because like I said, there are ways. There are programs that have been thought about, that have been experimented with, but they haven't come to fruition.
What's your background on this?
Literally just casual research over the years. What do you mean? I just pay attention.
Yeah, just like reading documents released from the government.
No, by journalists for the most part.
Okay. Cool.
The military is generally pretty good about shutting up about their advanced tech, but we do have what they were working on from like 50 years ago and whatnot. We still have a lot of information about, especially scrapped programs.
It's a very long time for technology, especially at the speed we're increasing. So, yeah, I really don't want to discuss.
Where has technology advanced? Has technology advanced in terms of our ability to deliver like thrust to weight ratios on rocket propellants? No, not significantly.
Cool.
The same physical constraints that pushed us away from orbital platforms back then still push us away now. Again, there are reasons to have things in orbit, potentially, but we don't want to use them.
They can't take things to space by helium?
By helium? Not any significant mass, not enough for like weapons platforms that we're discussing here. And no, that's not the same level of space. That's not an orbital velocity. You can't use that to reach orbit. You can't use that for long-term deployment.
Okay. You have no clue what the U.S. government's capable of, bro.
It's not about what they're capable of. They're capable of putting all kinds of crazy shit in space. They could launch one of their tanks into space if they wanted to. But do they want to?
You are correct.
No, so they don't. Like, listen, they might have, I don't know, like 6 nukes or something in space, but they're not going to have anything for the aims of striking at Earth. It doesn't make any sense to do.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to you, bro. Like on a national level, it might make sense to them. Like we don't have to be economical.
We literally do.
Okay, sure.
How is America a world power? Are they a world power by throwing money away? No, they're a world power by actually delivering results based on the money invested in the military. So obviously, no, the military is very concerned with being economical. Obviously, of course. What do you mean?
Look, I'm going to talk about this for like another 3 minutes because I'm not supposed to, but like, what results has the U.S. military delivered other than being like overpowered? In theory.
Being overpowered is the result we're looking for. What do you mean?
Exactly. So that's it. It doesn't have to be economical. It doesn't have to make sense to you.
No, it has to be economical because they're only getting so many resources to work with.
They get resources from who, bro? They are
from the government. From the rest of the government, from Congress.
They are the government, bro.
No, the Pentagon is not Congress. That's crazy. I literally cited earlier a point in which Congress and the Pentagon disagree. Obviously, they disagree.
Okay. Like your mom and your dad probably disagreed all the time, right? Still one part, one family. It's you're not making sense, bro.
This analogy communicates nothing.
When we're talking about like the U.S. exerting power, like they're not economical.
They literally are. They're constrained by economics, obviously. You can't have the kinds of military deployments. You can't have the sorts of logistic chains. You can't be able to deploy armies like the United States can without a master of the economic side of things.
How many deployment have you been on?
I've not been deployed on anywhere by the U.S. military.
Exactly. Have you ever worked with any government agency on any kind of equipment? Have you ever been to a military base? Have you seen any kind of deployment? Exactly. Then you know nothing.
Do you think any of those things would actually help me to understand these things? Do you think personal experience is the way to understand massive nation-spanning systems? Because if you think that, you're an idiot.
Absolutely. Okay, cool.
Incredibly stupid.
Okay.
A more relevant question might be, have you ever gone to the Industrial College of the Armed Forces? But he didn't think to ask that.
Also not, but that would have been a better question. As I already said, I'm not an expert on this.
Well, bro, look, you're making arguments that doesn't make sense, bro. Like the U.S. government.
You haven't been able to point out a single way they don't make sense.
More money than you think, bro. Like you just keep arguing. It's like, oh, hey, they might have nukes in space, but maybe like 6. So you're saying that they have nukes in space?
Yeah, and why did I claim that? Because nukes can produce EMPs, and there's perhaps strategic reason to be able to deploy EMPs to space. That's it.
They definitely have a way to attack other countries from space. That's all I'm saying.
But
And
why?
you agree with me on
That's
that.
what an ICBM is. Why would you have a shittier version of an ICBM? You still haven't explained that.
Okay. Why is it it's shittier? Like, it's shittier? How is it shittier?
Yes. Because it costs more.
Cost, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Those are millions that could go to designing the next plane, building more worthless tanks we can park in the desert. There is competition for those funds.
Do you know how the U.S. government designed planes, bro? Like, Lockheed Martin is a private company.
Like absolute madmen, but this isn't the point. The point is, other parts of the Pentagon want that money. So, of course, every single program has to justify its existence by delivering results of some sort. Those can be deterrence results, like for the nuclear triad. Those can be empirical results in terms of being able to, like, fly planes places. Those can be intelligence results, but they gotta produce some kind of results.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because you have this whole entire idea of how the U.S. government. We give away hundreds of millions for like gay studies in other countries, bro. You think we're gonna cheap out on some fucking rockets?
Are you really going to criticize U.S. aid? Do you know how much like cred U.S. aid buys us? It's insane.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not criticizing.
I don't know if you know this.
I'm just saying, like,
America is a bully in a lot of ways. You need programs like that if you don't want the entire world to just hate your guts.
Yeah.
That's why it's such a shame it's been cut. I mean, if you only have hard diplomacy, everyone's going to hate you. No one's going to want to cooperate with you. It's going to suck.
It's a very personal point of view, and like, you know, your financial is not the same as the U.S. government, bro. They don't think the way you do, and I'm sorry to say that. You know, I don't care. Like, maybe
you have no idea what you're talking about. It's a real shame.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, that's your okay. That's just sad, man.
Okay. It's like one guy reading shit from like 1960s, and then another guy, it's like, yeah, bro, I read shit online and know exactly what the government can do. Crazy.
I like the part where you still don't seem to understand what my argument was, and you're still attacking arguments I didn't make. You're like Don Quixote. You don't realize what you're even fighting.
Your argument, you agreed exactly what I was saying. You were like,
that
yeah,
didn't
man,
happen.
they probably have like six nukes in space or something. It's like, okay, so if they have
Not for purposes of attacking the Earth.
It's deterrent.
It's not deterrence. It's strategic denial of space.
Okay, bro. So you're a flat earther? Space exists?
Space does indeed exist. What do you even mean?
Okay.
I don't see any evidence of them sending anything to space.
I've literally, using my own eyes, seen a satellite fly overhead. So, okay. I mean, you could. That's easy to find.
They definitely have stuff overhead, for sure.
You've seen those during the day or night?
I didn't say there was nothing overhead. I said that where you're claiming there's nukes in space, I would completely disagree.
I claim there's nukes in space. I think it's reasonable to think they might have done that. Again, the main concern is like other people finding them, not so much whether they can do it.
They definitely have. Bro, if they can send a guy like to jump out of space for Red Bull, they can definitely have weapon systems up there, bro.
But does it make any sense to do so? I'm sure the U.S. government could strap a bunch of missile launchers to aardvarks, but does it make any sense to do that? No, so they're not going to.
Okay. What kind of weapon system have you ever used in your life, bro? Have you ever been close or in the vicinity of one, or you just?
I don't know why you think personal experience can in any way help you to understand how like broader socio-political economic factors influence military allocations. That's incredibly stupid. I don't know why you would think that would help you in the slightest, Doi. This is an incredibly stupid position, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, okay. Just because you say I should be ashamed of myself doesn't mean anything, bro. Like,
it does. I laid out why you should be ashamed of yourself. That was an incredibly stupid thing to say.
I just don't think that you have the credentials to say anything related to that, bro.
Personal experience about how a thing goes boom communicate anything about how much it costs relative to other things, what factors in terms of manpower, in terms of engineering ability, in terms of other competition for those same resources exists. Does that personal experience of thing go boom help you understand anything relevant to this topic? Yes. No. Yes. Therefore, it's incredibly stupid. It does not communicate in the least bit how much it costs. Humans cannot perceive how much a thing going boom costs. That's not true.
You're significant. You're very condescending, and you don't even understand.
Yes, you're being incredibly stupid. That's worthy of condescension.
Okay, cool. You have no idea how the DoD works, bro. And you just
less apparently, way less. You seem to think personal experience will somehow let you understand it. What? That's insane.
Okay.
Not even personal experience with the DoD. Not even personal experience with any of the decision makers. No, personal experience on the weapon systems. What? Absolute madness. Complete nonsense.
No, you have to know.
Incredibly stupid. Shamefully stupid. Go back to school. Levels of stupid.
Okay, I'm stupid because you're the guy that's talking about something you have no clue. None of it. Like,
I've made clear what I know about and what I don't. You're the one appealing to conspiracy and making wretched argument after wretched argument. Just make good arguments instead.
How is it not a good argument, bro? You're not involved in anything.
Personal experience of a weapon system doesn't help you to understand any of the factors that decide how weapon systems are built, allocated, deployed, etc.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you know how weapon systems are built and deployed. Do you?
I know more of the trends than you, it seems. Holy fuck. Because you seem to think somehow that watching a thing go boom, watching a weapon system be activated, or doing maintenance on it, somehow tells you about the economics of it. Somehow tells you about the politics behind, like, the effective jobs program that the U.S. military is. No, none of that helps. That's insane. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, and you do?
More so than that, because that's a wretched argument. I've at least stuck to things that are plausible and made clear where I'm guessing.
Like what? What's plausible? Oh, so you're guessing. Okay. Zero experience, just guessing. Okay, cool.
Experience would not help you to do anything but guess. You understand this, right? We've been over this, right? Experience is not going to help you not guess. You would still be guessing. You would have no useful information whatsoever from any of the personal experience you've asked me about so far, right, Dewey? You understand this, yes?
Experience on actually building weapon systems and deploying them.
Is that one of the things you brought up? No, that's not one of the things you brought up. Sorry.
No, I've said you have no experience on anything related to that, so you shouldn't say anything.
Personal experience is not how to understand the world, Doi. Personal experience is not how to understand the world, Doi. Even if I had such an experience, that would still not help me to understand the broader structures, because the broader structures don't care about my disrepresentative sample from my personal experience. Personal experience doesn't let you understand trends across anything larger than, like, your workplace.
Okay. Okay, bro. Okay, cool. So who are you to understand all this politics, and all this shit you're talking about?
Literally just someone who's paying attention and, like, is reasonably informed when it comes to this stuff.
What? Paying attention to what? Reasonably informed by who?
When it comes to what journalists are saying about how the military allocates its resources.
Oh.
When it comes to what we get from Congress and from the military declassifying stuff. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you know nothing. Thank you.
I know more than you, because you seem to think that personal experience somehow allows you to understand things that have little to do with that personal experience. Like a complete madman, like a child who doesn't understand that the world is larger than what they see and hear and touch. Like a child who somehow has made it all the way to adulthood without understanding the basic idea that a society outside of themselves exists.
What do you mean, bro? Like you just.
I just laid it out. You should understand what I mean. If you don't understand what I mean, you're not paying attention, or you're too stupid to understand.
He's right, flat earthers just don't understand. Like, they never got past, like, basic shit you learn in school.
What makes you say that?
I mean, the globe is literally taught in school.
For example, a lot of flat earthers will say, like, well, if the earth, isn't flat, why does it measure flat? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And they
no, the flat earthers have expelled. They've gone to the highest level of Bloom's taxonomy.
In, like,
okay,
high school, like you can measure
it's not
things.
just about regurgitating back the globe that you learned in school. It's about ascending to the highest level of Bloom's taxonomy and actually judge for yourself whether or not it's true.
Listen to the, like, verified counter to that. If you can measure plenty of things to be flat that aren't really flat, so that immediately is out the window.
Like what?
Right?
Like what?
Literally anything. You can take a basketball,
Not
or like
anything.
a pool cue, and you can measure it to be flat if the thing is small enough. Absolutely. You just don't understand.
Yeah.
Like,
So if it's small enough, how do you know it's not flat? How do you know it's not flat if you're at a small enough scale?
Because we're on a ball, nigga. Stop being a dumbass.
Because of things like the Coriolis effect being in different directions in the northern and southern hemisphere, because of these stars rotating differently in the northern and southern hemisphere.
Yes, star rotation may have nothing to do with it. Now you don't know if anyone's actually measured Coriolis.
It does have something to do with it. Coriolis effects are also measurable. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, give me an example.
What do you mean?
Oh, I'll give you an example. Kicking a football through the uprights.
Oh, that'll do it.
That's a good example.
Coriolis effect.
The kicker always. That's when you learn. That's why the kickers are special, because they calculate that into every game. That's why you see them practicing so much. They're calculating Coriolis.
Coriolis has nothing to do with kicking. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sure we can find a clip from Neil deGrasse Tyson that said that due to Coriolis, some college football game or Super Bowl or something was won because it went through the uprights due to Coriolis.
No.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said he calculated it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Oh well.
Yeah. So we don't have a measurement.
You reading didn't say anything about that. Fucking retard.
Personally, I would not take that. This is me personally. I would not take that shit.
Who cares?
People get so mad. People get so angry because the Earth is flat. I don't understand why. What's so angering about it?
Because it's not. So it's frustrating that people think that.
Oh, go ahead and show us where it's not flat at.
Why is he so
over
upset?
water?
That's literally how an 8-year-old.
Yeah, why does what we think upset you?
How do the stars rotate counterclockwise on the northern hemisphere and clockwise on the southern hemisphere?
I've not been to the sky. I don't know what the sky does.
You don't need to go to the sky. What are you talking about? Look up at it. I'm not saying the stars move.
Yeah,
I'm saying they rotate from our perspective.
So maybe flat Earth gravity pulls them along. Who knows?
That doesn't make any sense. What's flat Earth
You asked
gravity?
why. I gave you an explanation. What's wrong with
You did
explanations?
not. Your explanation isn't
I
real.
called the explanation is flat. Well, how do you know it's not real?
How do you know it's not a universal pixie? No,
I'm not
dude,
making,
your
I'm not making a
explanation.
claim that it's
your
real. I'm giving you an explanation. You asked for an explanation.
It's not a real explanation that actually explains the fact. It's not an explanation.
Can you give me a real explanation for how the Earth is turning without losing momentum?
Somebody
It is
already
losing
posted.
momentum.
Go ahead and watch the Neil deGrasse. Go ahead and watch the clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about field goals and Coriolis effect.
You know, we can tell that the Earth used to rotate faster, right? It is losing momentum over time.
Oh, prove it. I saw that. I saw that on Pop Science too. Prove it.
Because when it completely stops, we're all going to fly off. It's the
Oh my
spin
goodness.
that. It's the spin that keeps you on the. It's the spin that keeps you on the Earth.
What are you talking about?
Bro, I don't know why you guys would argue with a guy that says like personal experience in something that does not give you any idea over someone who's just reading about it online. It's like, it's silly shit, you know?
For you to think that means you are an idiot, go back to school. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, bro.
The demonstration for the, well, I'll put it this way, the most precise demonstration of the slowing rotation of the Earth is from historical astronomical records.
No. How do you prove your Earth is rotating?
Where are you getting the records?
I already told you. Coriolis
Looking at the
effects.
sky looking at the sky doesn't measure the Earth as a ball.
Looking at the sky tells you how our perspective is moving relative to the stars. And since we can tell the stars are
moving,
we can tell how quickly the stars are moving by looking at their redshifts and such.
That's right.
They're not
you can tell
moving.
how fast they're moving. Yeah, they're moving. Yep,
They're
you're right.
not moving in
You
a
said they
way.
are moving.
Can you finish? Let me finish a sentence. They're not moving in a way that is consistent.
Now
with
they're not moving.
Can you let me finish a sentence?
Well, I
They're
want you.
not moving
They're moving
in
or they're
a
not
way-
moving.
They're obviously moving, and I'm gonna tell you
that's what I
details
said.
about how they are moving. The way they are moving does not correspond in the slightest to their apparent motion on the Earth. So our perspective must be shifting. And it is. And in fact, it shifts in a way that
thing is same
to a planet
year
rotating.
after year after year, all the same shit over and over again. Nothing to do with a ball, nothing to do with a pretend ball spinning in a vacuum chamber with water and air around it in a vacuum chamber.
It's not in a vacuum chamber. What are you talking about?
Yep, your universe is an ever-expanding. Stars are moving in all directions. Universe is expanding in all directions, and that's supposed to be a vacuum. So that container, that's a container.
Everyone
vacuum.
has to believe the universe is expanding.
As it gets bigger, the pressure gets lower and lower every day. So you guys are sucking the air and water right off your floating planet. How come it sticks to it?
Are you asking why something that is attracted to something doesn't float away? That's incredibly silly.
Yeah, I'm asking. How do you have gas balls in a vacuum chamber?
There's no gas ball in a vacuum chamber.
So Jupiter's not a gas ball in a vacuum.
It's on a vacuum chamber. What chamber? What are you talking about?
Well, the only way you're going to have a vacuum is to have a container.
That doesn't follow. Why would that be the case?
Well, show me otherwise. Show me a vacuum without a container.
Literally produce vacuums like in all manner of ways. You can, for example, produce vacuums by clicking your claw really fast if you're a an oceanic creature.
Great. I need a chamberless vacuum.
I just told you of one.
See,
he doesn't get it.
You guys are arguing with some guy that's like...
What's keeping the oceans to Earth?
Gravity.
Oh, no. What about air pressure? What about air pressure? Doesn't that keep water down on Earth?
Not much, no. But air pressure is just gravity.
What if I put a cup of water in my vacuum chamber and pull the vacuum on it, and then the water turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber? Then what do you have to say about air pressure affecting water?
What do you mean leaves the vacuum chamber? What are you talking about?
You need air pressure to hold the water together.
Air, obviously, but air pressure is also just gravity. You understand this, right?
What?
Air pressure is gravity? Holy cow, where'd you go
Gravity
to school?
does all kinds of magical shit. Gravity is air pressure now.
The kind of air pressure that you have on Earth.
Gravity makes things orbit things. Gravity makes things fly away from things. That's crazy.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what's next? Gravity causing time travel?
Unironically, it does.
You guys should take a class and learn about this shit. You're so curious.
Now you're just like, general relativity, the dominant paradigm in physics for the past 100 years? That can't be true. What? Of course, obviously it's true.
If we replace Earth's air with the vacuum,
you guys will get a kick out of this.
If we replace Earth's air with the vacuum, the oceans would vaporize. They'd just go out into space.
No, they wouldn't.
Instead of vacuum, wouldn't they?
They would not vaporize, no.
Not in a vacuum?
I don't know, several hundred feet of it would vaporize, but no, not the whole ocean.
Just a little bit.
Then you would just have a new atmosphere made of water.
Something about the first law of thermodynamics.
So what's containing the air? What's containing the air then?
More air.
No, that's an infinite regress fallacy. Don't be silly. What's containing the air?
Air contains air.
Gravitational. No, stop. There's no containment in the first place. There is an attractive force.
Holy crap.
Attractive force is gravity.
No. Magical forces don't attract things towards each other.
Yes. What do you mean magical? They're not magical. It's gravity. Gravity isn't magical.
How does it work? What's the mechanics?
The mechanics? Basically, energy induces a distortion in space-time, which attracts other energy concentrations to it.
So gravity attracts gravity.
Go right over their head, bro.
That's what it sounds like. Gravity's the cause of itself.
They don't understand.
Gravity attracts gravity.
Don't understand it.
Yeah, hold on. Is gravity the cause of gravity or the effect of gravity? I can't figure out what you mean.
Gravitational attraction is caused by space-time distortions.
Wait, but that is gravitational attraction, right? Space-time distortions. You just basically repeated yourself.
Gravity
asked a repetitive question. I don't know what you're expecting other than a repetition.
Because of gravity, you have gravity. That's what you just said.
The cause of gravity is gravity. You heard it here first.
Yeah. And if you wrote that out in Python, it would be if I have gravity.
No, please don't try to tell me what
real.
Please don't.
Oh, let's find out.
So I talked about the force. I talked about the underlying thing causing the force. Because that's what I was asked about.
What's a force? Can you define force?
Force is something that causes a mass to accelerate, or it induces that. It contributes to the net force that causes that.
So what causes the force of gravity?
Depends on the thing. Well, gravity, it's caused by space-time distortions.
Space-time distortions is gravity. I thought we went over this.
I don't know what you're talking about now. I made it extremely clear the force of gravity arises from space-time distortions.
What causes space-time distortions?
Energy being present in that place. What's amusing?
They don't even understand what you're trying to say, man.
Is energy a force?
Energy is not a force.
Listen, bro, when smug people hit something that they don't understand, instead of trying to learn, they just laugh it away and makes them feel better.
Yeah, very possible.
So check it out. I was in our physics library today, and not one book on relativity in there.
I'm sorry that your library is so deprived.
I work in a physics lab, dude.
I'm sorry that your library is so deprived at a physics lab. I hope it's because it's like a chemistry lab, so that it would be expected that they don't have such books.
Well, that's funny because there's no molecular theory of gravity in chemistry or any field of science.
There were so many.
Funny you should bring that up.
Kind of vacuum.
Meaningfully
there were so many
impacted
different
gravity,
kind of vacuum.
So why would you
and
need
pressure.
that?
Yeah, there were pressure books and different kinds of vacuums you can create, different ways to do it, all kinds, and nothing about relativity, pulling anything down.
Doesn't communicate anything about what is true about the universe.
Imagine being so smug that you're asking why relativity books wouldn't be in a chemistry library, and then you immediately say, "Well, I wouldn't expect relativity books to be in a chemistry library."
Are you listening to what I'm saying at all?
Yeah.
That's not what I said. You know that, right?
Okay, what did you say?
I said I hoped that it was a place like a chemistry library, such that that is to be expected.
Yeah, what? Relativity books in a chemistry library? Are you silly? No. There's no molecular theory of gravity. There's no gravitational theory of molecular behavior.
You're not listening. Remember the context?
There's no gravity in the entire body of the kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior.
You need to chill.
There's no gravity in the entire body, the corpus of kinetic molecular theory. There's no gravity in it.
Also, I have to add, there were no books.
No such books. He told us there were no books.
There were no books on just gravity either.
Actually say.
Did you hear me? Not just there was no books on relativity. There were no books on gravity there either.
I'm sorry that you have personal access to a shitty library. What does this tell us about how the universe works?
Why would there be relativity books in any of these libraries?
If you want to understand,
it's not even science.
Not even
it is science.
Not even math attracts mass books.
Oh, really? Did Einstein propose a scientific hypothesis?
What do you mean by that?
Did he propose a testable way to determine the cause of relativity? Did he propose any such means?
That's not what physics is. You're confused.
No, we're talking about relativity here, which is not physics. So I guess you're right about that.
Relativity is physics. What you're saying there, no theory of physics could satisfy what you're talking about. You don't know what physics is.
So why would physics be a part of relativity if no part of physics could actually be part of relativity?
No. Your standard, no part of physics satisfies. No part of chemistry satisfies. No scientific theory whatsoever satisfies.
Right, because relativity is not science.
You are saying nonsense.
Well, relativity is not science. Like I've been saying, there's no single scientific hypothesis that Einstein ever proposed. You know what he actually called relativity? He called relativity a thought experiment. That's about as far as that went.
Welcome to how physics works. You do thought experiments.
Thought experiments?
actually, yeah, physics.
Make believe, just like make stuff up. That's awesome.
Construction.
I'm going to learn about the natural world by doing thought experiments. I'm not going to actually test anything naturally occurring. I'm actually just going to think about it.
Physics is obviously a human endeavor. It's a bunch of human concepts. We make it up. Obviously, it's going to involve thought experiments. It's going to involve complete creative leaps, unjustified hypotheses, etc., etc.
Great.
And then
we're talking about proving reality exists with actual scientifically testable hypotheses.
Stop interrupting, Yoder. And then you check where your predictions.
My single scientifically testable hypothesis of relativity from Einstein's entire body of work. It's not there.
Black holes.
How are you going to test that? Oh my gosh.
We've tested that repeatedly. We've looked out into the universe for things that could be black holes, and we found them.
Making up stories for
Walk me through the hypothesis. I want the independent variable and the dependent variable.
That there would be black holes in the universe.
Okay, is that the dependent or independent variable?
You don't know what a hypothesis is, do you?
No, you don't. I'm testing you on that knowledge right now. What's the dependent variable of black holes?
Hypothesis is. That's a shame.
I don't think you know what a scientific hypothesis is. What's the independent and dependent variable for testing a black hole?
What you're talking about. That's not the kind of experiment we're looking at here. So
we're not looking at science. I got you. Great. Thanks for the admission. We're not looking at a scientific experiment.
No, you don't know what a scientific experiment is. You don't know what a scientific theory is.
You're just established for the audience that you don't know what it is. You just conceded that we're not doing science when we're testing black holes, so I'll take that as a win.
Hypotheses obviously don't need independent variables. That's not true.
Yes, they do. How else are you supposed to do a scientific test?
I'm in the middle of a sentence. Why are you speaking over me?
Because you just said something wrong and I'm calling you out on it.
I didn't say something wrong. I've repeatedly said this. Are you going to let me ever explain it, or are you going to keep interrupting like an asshole?
All right, great. How are we supposed to do science without doing the scientific method and setting up a scientifically testable hypothesis? Go ahead.
So you actually got the idea right there. So long as it's scientifically testable, we can use it as a hypothesis.
What defines scientifically testable?
That it's empirical.
Can't say thought experiment. Don't pull that one on me now.
Are you going to stop flipping out and listen to what I say?
I'm having fun.
You ask a question if you're not going to listen.
Yep. Well, time's up.
I mean, if you're not interested in listening, there's not much point in engaging.
I gave you a nice pregnant pause there. Why didn't you fill the airwaves with your deliciously creative voice?
A question. You're supposed to answer the question about why you're being an asshole. What justifies this treatment? Why are you doing that? Why are you being an asshole? Why are you asking questions and then speaking over me when I try to answer them?
Because as soon as you open your mouth, you're wrong, and I'm correcting you.
You did not correct me. You didn't listen to what I said. You don't know what I'm saying. What's my position?
That black holes can be scientifically tested.
On what possible basis is that not true?
Because you cannot set up a scientifically testable hypothesis. You do not have the components for that. Do you know what the principal parts of a hypothesis test are?
Why is it impossible to test if there's any black holes in the universe? Explain.
We are testing to see what the cause of black holes are. How do you do that?
We're not
because
doing
the
that.
whole purpose of science is to give the experimenter an experience.
We are testing if they exist.
Variable.
Tell me why it is impossible to test if black holes exist in the universe.
You don't even know if you have a dependent variable properly.
I need you to answer
what black hole is to even come up with the proposed cause.
Your bullshit.
So the way to set up a scientific hypothesis is to have an independent variable, which is what to manipulate to determine the effect of the dependent variable, which is what you observe.
Once more, I'm going to ask you once more.
To set up a scientific hypothesis, you first need a dependent variable. In this case, that's the black hole. Then you need to look around nature for the independent variable that you're going to manipulate to determine whether or not it's causing the black hole. So my question to you is, how would you manipulate something, anything, to cause the existence of a black hole?
You did not answer my question. Why is it impossible to
Because
measure?
you were talking through me when I was giving you an answer to your last question.
You didn't answer my question. Why is it impossible to measure?
I just did finish it, and you were talking through me while I was answering your last question.
Words responded to my question in the slightest. I'm going to repeat my question now.
How do you even know what I was saying when you were talking through me the entire time? I just don't get it.
What's your baseline
You
for
do
your
not tell me
measurement?
which black holes are not measurable.
That you can measure it.
What? Yeah. What's your? How did you calibrate that you're measuring a black hole?
That's not relevant.
What? You
How
said
do you even
can
have a
measure
black hole?
He claim he needs to support his claim.
No, you need to support yours. You claim that black holes are scientifically testable.
Yes, obviously they are. They are.
Give me an independent variable for the cause of a black hole. Let's go, science.
You're stating nonsense again. Science.
Go ahead, give me an independent variable for the cause of the naturally occurring black hole.
Nonsense. You're stating nonsense.
No, I'm not. This is the scientific method, man.
Makes any sense. No.
I thought you wanted to do
making any
science.
sense. You are not making the least bit of sense.
Okay,
So-
here we go. Here's a science lesson. Step 1, observe a naturally occurring phenomenon.
Interrupting.
Hey, I'm giving you a science lesson. How about that?
Me. Scientists can measure natural phenomena, right?
Well, yeah, but that's not doing the scientific method in completion. You're just measuring a variable or measuring a phenomenon. You're not determining the cause. If you're going to do science, you're going to have to determine the cause of the naturally occurring phenomenon that you observe.
Are you going to stop? Are you going to stop?
I'm trying to answer your last question to provide clarification, and you just keep talking through me. Dude, so
Okay, hang on. If I could just agreed with me, that black holes are measurable because they're not. Black holes are natural phenomena.
Hello. If I can just
Natural phenomena.
for 10 seconds, didn't CBR1, 10 seconds. I posted at 39 minutes past the hour the standard of the scientific method that he can use. I posted it in there. Let's see if we can adhere to that. It's in the side chat. Okay.
excellent.
Alrighty.
Thank you, old chap.
Go ahead and use what
Random list is not useful.
Hey, dude, I'm a moderator. Just don't talk over me. Use what Jin posted and go ahead and prove your black hole using that.
No, that's not what we're doing here. We're not following some random dude's list. Fuck off.
I thought you know what science is. If you knew what science is, you'd know what that list is.
Yeah. That's the standard that you're supposed to use.
Not here
Keep you in the realms of integrity.
some random list. You don't decide what science is. That's not how this works.
Science has a very specific definition, dude. No, of course I don't decide what science is. You're trying to decide what science is. You're trying to bend the definition of science to fit pseudoscience.
When someone concocts a scientific theory, and that theory makes specific predictions about what
No, you got it backwards.
About what we will observe in the world.
No. Theories are not hypothesis, dummy. Listen, dummy. Theories come at the end of the test. Theories come at the end of the model.
Shut the fuck up.
You confuse theory with hypothesis. Hypotheses are not theories, ding dong. I thought you know what science is.
You complete dumbass.
No, theories come at the end of the scientific method. It's an outcome of all of your testable observations.
No one is talking
models that are proven pretty much to be true.
Abusive now, sir. You're
Nobody is talking about your listicles. They don't care. No one cares. Masturbate with them in a corner. I don't want to hear about them.
He just keeps putting the cart before the horse. The theory doesn't come first, silly.
Cart before the horse?
Yeah, the theory doesn't come first. Are you really that illiterate on the scientific method?
Whatsoever. You don't know what you're talking about whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure I know what I'm talking about.
You do not.
You think theories come first. And they actually don't. Theories come at the very tail end.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You meant to say hypothesis, I think, but you said theory instead because you got it backwards.
Did I at any point say anything came first?
No. Yeah, you said you begin with the theory and then you start testing your theory. I'm like, no, that's not how this works. If you're doing the scientific method, you usually begin with an observation.
Stop
you begin with an observation, not
interrupting me.
Not a theory.
I did not
you form an observation, then you form a hypothesis.
Anything in particular comes first, Master Yoder. You are lying to my face if you think that. That's not true. I didn't say
it rigorously.
Gotta step in here again. Gotta step in here again. So go ahead, Glober, and give us the scientific method. We'll use yours.
No, we're not here to discuss the scientific method.
So you're not going to use that to prove your black holes then? He doesn't know the scientific method.
I know he doesn't. That black holes are not measurable. That's the discussion right now.
That. I said,
You said
black
that.
holes are not scientifically testable, and we're discussing the scientific method.
That would means that they're not
determining the
measurable.
cause of black holes.
What's the difference? That's what I said.
I said they're not measurable.
Right. That's another
There's
claim.
no difference
I would
between
stand by
that.
How do you measure a black hole?
There's no spiritual measurements possible. All the measurements possible are scientific.
What is it? What is a scientific measurement?
What's your standard? What
It doesn't matter. He's the one saying that there are no ways to measure black holes. He needs to prove his claim.
No black hole versus black hole. That's how you figure it out.
I don't even. That didn't make any sense. Please, Master
Exactly. I know
Yoda,
it doesn't
lay
make
out
sense.
why it's physically impossible
written
to
a
find
piece of
evidence
code
of
in your life.
Master Yoder, lay out why you seem to think it's physically impossible to find evidence of a black hole.
I don't think you know what a black hole is, or anybody really knows what a black hole is to even know how to measure one.
Then on what possible basis are you asserting their properties? You absolute
I'm not
imbecile.
asserting their properties. You are.
Then why are you
You're
saying
trying to
they're
test
not
for it. I'm
measurable?
asking you how to do that.
So they are measurable.
Yeah, we're trying to get from you the scientific.
Are they measurable or not, Johnny? Sorry, you
ascertain these black holes. Can you not pay attention?
measurable?
Please, we're trying to
Are they
ascertain.
measurable or not, Yoder?
Can you hang on a second? I'm talking now. I'm trying to say to you, we're trying to say to you, what methodology did you use to ascertain the black holes, and what scientific method did you use to measure and calculate and get
That's
everything
not the discussion.
done? That's what it is. That is
What
the
are we
discussion.
talking about? No, Master Yoder said you can't measure them. I'm asking him on what basis can he assert that? Now he seems to be saying, well, that's not actually my position. I'm
Black
going to
holes
retreat from
aren't
what I
my
said.
claim. They're your claim. I don't even think they really exist.
Yeah, I don't accept that.
Whether
they
or not
exist
they
either.
exist doesn't tell you anything about whether they're measurable. Answer the actual question that was asked.
Well, if
What
they
is a
don't
black
exist, how
hole?
can you even measure it in the first place? Like, that's what we need to establish. And this is your claim. You said black holes are
You made the
scientifically testable.
claim. Support your claim.
You said black holes are scientifically testable. I'm asking you for
Yeah.
how to do that.
No, you said that they are not testable. Support
I
your
only
claim.
said that because you said they were. So I'm taking the
So you're making a
counter-position.
claim
The burden
without
of proof is on
justification?
you.
So you're
The
making a
burden
claim
of
without
proof is on you. Are
justification.
you trying to do a burden of proof?
So
reversal?
you are
Well, that's
making a
fallacious.
claim without justification.
I am not making a claim. You're making the claim. You have to
Then,
prove it
on
to me.
what basis are black holes unmeasurable?
I'm asking you on what basis they are. That's not my claim.
Yeah, so that is not answering my point. Can you actually answer the question you're
Yeah, my
presented
point is
instead of
you're doing a burden of
dodging,
proof
instead
reversal.
of ducking and weaving, instead of retreating?
I'm just asking you to
attacking me instead?
substantiate your claim.
You made a claim that they're not measurable. Support your position or retreat from it.
Who measured black holes?
Yeah. What do you mean by black hole?
The thing predicted by Einstein.
What is it?
You can look it up. It's a mathematical
No,
description.
not my claim. It's yours. What is it? Come on.
No, you're the one saying
No,
that whatever
no, you,
conception
come
of
on,
black
what is a
holes
black
you
hole?
have are not measurable. So
You're the
you
black
already
hole
know,
expert here.
apparently, enough about their properties to say they're not measurable. So
I don't
prove
know anything
that based
about
on
their
those properties,
properties.
they're not measurable. Go ahead, support your claim.
I don't know anything about their properties. You brought up
Then
black
in
holes. Why
what
don't you tell the
possible
audience
world
what
are
they
you going
are?
to say that they're not measurable?
Why should I automatically believe they are?
Yeah, you've just said there are.
If you don't know what something is, you don't know whether it's measurable.
Black holes are
Why should I
mathematical.
automatically believe what they are?
If you don't know what something is, how are you asserting what its properties are?
I'm not asserting any properties. I'm not sure what they even are.
So you
If they
don't
even
know
are, what is a
whether
black
it's
hole? Does a
measurable or
black
not. You
hole even
retreat
exist?
from your
I
claim
have
that they're
no
not
clue.
measurable. Yes?
Questioning. He's questioning. He's questioning.
Yeah, so he's retreating from his claim, right? If he's only questioning, then
I'm
he's not saying
claiming
that
anything.
they're
I'm
not
asking
measurable.
you to clarify yours.
Can you answer my question?
Clarify your position, please.
What is a black hole? Clarify
Yes.
yourself.
You said it was Einstein.
If you don't know what a black hole is, then you don't know about their properties, and you've retreated from your
never made
claim.
that
Are you
claim.
What
retreating
makes
from
you
your
think
claim?
you know about their properties to be bringing them up?
Are you retreating from your claim or not?
I'm not
No, he's
making
not.
a
He's not
claim.
making any claims.
If he's making no claims, then he has retreated from his prior claim. Is that the case?
I'm not the one who made the claim.
He never made any claims.
He did. He said black holes weren't measurable.
No,
After you claimed that, no, actually that was Radwin. But besides the point,
He said first, black holes are measurable. That's what he said. And then I
that's
said,
what he said. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said that first. And I said, go ahead and let's see a citation for that. Who measured them?
See? And you haven't been forthcoming with that.
And I'm not allowed to have an opinion on this. Like, I don't think they exist. Come on now.
So the question still stands. What is a black hole? How did you prove it exists? Thank you.
So if you don't know what a black hole is, you can't assert
I
that
don't know
its
what a black
properties
hole is
include
at all. The only
measurability
black
or
hole I
not.
know is my black bum hole. That's the only hole I know.
Okay.
Apart from
All
that,
right,
I don't know what a black
here we
hole is.
go. Here we go.
So it sure seems like Yoder is making assertions that he can't back up because he doesn't understand the properties of a black
He
hole.
didn't make any assertions. He's
So you're going to tell us what a black hole is. You're going to tell us what a black hole is. Go ahead, so that we're all on the
Please
same
educate
page.
us.
A sufficiently dense object.
So a piece of
Object.
lead.
It's an object now. It's an object. Yeah.
Lead is
Where is it?
dense.
Where's
So
it?
lead is a black.
Object.
Lead
There's
is a
nothing
black
wrong
hole.
with calling it an object.
How do you measure its density?
He said very dense. So
I
lead
didn't
is
say
a
you
black
measured
hole.
its density.
You said a very
How do you
dense
know it's
black
substantial enough? If you can't measure it, how do you know how substantial of density you need?
hole. Yeah. How did you know it's physical? How did you know it's physical?
Relevant.
How do you
Because
know
it's
it's
defined
physical?
as being physical. Because it's defined as being physical.
Dense
things can be
Because
non-physical.
it is defined as being physical. You can't have dense things that aren't physical. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, how do you know what they are? How have you determined that it's dense? It's density. The question
It's
still
dense by
stands.
definition. It's dense by definition.
No,